aspirations. Through a highly meticulous curated program comprising panel discussions, interactive sessions, and keynote addresses, we will try to ignite dialogue, foster collaboration, and also inspire profound transformation within the oncology ecosystem. Today, we are privileged to be joined by a lineup of speakers, a collective of pioneers, innovators, and also thought provoking leaders who will educate us with their wisdom and also expertise on all the topics related to oncology, from their research, their advancements to patient-centric care and also survivorship. All the discussions that you will witness, that you will hear today, they promise to be both enlightening and also empowering. And to give you more detail, now please request our team to play the community AV to give us a sneak peek into the world of BW Healthcareworld. Please. BW Businessworld, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Businessworld and founder of the Exchange Media Group, is the fastest growing business media house in the country. With a network spanning across 24 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Businessworld is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystems. And with changing times, BW now has a massive readership in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio has 24 niche B2B communities that organize conferences and also forums to facilitate interactions between sectoral business leaders and also create a conducive environment for collaboration. To keep yourself updated of all the developments, please subscribe to BW Businessworld Group magazines. I promise you, it will add to your professional quest for knowledge and also insights. The latest issue of BW Businessworld shines a spotlight on women entrepreneurs or entrepreneurs who are reshaping the business landscape and industries through their innovation and leadership. That issue also dives deep into India's strides in the rollout of 5G services and an exclusive interview with the CMD, Vivek Kumar Devangan, on the ambitious solar rooftop scheme announced by the Prime Minister in January. The upcoming edition of BW Healthcareworld will have special focus on cancer treatments, trends, technological advancements, and much, much more. For all our audience members today, we also have a special discount running up to 40% on these magazines. You can get in touch with our members at the same registration desk where you got your entry bands from. Today's digital broadcast is being streamed live across all BW Businessworld platforms, including our social media channels and also on www.bwhealthcareworld.com. Now, as we plan to move ahead with today, and of course, today's agenda is a little more, let's say, a little more changed, a little more happening, because who says that Thursdays are boring? I promise you they won't be. And I'm sure you'd want to go upload all of that on your social media platform. So when you do, please use the hashtag BW Oncology Summit. With that, may I please request our team to play today's event AV? I also take this moment to thank our partners and our sponsors for today. Organized by BW Businessworld, our summit sponsor, HCG, our associate sponsor, Pathkind Labs, our knowledge partner, NABH, AHPI, and CAHO. Our support partners, IASO, Indian Association of Surgical Oncology, Indian Cancer Society, and ABSI, the Association of Breast Cancer India, can support. Our event partners, Joy Travels Private Limited, Pandrum, Beanley Coffee, The Thick Shake Factory, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact, and Pitch. Now, usually what happens that after this, we invite someone to start the summit, sort of give an introductory speech, a keynote address, but today we won't do that. We want to make sure that all of us have fun, and after that, we'll get into business. Yes? Anybody who loves to paint here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Now the most important one. Who's a good painter out of you all? Like, I can just fold my hands and be like this. Not me, absolutely. Okay, we'll make sure all of you do this, and we also promise you that today you will discover something very beautiful about yourself कि आप सब paint भी कर सकते हैं. Because to begin our day, we have a painting session for patients, survivors, caregivers, and also doctors by the art floor. Now, I have this very brief introduction of the presenter, the facilitator of the same, which I would like to read out to you. मैं कुछ गलत नहीं बोलना चाहता हूँ about him. The art floor is an integrated art organization, a community-based art space that connects communities using art and artists since 2011. The founder, Jashmeet Singh, aka Dash, please refer to him like that, is an ex-investment banker turned a creative entrepreneur and international contemporary artist, art curator, and also a gallerist of repute. ये विश्वास रखते हैं that art can bring about transformation. Whenever an idea comes in his head, he brings it alive using audience members like you. Yeah, that doesn't say, I'm just reading it out. It doesn't say that. But of course, he has this deep, dire passion to try and bring out everything via art because he really believes in it. These two art pieces that you see here, they've been made from threads and leftover cloth that he has picked up from all over mills across the country. That also means he loves to travel. He loves to pick up experiences which give him ideas that he fondly loves to create into art and, of course, spread love with that, which he's also going to do today. He's also a curator. A lot of his art is displayed around Gurgaon in various hotels, in Pullman, etc. He's also presented his artwork in the Prime Minister's Media Lounge during the World Environment Day, organized by FICCI at Vigyan Bhavan. Fancy clients he's got: Google, Godrej, DLF, Hero Corp, etc. Of course, it's written very subtly, but I'm just saying it out in a very chill manner because this is going to be fun. And apart from that, he really believes that art can change a person. And to bring about that small change today, let's please welcome on stage Dushmeet. But before we invite him, may I please request Harbinder to say ek do shabd, sir, to build appetite for his session.
देखिए, पहली बात तो ये है कि सुबह सुबह आने के लिए I must acknowledge each one of you because it takes courage to come from, I know some of you have come from distant places. So thank you so much for being here in this, this morning. Before we begin this art jam, I must tell you कि कर क्यों रहे हैं? What was the purpose of doing this? हमारी conference तो होती है, हमने, this is probably my 16th or 17th healthcare conference in the last 1.5 years. But it's the first time I'm doing this because this time the audience is someone जिनको मैंने, you know, there's a book that I'm coming out with, and I've had an opportunity of interviewing a lot of survivors, a lot of doctors, oncologists, therapists, etc. And I felt that कहीं ना कहीं during the journey, एक sense of loneliness कहीं ना किसी के आई थी. They may have got over it, or they may still be feeling lonely. But the message that I want to create here in this work that we do is that इसमें हम अकेले नहीं हैं. We are not alone. In fact, the message is that we are all in it together. And I'll speak about it later that, you know, collaboration is one of the most important aspects of cancer care and cancer treatment because it is a journey. It's not one step of it. It's a journey. ठीक है ना? So इस journey में हम अकेले नहीं हैं. So we said कि बहुत बारी हम बहुत सारी चीजें करते हैं जिसके अंदर हम आते हैं, बोलते हैं और चले जाते हैं. सुनने वाला सुन के चले जाता है, समझ आया या नहीं आया. This is where we are saying कि आप, you're a part of what we do. So we want you to be on the stage. We want you to be participating along with some of the very, very senior doctors who otherwise we may not have access to. The message is that doctor, therapist, cancer survivor, cancer patient, family, support groups. ये जब इकट्ठे होंगे तभी कोई डिफरेंस होगा, नहीं तो साइलोस में हम कुछ नहीं कर सकते. तो आई वुड ऑल्सो टेक दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी टू इंट्रोड्यूस दशमीत. पर्पस मेरा वो था, मैं कुछ और बात करना लगा. बट दशमीत एंड आई गो अ लॉन्ग वे. आई हैव नोन हिम फॉर सेवरल इयर्स नाउ. ही इज समबडी, वो मिड लाइफ क्राइसिस सुना है किसी ने? ठीक है ना, वो हम सबकी जिंदगी में आता है. एटलीस्ट हमारी एज ग्रुप में लोगों में हम एक्सपीरियंस कर चुके हैं. तो दैट इज व्हेन वी रियलाइज कि हम जो कर रहे हैं मे बी दैट्स नॉट व्हाट आवर कॉलिंग इज. सो ये भी इंडिया बुल्स में काम करते थे, बहुत ही वाज फ्लाइंग हाई, दुबई में पोस्टेड थे. ही वाज डीलिंग विद ऑल द शेख्स देयर विद लॉट ऑफ मनी एंड सडनली रियलाइज कि यार कुछ करना है जिससे दिल को खुशी मिलती है. एंड दैट इज व्हेन दशमीत chose art as his calling. And since then, he's been an artist and he's also engaged with the industry to create art for them as well as through them. And what he also does is he's promoting a lot of other artists. He's been blessed. He's got acceptance at some of the large hotels. And I requested Dashmeet, and he's, you know, I must tell you, he's not charging a penny. All that you find here is an investment that he's making because he went for the cost. So Dashmeet, thank you so much for doing this for us.
Such a pleasure.
You know, it means a lot.
Thank
And
you.
I would, you know, really leave the floor to him now. But my honest request is please participate because this would mean a lot beyond what you create. Okay, so I'll leave it to you, Dashmeet. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Aditya and Harvinder, for that absolutely amazing introduction. अब मैं कुछ और बोलूं क्या? So you know, I'll quote from Pablo Picasso's words: "Art washes from the soul the dust of daily lives." But what does it really mean, right? If you're all energetic and if you're all empowered, if we believe in ourselves, if we believe in that energy out there, we can attract it and we can live a life which is fulsome, which is wholesome. And that's exactly what we're going to do today. So my invitation to each one of you, I'm a man of few words. My invitation to each one of you is please be on the floor today. And no matter what, okay? The idea is very simple. हिंदी में बोले तो आज हम कुछ नहीं करने वाले, आज हम बहुत सारी मस्ती करने वाले हैं. So whole idea is to feel like a child again. So come on, give yourselves a big round of applause. With that energy, I want all of you to be on the floor and we're going to create something really amazing. Your kids, your wives and husbands, your partners, your fellow community members are going to be amazed that you created this. So it's all about you are the artist of your own life. So let's not waste any more time and let's please everyone on the floor. Please, you're most welcome. Come on. Can we have a little background music?
The warriors and doctors.
Hey, doctors,
Caregivers, doctors, warriors.
Please,
This is a special experience we want you all to have. And I would be really honored to have you, ma'am. If you can come. No? Okay.
Yeah.
3 people? Okay. Cool.
So as you see on the tables, we got these canvases lined up. You can stand in front of them. We got these beautiful easels. You can choose to be at one of the easels. If you like it big, it's here. If you like it small, these are the canvas for you to choose.
Like the art and the artist.
Right? Thank you. All right. So can we have the next slide, ma'am, please? Please join in. Everyone on the floor, please. Ma'am, please take your space. Right? It's what we're going to do is very, very easy. I'll give you a little explanation on the screen there. Can we have the second slide, please? Just pass it on the slides. Quickly. We can have the background music running. Thank you. Thank you. So what you see here is a masking tape and texture painting DIY workshop. So, a lot of professional artists use this masking tape to create finesse. And that's exactly what we're going to do. We may not be professional artists, but at the end of it, you will see that we are professional artists. And trust me, you're going to go back with the feeling that you're loved. All right, that's a surprise that we have at the end of it. All you have to do is, if you see that image right there, right, you see this canvas, use this masking tape to paste this masking tape on the canvas any which way you like. That's the first step. So once you've done the first step, we'll go to the second step. So let's start, right? We can have more music. Yes, sir. You can make use of it. You can turn this around. If you like to put it over there, here, that's more valuable.
Compulsory.
Handy, ma'am. It is compulsory. The fun is about the masking tape. Just remove this masking tape. Sabki masking tape, hold do, please. Just remove this masking tape like this, right? Make your own designs. You might like triangles. You might like, ma'am, take this. If anybody is having problem removing these masking tapes, you can please take help from our supporters here. Arjun is here. Arjun, please check. You need a pencil? Sure, ma'am. Ma'am, आप आइए. Use any patterns. You like triangles? Yes, ma'am, right there. मैम आइए इधर आ जाइए. हाँ
मुझे भी करना है.
मैम इसको तोड़ लीजिए ऐसे बिल्कुल आराम से कट जाएगी. This paper, just take it easy. Ma'am, you can take this. Please आइए. Arjun, please remove this. You can give me one more small canvas, ma'am, right here. Sir, आप ये लीजिए. So use this. मैं खोल देता हूँ, ma'am. Use the tapes to create more diligent patterns, detailed patterns, and that's when we're gonna start painting. So once you've done the masking taping, we'll do these colors over here, ma'am, in different colors. But of course, you can choose to bring out the artist inside of yourselves, express any which ways you like. The magic is still going to happen. I can assure you that. Okay, sure. Can we have some more pencils here, please? Ma'am, have you done the, okay, awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Wow, I see a lot of amazing artists over here. Who said there are no artists in the room? Please, if you want to come closer to inspire these people to say something more motivating, you're most welcome to do that. All right, Harbinder, you want to do something as well? Awesome, he's doing it. So we have more members. There you go. Can we? Well, we'll finish this in about 30 minutes. So take it easy. We're just about 10 minutes into it. We still have about 20 minutes. So you could want to create intricate patterns using the tape. So more tape you use, the more space you will have in brackets. Look at this. Like you have more space. You can do different colors in between. You can choose to do different textures. For textures, I have something very interesting. आपको पता है रस्सी से भी टेक्सचर्स बन सकते हैं? So मैं आपको रस्सी देता हूं. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Total 30 minutes. Arjun? Maybe bubbles. Okay, any questions? Anyone? You're having fun? I didn't hear that. Are you having fun? Yeah. Awesome. That's more like it. Yeah, all right. So there's some intrinsic patterns coming over here, and they're even using pencils to create something. So now you could use these blocks, ma'am, to do different paints. And we got these tissues if you want to. Some tissues there, please. Thank you. So we have these tissues if you want to clean up your brush and use another color so they don't get mixed up. Amazing. All right, I see something happening in the backside as well. Wow, they created a nice pattern on the around it. Amazing, yeah. I see Archel doing some straight lines. And maybe you could do a border. Yeah, a border always looks nice on these patterns. Oh, thank you. I feel honored. Music. Did you know this? What is this? Can anybody tell me what is this?
Plastic.
That's a bubble wrap. Yeah, it is plastic, but that's a waste plastic. So I'll tell you how to use a waste piece of plastic. That bubble wrap can actually create a beautiful texture. Do you want to see? All right. There you go, ma'am. There you go, ma'am. We'll use some colors, and maybe you can use a yellow. You can use your fingers, right? And if you paste it here,
Okay.
do you see something coming up? Something on those lines. Thank you. All right, I see some names happening here. Homeo, wow, amazing. That's very, very creative, Hoshusa. Homeo. He's a homeopath? Yes, amazing. So apart from allopathic, we are focusing on homeopathy as well, right here at the Oncology Summit 2024. Are you through, ma'am? Maybe you want to use all the white patterns here, just fill them up. Like we were children, we will not leave any later on, ma'am. We'll take off the masking tape right at the end to see what the magic is all about. Amazing. Before in 2014, it's 17, me, Kavita, Gurnani. After that, removed in 2017, but I'm happy. And that to the doctor's team. Thank you so much. Amazing. That's a great gratitude and a great feeling, ma'am. Amazing. You're awesome. So maybe you want to create more lines with the masking tape. Let this go. If you want to, maybe that feeling that goes in the background and you want to create something new with your life, right? So how about creating some patterns with me? Right?
But it's over now.
Ma'am, won't you paint over it?
Okay.
Let this go in the background now. It's gone. That's past. It's past. All that feeling is past now. Right? So create those patterns. Great work by Can Heal as well. And again, I would like to share my gratitude to BW World Healthcare for bringing the art floor, art jam over here. You can always hashtag me on Dashmeet, aka Dash, apart from the hashtags of the Oncology Summit, which they talked about. You see the patterns that you see in your background, what they're creating is actually our life. It is in different blocks. We are children, then we grow up. We are born. We are children. We get an education. We go to fancy schools and colleges. We go to work, and as we're doing that, we're growing old. Sometimes we get sick, but life goes on. So it's not all right. We get sick. We go to the right doctors at the right time. And what happens is magic, right? We recover. And while we recover, sometimes we're still living with it. We're still living with that fear. What do we do to get out of it? Maybe you learn a new skill. You engage with a new community. And that's exactly what the theme of this art jam today is, from fear to empowerment. And at the end of it, that feeling you're loved. All right, I see some amazing stuff happening right here. Can I show this one? You see, each different individual coming together with different kind of artworks, different kind of lives. And once we are done, ma'am, now we can start to remove. Okay, we're still some left. Okay, whoever is done, possibly we can start to remove the masking tapes now. All right, ma'am? There you go. You think it's complete? Awesome, it's whole and complete. That's absolutely amazing, ma'am. All we need to do is remove these masking tapes and see the magic. Arjun, put this on. You're loved. While you feel you're done, you're still not really done. We got this beautiful write-up for you, each one of you. Ma'am, look at this here. You're loved. So all you want you is take some paint, maybe paint it in the way you want, and then we'll stick this to the canvas to complete it. Just for you to know, you all are loved. And it's not the nature, is that power out there, is the communities, is your loved ones. We all love you. Yes, ma'am. You can choose to paint it. You can choose to not paint it and just stick it. I have a team here who got these little plastic guns, and they're going to just paste it over here. Yeah, done, ma'am. Great. So you want to paint? There you go. Ma'am. Amazing patterns coming in. Maybe you can choose to paint this as well. There you go. Let's see what Harbinder is doing and the BW team behind the scenes right there. He's talking about life despite. Awesome. Absolutely, absolutely wonderful. I see a lot of happiness for those. Can I answer? Yes. For those who can't see the magic happening right behind the scenes. Thank you. You're welcome, sir. A lot of expression of emotions. We see Aanchal from Can Heal bringing out something. She's creating those patterns right here. All right. I see a lot of magic. Amazing, sir. Amazing. So maybe you can paint this. It says you're loved, and then we'll paste it on the. Amazing, ma'am. Have you done this one as well? Look at these beautiful patterns arriving. This is expression of yourself, your life, your communities, your people, your loved ones, all in this wonderful canvas. And of course, you're loved, ma'am. Oh, amazing. Did you stick it as well? Okay, you can use the paint, and this paint actually helps stick this. See this one here? You're loved. Wow. Ma'am? Absolutely amazing. And here, I want to show you this one as well. बस पीछे paint लगा दो. If you just paint it behind, use any paint behind, and you will be able to stick it. Use some extra paint behind it, and you'll be able to just stick it onto the canvas. There you go, ma'am. Bring more. Yes, ma'am. See, it's just use a lot of paint below. Any color. You can use any paint and it'll stick. See, this is sticking right here. And did it stick? Oh, wow. Look at that. Look at this. So how do you feel, ma'am? Absolutely amazing. Yeah, great patterns. Look at those textures ma'am has created. Okay, I see a tree, a sand dunes. It's just amazing. Thank you. Wow, what's happening here? Can I? Someone's a warrior, a floral warrior. We see a floral warrior right here. Can we have a big round of applause? Come on, everyone. More energy in the room. This is for everyone. They're all doing such a great job. See the expressions in the room. At the Oncology Summit 2024, magic happening live. Absolutely amazing, sir. Yes. Can we have some tissues, please? Please, tissues. Thank you. If anyone's having problems sticking, you are loved. Just use the paint on the back side of it. A lot of paint. Just put it on the canvas. It's automatically going to stick to it. Just take some closer. Super, super. How are you feeling, ma'am? Oh, you take it back with you, of course, and show it, give it to your loved ones, possibly, or you have it placed in your room. It's a memory of today that, life is always open. Of course. And just put it like that. Yeah. You can use your fingers. Oh, look at that. Now that the tapes have been removed, something beautiful is happening here, right? Beautiful, ma'am. So there's nothing wrong or right in art. Just explore it. And that's how life is. It's us actually creating meanings all the time. All right. Life is open, and whatever you want to create out of it, that's a wonderful example. Whatever you want to create out of it is possible for you at any age. Oh, you want to say something? Can we have a mic here, please? All right, I want some expressions and how the participants are feeling.
Just I wanted to say कि ये करते हुए हमें बहुत खुशी हुई क्योंकि जिंदगी एक तरह से बंधी हुई है. आज यहाँ पर आए और कुछ अलग किया और बहुत अच्छा लगा. मुझे लगता है ये काफी समय तक हमारे साथ रहेगा.
Great. Can we have a big round of applause for ma'am there? Ma'am, how do you feel?
I feel very much. मतलब क्या बताऊँ, इसके लिए words नहीं है क्योंकि जो चीज हमें कभी नहीं मिली थी वो अब यहाँ की मिली.
Awesome.
लाइफ में हमें कभी ये चीजें देखने को भी नहीं.
Amazing. See, life में कभी भी कुछ भी possible है. So come on, we have to be always believing in that magic of life. Ma'am, आप कैसा feel कर रहे हैं?
मैं बहुत अच्छा फील कर रही हूँ कि ये ऐसे लगा जैसे हमने अंदर के एक्सप्रेशंस अपने इसमें डाल दिए.
Amazing. And do you feel loved?
बच्चे जैसे छोटे बच्चे.
Yeah, I loved.
जैसे छोटे बच्चे होते.
छोटे बच्चे.
Awesome. Ma'am, how do you feel, ma'am?
Very good.
Yeah.
Very fun.
All right.
Really enjoyed it. Thank you.
It's such a pleasure, ma'am. Thank you so much for your participation. You chose to be here early in the morning today, not be with your loved ones for a movie or a relaxed Thursday. It's usually not a relaxed Thursday, but you see, magic and fun can happen on a Thursday morning, right? Ma'am, how do you feel?
मुझे बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. मैंने फर्स्ट टाइम ये ड्राइंग की है, पर जैसा भी बना है मुझे अपने को बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है.
बहुत अच्छा,
और
मैम.
सबके साथ गैदरिंग भी अच्छी लग रही है.
और बच्चे जैसा लग रहे हैं?
हाँ बिल्कुल बच्चे ही फील कर रहे हैं.
और क्या पॉसिबल है?
अपने क्लास में आए हैं जैसे.
Awesome.
पॉसिबल आगे हो सकता है हम इससे भी अच्छा कर ले।
Absolutely, ma'am. Life में किसी भी स्टेज में कुछ भी possible.
ट्रेनिंग मिलेगी तो और भी अच्छा कर
आप आइए आज यहाँ पे दोबारा. Yeah. Sir,
आप बुलाते रहिए हम आते रहिए।
I will, ma'am.
मैं पटना से आया हूँ। मैं फेसबुक के थ्रू इसको देखा था। तो एक होम्योपैथिक डॉक्टर हूँ और कैंसर में पैलिएटिव केयर इस्तेमाल कर रहा हूँ। बहुत सारे सर्वाइवर हैं जो कि साइड इफेक्ट्स को होम्योपैथी के थ्रू बहुत अच्छे से झेल रहे हैं और जितने भी इवन बाल होने तक की साइड इफेक्ट्स में भी काम कर रहे हैं।
Super,
और
sir.
पटना
Super.
में मैं अपना एक डॉक्टर प्रभात होम्यो क्लिनिक चलाता हूँ।
Mm-hmm.
वहां से मोस्ट ऑफ चैरिटी ही करता हूँ, बट कुछ दाल रोटी के लिए भी करता हूँ।
Super, sir. Well done. Thank you. Sir, what about you? How do you feel? I see a lot of hope, love, care, and trust in your work. And that's sign. What does the sign mean, ma'am?
Basically, my journey as a caregiver for one of my family members who was a cancer survivor. And he lived a life for almost like 15 years after suffering from the disease. I have lived the journey along with him, starting from the day when he underwent the surgery. And thereafter, he relapsed came from 5 years back.
Yeah.
Then again, he went for two radiotherapy sessions. It's like, so for me, it has been a very close journey, and coming down here and seeing things here, people, meeting people who are cancer survivors, it brings back the old memories that one, has to go through all these things. But again, at the same time, I think it's the hope, I think, which is bringing the joy.
Well said, sir. Well said. It's always the hope. And I completely understand how you feel because my own nephew, who's 16-year-old, a hunk of a boy, right? He's suffering with blood cancer right now. So he's going through that phase. But then, the boy is super energetic, and this is what we do. We do something new every weekend with him. So life is full of hope, and that's what you bring in over here. So I completely understand what you talked about. Harvinder? So I think we are almost close on the time, right? So we'll continue to do this with all the doctors on one of the left corners right outside this hall. And thank you so much again for this wonderful participation. We'll just have a quick group picture. Harbinder, can you come over, please? And if you want to bring anybody else also from the team. So please show your artworks. Each one of you can show your works. And we could be here, or we could.
Should not be covering their art.
So let's go on the back side. Yeah, come on. आ जाओ. कुछ लोग नीचे हो जाएंगे, कुछ ऊपर हो जाएंगे. If anybody want to sit there, whoever is flexible can sit that side. I'll come on the front side. I think I'm still very flexible. Super. Ma'am, if you want to come.
No, I just written down a few lines.
Oh, sure, sir. All right. So,
Sure.
okay, please. We have a wonderful poem. So, what's your name?
I'm Dr. Ravi Gaur.
Dr. Ravi Gaur has penned down a small poem, a few words. So, while we're having this picture, I will invite Dr. Gaur to please share those words.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's so inspiring to be here with all the people. So I'm just doing something here with
Sir, can you pass me that one?
And the various ways and colors. So I thought, let me set down some lines, or especially for together what we can do. In the battle against cancer, we stand strong. Together we fight. Together we belong. With courage and hope, we march hand in hand, united in purpose across the land. You can conquer. You can win this fight with love as your shield and determination as your light.
Awesome.
With every step forward, we'll quell each fear, educate, empower, wipe away every tear. Anxiety will linger, but together we will ease, guided by knowledge and support that won't cease. We'll align our efforts, our hearts intertwine. In the space against cancer, our strength combined. Thank you so much.
So please join in for the. Thank you so much, sir. Those are absolutely empowering words, straight from the heart. Thank you so much, Dr. Gaur. Sir, please, ma'am, please come in. Can we change the first slide, please? Yeah. All right, before we leave, everybody on the count of 3, we can say win, we will win, right? So 1, 2, 3, when I say we will or we have won, right? Is that better? We have won. Yes, awesome. Thank you. Cheers. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for this wonderful participation. Hope each one of you enjoyed our jam, and we look forward to continue to create this magic again for you.
We have created see growth so meaningful, the breast removed with the breast and everything.
Amazing. Yeah, I saw this one. It's absolutely amazing. So please take your works with you. You can let them dry. Just be careful they don't accidentally fall on the carpets. They're very precious and almost antiques. Yes, yes, ma'am. You can take your artworks with you. आप ले सकते हैं, हाँ जी, please. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
The Indian Cancer Society.
Yes, ma'am.
We run a center for Prashanti, where all these girls are there.
Awesome.
All these volunteers are there. And we get in support group meetings there. So they come in. We would like to come and do
Definitely.
something there one day.
Definitely. Why not?
Get the NSS.
100%.
They do a lot of artwork for the
Sure, ma'am. I'll just come. Sure. Absolutely, ma'am. I'd love to add value there.
meet on Tuesdays in the morning. Really.
Sure.
We serve them a hot cooked meal, freshly cooked in the previous.
Sure, sure.
So it's really
I would love to bring my kids as well, and my nephew who's going through the blood cancer right now. So, yeah.
So if you can give me your card, I'll keep you mind.
Sure. That is me, ma'am.
Sure. Thank you. I'll just get you.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we're done.
Hello. Okay, we'll give it 2 more minutes so that they can get the stage ready for the summit. Just to ask everybody who participated, had fun? Yes, only the organizer is saying yes. Please don't do that. Everybody had fun? Lovely. Oh, the yes came from Dash. Okay. Harbinder sir, I know you brought your inner painter out, but your wife's going to be extremely disappointed because you've got paint all over your suit. So while we're getting the stage ready for our summit, may I please request the team, because we want to give a little bit intro about what all does the BW Businessworld, Healthcareworld specifically does, the community of it, and then also what more to expect in today's summit, the type of speakers, the kind of discussion they're going to have. May I please request the team कि पहले community AV, उसके तुरंत बाद क्या हम event AV चला सकते हैं? The community first, please. Okay, also, just to mention, if you're going to be tagging any of the organizers, the art session, please also tag Can Heal. The Instagram account is just Can Heal. Please also don't forget to tag them on Instagram as well. Yes? Harvinder ji, are you here? I think while they're getting the stage ready, we have to have a welcome address from Harvinder, sir. I think we can do that here as well. He's very comfortable doing that here itself. And then we shall move ahead with the opening keynote after that.
I think if you live an interesting life, you write very interesting stories, which is also the beautiful thing about creative life overall.
Learning can never stop. There is always something new, and I learn from my patients.
And each one of us will use that choice based on the use that you have to put the technology to. The first film that made me sort of see how a human story and the layers of politics beneath. पानीपत का युद्ध पढ़कर आने वाले दरोगा लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं तो उसमें थोड़ा विज्ञान मिश्रित होना चाहिए ऐसा मेरी अपनी सोच है.
A person may have a very enviable lifestyle, externally appear very successful and happy, but no one really knows what's happening within.
Okay, I had to just ask them to cut this short. We'll do it again because it's sort of running short on time. With the stage ready, we'll go there. It's okay. I think while you're doing that, for the welcome address, of course, Harbinder ji already started with that. And they need to leave it midway to introduce Dash. But please join me in welcoming to our semi-stage for now, the CEO of BW Healthcareworld and also of BW Wellbeing World to formally welcome all of you. Harbinder, sir, please, everybody. Zordar Taliya for him. You know, listen, please, you all just had a fun session. And I believe, and I would love to believe कि आपके अंदर इसमें बहुत ज़्यादा खुशी और उत्साह है, तब और प्यार से ताली बजा सकते हैं इनके लिए. So how do you feel? So many ladies clapping for you.
You know, I'm actually super excited because some of the ladies I've known and the average age of ladies who are clapping for me is defined by Jyotsna ji. Ma'am, I'm super excited to have you here. Yeah. But, there's a reason I chose to change the format of how the conferences at Businessworld. Typically, we do a business-to-business conference where we have a group of doctors, healthcare professionals, hospitals, diagnostic chains who are a part of the audience. But this time we said, along with them, we would like to have people who have gone through what we are talking of. मतलब समझ वही सकता है जिसके ऊपर गुजरी है, ठीक है ना? And all of you are a testament of the resilience that is required for anyone who is detected with cancer. Because one of the things that I have learned, I'm actually writing a book on cancer. I've spoken with a lot of survivors. I've spoken with very, very senior oncologists, therapists. The book is going to come out very soon. But the concept of this conference actually emerged from there. Because जो resilience एक कैंसर पेशेंट दिखाता है और जो उनकी फैमिली दिखाती है वो अनइमेजिनेबल है, वो समझ नहीं आ सकती किसी और को बाहर. So when the senior oncologists who will be joining us on the stage today, people who are specialists in what they do, they're coming from different states, especially for interacting with you, it will make more sense to this audience, because you're directly impacted and you're the ones who are coming out. There are 5 C's that kind of came to my mind when last night I came to know that our chairman, Dr. Anurag Batra, he's stuck in a meeting in Bombay. He was supposed to come last night, but he's not been able to arrive in Delhi. And I came to know that, I will be doing this conversation. He's got a message which he sent to us, which we'll play. But there were 5 C's that came to my mind. First one was compassion. जब मैंने बहुत सारे कैंसर सर्वाइवर से बात करी और कैंसर पेशेंट से बात करी, the first thing that they said was कि जब दुनिया हमसे बात करती है, they are showing sympathy to us. हमें sympathy नहीं चाहिए. The reason I use the word compassion is that, sympathy needs to be replaced by empathy. That's the core of the word compassion that comes to my mind when we think about cancer treatment. Second was communication. Communication of how somebody who has been detected with cancer, उसको कैसे बताना है? बताना है, उसको बताना है या फैमिली को बताना है? बहुत सारे क्वेश्चंस हैं जिसका कोई राइट और रॉन्ग आंसर नहीं है. प्रोटोकॉल्स हैं जो मेडिकल ट्रेनिंग में डिफाइन किए गए हैं. But depending on the number of patients that the person is seeing, depending on the situation of the patient that you are seeing, depending on the background of the patient, where he's coming from, or the family's ability for the treatment, इन सब चीजों को देख के आपकी कम्युनिकेशन चेंज हो जाती है. ये डॉक्टर जब आपसे बात कर रहा है तो प्रोटोकॉल एक साइड पे है, बट ऑन द ग्राउंड सिचुएशन को देख के वो कम्युनिकेशन चेंज करनी पड़ती है. सेकेंड थिंग इज हाउ कैन वी ड्राइव द कम्युनिकेशन in a manner that the cancer patient and the family is a part of the treatment protocol. Usually हमें बोला जाता है कि इनको मत बताना, ठीक है ना, या उनके वाइफ को मत बताना अभी, ठीक है ना. बट क्या सही है क्या गलत है मेरे को नहीं पता. I have got varied answers from the doctors that I've spoken with and I'm convinced from both sides. तो मेरे को नहीं पता. But communication is very, very important. The third thing that comes to my mind is collaboration. Cancer treatment is not just about the oncologist that you go to. It is your family. It is the nurse who's taking care of you. It is the surgeon. It is the support groups. It is your family that is there. It's a collaborative effort of how this treatment is going to happen, because it is not that कि आपको बीमारी हुई, सर्जरी हो गई, अब आप ठीक है, आप चले जाओ. अगर आप सर्वाइवर हो तब भी हमेशा ये डर रहता है कि कभी दोबारा तो नहीं होगा, ठीक है ना. So it's a collaborative effort. That's the third C that came to my mind. Fourth C that came in was comprehensive. It is not just about managing the symptoms. It is not just managing the disease. It is about survivorship. It is about life. It is about the mental makeup. So the fourth C that was there was comprehensive treatment. And the last is that this is one of the few treatments, this is one of the few conditions where there is continuity. Your treatment goes on forever because the fear is forever. And my agenda of doing this conference is, can we change the narrative? We've got serious senior doctors who've come from Ahmedabad, sir from Gangaram. We've got diagnostic specialists who are here. We've got cancer survivors. We've got not just oncologists, palliative care people, pain management guys who've flown from across the country to have a conversation with you. Can we change the narrative? Mera purpose, mera jo ek sapna hai, this is the first effort. My book will be the second effort. To work on that is, can we change that first question that we have to the oncologist? कि मेरे पास कितना टाइम बचा है, उसको हम चेंज करके क्या हम अगले 3-4 साल में एक environment क्रिएट कर सकते हैं when somebody is detected with cancer, वो डॉक्टर से पहला सवाल पूछे कि पता चल गया कि कैंसर अब करना क्या है. So that's my objective, and thank you so much for being a part of this. My only request to you is, you know, मेरे को जब मैंने बात करी लोगों से तो पता चला कि एक होता है पॉजिटिविटी. लोग बोलते हैं आके यार पॉजिटिव रहा करो, और कैंसर पेशेंट बोलता है कि यार तुम क्या पॉजिटिविटी की बात करें, मुझे यही नहीं पता मैं कल होऊंगा नहीं होऊंगा. ठीक है, सो टॉक्सिक पॉजिटिविटी और पॉजिटिविटी में फर्क है, बट ऑल ऑफ अस हु आर सिटिंग हियर हैव गॉन थ्रू दिस. सो कैन वी स्प्रेड जेन्युइन पॉजिटिविटी, nurture happiness, not only for yourself, but everyone who's sitting beside you. So that's what my honest request is. And with that, can we have our chairperson, Dr. Anurag Batra? It is his vision that, you know, we wanted to build communities. Healthcare and well-being is another, other two communities that we are focused on here for today. And unless he was aligned with this, we would have not made. So while he's not with us, he's sent this message just 10 minutes ago. If he can play it for everyone. And after this, over to you, Aditya. Thank you so much, everyone.
Good morning. Welcome to the BW Healthcareworld Oncology Summit. Thank you, Mr. Arvind Narula, Ms. Bilkis Naqvi, Mr. Kavi Bhandari, Ms. Sanjana, and the whole team of BW Healthcareworld and BW Businessworld for putting this together. Cancer is on the rise. Of course, the treatment of cancer is also getting better. Healthcare has 3 P's: prevention, personalization, and prediction. I think we need to apply that to cancer. Cancer is happening because of suppressed emotions, a dysfunctional lifestyle, lack of sleep, consumption of alcohol, genetic factors, usage of plastic. So combination of, I'm not an expert on cancer or healthcare, but a combination of things is leading to, cancer. I'm sure throughout the day you'll listen to experts, doctors, healers will tell you how cancer can be avoided and how cancer can be treated. These people are saving lives, are impacting humanity in a way nobody is impacting. I can only say that the 3 key things related to saving everyone from cancer is, one is the lifestyle. Sleep is a very big part of it. Do you sleep 8 hours? Second is the ability to have loving relationships. And third is nutrition and movement. So if you have the right lifestyle, especially you sleep 8 hours in the night, and the best time to sleep is 10 p.m. to 4 a.m., then you're minimizing your risk of all diseases, including cancer. It's the kind of food. I've turned a vegetarian. I don't drink. I think if you can do these things and also express your emotion, sometimes suppressed emotions are the reasons why people are having cancer. I'm saying it in layman's terms. I'm not an expert on cancer. But as BW Healthcareworld, we started this Oncology Summit, and I'm sure it will grow into a big movement. Kudos to you, and kudos to Mr. Arvind Narula for putting this together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Also, thank you so much, Arvind. I was just telling him that probably one of the best opening notes, more like a masterclass, a Chotu comprised masterclass I heard. Thank you for doing that. Dr. Batra हमेशा पूछते हैं, अभी वहाँ पे है नहीं, I think I'll ask because he mentioned sleep. How many of you sleep here for approximately 8 hours each night? 8 hours. Less than 8, 6 hours? ये doctors हैं, I'm assuming. I mean, of course, I mean, you're in your routine. Lesser than that, anybody less than 6 hours, apart from the younger ones? I'm not looking at your table. Less than 6 hours, ma'am, sir? Okay, less than 4 hours, anybody? And now for you guys, sleeping more than 10 hours? Anybody? I do when I get a chance. You, sir? We should have a chat after this. No, sir, आप नहीं, sir, आप तो 6 घंटे वाले हो. पीछे सर आपके हैं double वाले. The younger one. Okay, sleep well. That's all I can tell you. Now for the first opening keynote, this is on how cancer treatment has evolved over time. And to share his views, his experience, please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Anupam Sachdeva, Chairman, Department of Pediatrics and Director, Pediatric Oncology and Bone Marrow Transplantation, Sir Ganga Ram Hospital, Delhi. Let's please welcome, sir, everybody. Hello.
Good morning, everybody. And I'm a sort of people call me the Bhishma Pitama, as they say, of pediatric oncology and hematology in our, at least in the northern part of the country. When I started my practice way back in 1990, which is now almost 34 years back, and how I have seen it evolve over a period of time, I think 3 words say it all. It is from nihilism to cautious optimism to celebration. Now, people say, yesterday we were talking about World Thalassemia Day. And I said, in the poster, we had written celebrating World Thalassemia Day. And one of the people questioned me, what is there to celebrate in thalassemia? The poor kids suffer so much. They have to undergo blood transfusions, medication. Their lifespan is not very good. So what are you celebrating about? So I said to him, I celebrate the power of these brave hearts. I celebrate the life of these brave hearts. I celebrate the grit of these brave hearts. And I celebrate the fact they are living and doing well and even studying, going on to doing jobs, working, and despite their illness. So there's a lot to celebrate. There's a lot to celebrate in cancer also. Let's talk about the child who comes to me with cancer. And the first thing which the patient says and the parents say, why me? Why me? And that's, even if he doesn't say it to me, in his heart he has this question. Why me? What have I done? God, मैंने क्या किया जो मेरी को ये मिला? तो मैं उनको ये बात कहता हूं कि तुम खुदा के बंदे हो और खुदा अजमत में उसी को ही डालता है जिसके ऊपर उसको दृढ़ वो है कि पक्का दिस थिंग कि वो इसको ओवरकम करेगा. If God has given you a child, a gifted child who has got cancer or some grave disease, he has confidence in the fact that you will overcome that and you'll take care of that child. So that is the kind of positivity we have to create in our patients, because when they come, it is like a shock. And the shock is also not on this, that, I have, and generally speaking, let me tell you that when I started my practice in 92, 93, it was actually in 1990 that I started my practice. Initially, the young children who come to us are children of upcoming parents. When I say upcoming parents, they are struggling with life. They are struggling to make their life. They do not have the kind of money. They do not have the wherewithal to take care of a child like this. It is expensive to take care of. Leave aside the actual expenditure on the medication and hospitalization. Expense is also involved in this thing that you are leaving your job, you are taking holidays, you are off work and off money also. You are going hundreds of kilometers away to some other city and spending on that also. It is very, very tough. And usually what is done is that they are supported by their parents and grandparents, etc. It's a very sad commentary that in this period, I have heard the statement, "Arey छोड़ो इस बच्चे को, इतना खर्चा हो जाएगा, इससे अच्छा तो एक बच्चा और कर लो. Let this child go." And that is the morality of economics in our country. It's easier to produce another child than to take care and spend on a child with cancer. That is nihilism, as I saw it in the first few years of my practice. Now comes cautious optimism. With the advancement in our country, with the liberalization in our country, a lot of people are covered by their companies, insurance. Now the government of India has also brought in insurance for the people who are below poverty line. And that has given us a glimmer of hope that we will be able to take care of these patients. I'm first going into the economics and then I'll talk about the treatment part also. And it has become easier to treat. And believe me, in the last 1 decade, people like you, people like who are, we saw this in States and in UK, that a lot of people donate to charity for these purposes. I'll give you an example of St. Jude's Children's Hospital in Memphis. They have a system that the small kid going to the school will donate $1 in a month or so from his pocket money for St. Jude's Children's Hospital. And they collect hundreds of thousands of dollars to them. The kid is put into the habit of putting money for good institution. And that habit is carried on as an adult, and that what dollar turns into 10, into 100, into $1,000. And that is how they are running their institutions. It has made, I remember when I was working in Royal Marsden in London, they had made a barometer. They were needing about 50 million pounds. And the barometer was in 1 month, it was 10 million. The next month, it was 10.5. It was shown as red on that barometer. So it was, a message was being given to the public also. And we are seeing that happen now in our country. A lot of people are donating. I receive calls from all over the country where they ask me, this patient has put his name or her name for funding. Is this true? Is this correct that this patient has this cancer and is in need of money? So there is no dearth of money. The dearth is of lack of trust. There's a lack of trust that whether what I'm donating will reach the right person or not. So that is cautious optimism from the economic point of view. Another example I'll give you, McDonald's has Ronald McDonald houses in US and in other countries where children, when they come for their treatment, their parents are allowed to stay free in those houses, in rooms, with all the facilities. and they take care of their kids. They can stay for a month, 2 months, and they have started that here also in our country. It may not be a Ronald McDonald house. It may be a Ronald McDonald room, restroom, something of that sort of a thing for the patient's relatives to stay and sit whilst their child is getting treatment. The success stories of our patients are that today I have children who were treated by me at 4 or 3 or 4 years, and they have their own children. They are married, have their own children. Only a month back, one of my patients whom I had lost touch with, treated, cured, absolutely fine. And, he came to me, and he came to me with his girlfriend. And he said, we are planning to get married. Can you tell us what is the impact which we may have or face in our life ahead because of the treatment or because of the cancer? All that he needed was assurance, and his would-be fiancée wife needed assurance. I assured them, and they have got married. So that is, again, optimism for every one of you. Now, coming to the 5 C's which Harpinder mentioned, no doubt you need compassion, need the support of, I always maintain, हर इंसान की 2 लातें हैं, और इंसान चलता ही तब है जब दोनों लातें काम करें. And I tell the patients and the parents when they come to me for counseling that this child also has 2 legs. One leg is you and your support team, which may be your father, mother, brother, sister, whatever, friends. And the other leg is me and my support team. If we work in tandem, we'll make this child run. If there is a period when one leg is injured, and when I say one leg is injured, today you are injured, you are in distress, you are in pain, it's the responsibility of the other leg to support you and take care of you and nurture you so that you can overcome that pain, that distress which you are facing today. And if I am in distress, then it is your duty to support me. I'm in distress when my patient is in distress, when he's passing through, he or she is passing through a bad patch. And I tell you that this is what we are feeling. Instead of feeling anger, you should support the doctor. The doctor and the patient is one team which will make the patient run. And don't forget that even if I'm sitting in my chamber on one side of the table and you're sitting on the other side of the table, it does not mean that we are opposite each other. We are together. No doctor will ever like his or her patient to suffer because of his problems. Let me tell you, in children, how long will I live? That is the other question. That's a very adult-centric approach. You know why I say adult-centric? Because in children, we don't say that you live for this long. We never say that. We say cure rate in this cancer is 90%, 80%, 75, 50, whatever the cure rate may be, depending on the stage, the kind of cancer it is. Remember, it is cure rate we are talking about. We are not talking about living for 2 years or 3 years. If I can't give a fruitful, long life as a normal functioning adult to a child, it is very difficult. So we always talk about cure rates. So pediatric oncology is slightly different from adult approach, and we use that approach. Then coming to communication. Communication is a two-way pathway. It is not a one-way traffic thing. The doctors have to learn how to communicate. When we were in med school, we were never, ever taught communication skills. We are honing our clinical skills. Whatever communication skills I've learned through my years of practice and ways of talking to the patient. Not every patient can be talked with in the same way. And you learn to find out nuances in the talking of the patient by which you modulate your communication skills. Despite that, there are patients and parents who tend to not see or ignore what you are telling them. That is their way of self-defense. आप देखते हो कि जी हम कहते हैं ना कबूतर बिल्ली झपटती है तो आंख बंद कर लेता है, thinking that this has gone away. So you close your mind to whatever your doctor is saying, and that leads to miscommunication. Now, I'm not saying that it is their fault. It is not their fault. The fault in that situation also lies what they are doing. They are protecting themselves by closing their eyes to this thing. And it is very important that we open our eyes and go into the treatment, into the positive aspects of cancer properly, because only when you recognize there is a problem will you will take action to take care of that problem. So these are the issues which we have to always talk about. Now coming to, kind of, I said nihilism to cautious optimism to celebration. Celebration, why? Because over a period of time, we used to have this policy of one thing fitting all, one answer fitting all. Can somebody? Thank you. One size fit all. 1990, whatever we had, for example, for blood cancer, we used to have one size fits all. Everybody used to get the same treatment, same this thing, and some of them would actually need that, never needed that high a treatment or that toxic a treatment. Some of them needed more toxic treatments and they would relapse. And some of them would die because of the toxicity of the treatment, because we didn't know that they were not that severe cancers or that bad cancers, and they ended up needlessly dying because of the toxicity of the treatment. But now we have ways and means and methods to diagnose, to follow up these patients properly with the help of genetic testing. And I mean, a simple thing, Dr. Bhargav is sitting here, a day 8 blast cell count, which is very simple to do, helps us in prognosticating the patient, which is not even requires any genetics. So it is very important that we incorporate and we understand that now there is no one size fits all kind of a thing. And that's a thing to celebrate, because a patient who's not going to need that toxic treatment gets a modulated, less toxic. Yes, of course, despite all efforts, some patients may relapse. Some patients may come back with the disease. Some patients may still die, but then that is a part of the whole story. And I tell you that somebody was asking, hours of sleep. In my younger days, until the age of 55, 60, I hardly ever slept 4 hours a day. Hardly ever slept 4 hours a day. If my patient would be sick, I would spend sleepless nights thinking, could I have done something more? Can I do something more? People don't realize that. We all go through this process, and we all go through these anguished moments. And let me tell you, I always tell everybody, all my fellows, and I have more than now 80 fellows who I have trained, and they're spread all over the country, including with Dr. Rahul in his team. I always tell them that a part of my heart always dies when a patient of mine dies. And it is never replaceable. You go through this day in and day out, and it affects your health, it affects everything. To this extent that it affects the relationships in your family also. So these things happen. Coming to what we will be talking about in the next hour or so on precision oncology. I'm reminded, I said that, of the Times magazine cover of Magic Bullets in 2001 or something, it came in 2001. The best magic bullet you can have is compassion, empathy, and also taking care of your patients. That's the best medical, magic bullet. One of my teachers who taught me in my med school said to me that, Anupam, did you learn your medicine on what kind of patients? I said, usually they were poor patients. He said, so it is mandatory you hand back whatever you have learned from them, and you must take care of those poor patients. So equitable distribution of medical knowledge, medical treatment is also an important issue. These are the developments which I have seen. We are seeing a little bit of equitable distribution of medical knowledge and treatment now. Thank you very much. Can you get the red back, sir? Just introduce the next one. Mobile phone.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Sachdeva, for the opening keynote. He spoke at length about various topics, and of course, as he mentioned, that a lot more will be spoken about in this upcoming session, which is the first panel discussion for the day on developments in precision medicine and implications for quality, accessible and equitable cancer care. Subtopics like improving treatment outcomes and minimizing adverse effects through targeted therapies, the advancements in pediatric cancer care, cancer survivorship, and also long-term follow-up care for pediatric patients, precision oncology, access to affordable and quality cancer care, tailoring treatment strategies based on genetic and molecular profiles of tumor, novel therapeutics in oncology and precision medicine in cancer, and challenges in implementing precision medicine approach in diverse populations and also resource-limited settings. And to share the views on the same, we already have with us Dr. Anupam Sachdeva. Joining sir is Dr. Rahul Bhargava, Principal Director and Chief Hematology Fortis Memorial Research Center, Gurgaon. Joining them is Dr. Upasna Prasad, Director, Oncology, Precision Oncology and Genetics, Max Healthcare, Delhi. Joining them is Dr. Rajendra Toprani, Director, Head and Neck Surgical Oncology, HCG Cancer Center, Ahmedabad. Joining them is Dr. Sarjana Dutt, Lab Director, National Reference Lab Head, Molecular Biology and Cytogenetics, Pathkind Diagnostics, Gurugram. Joining them is Dr. Shyam Agarwal, Medical Oncologist, Sir Ganga Ram Hospital, Delhi. And this one will be moderated by Mr. Arvinder Narula, CEO of BW Healthcareworld and also of BW Wellbeing World. Let's collectively welcome all of them, please. I think experiences on this stage is probably more than, of course, it's much more than my age, and I'm sure also more than many of us in the audience. Harbinder, sir, because I know there's lots and lots of experience sitting on the stage. And if you give the entire day, you can, of course, carry on with the stories, I'm sure. But just a humble request, द टाइमर्स हियर, क्योंकि अगर आप खत्म नहीं करेंगे मुझे चढ़ा देंगे ऊपर.
नहीं बिल्कुल.
All the best, sir.
You know, it is in my interest that we keep our schedule. We are going a little late, but I think we'll catch up. First of all, you know, you would have already understood from the introduction that Aditya gave of the people sitting here that this is the best of the best that we could get to have this conversation. So thank you, all of you, to take out time to be with us, despite your busy schedules, OPDs that you're leaving to come here. हमने प्रिसिजन मेडिसिन के बारे में बहुत सुना है. You know, बहुत बारी ये टर्म यूज किया जा रहा है और एटलीस्ट पिछले 4-5 साल से दिस इज लाइक बिकमिंग almost every day we are listening to, at least people in the oncology, we are listening to this term every day. और बहुत लोगों को जिनके ऊपर ये आजमाया जाता है उनको नहीं पता कि होता क्या है. So, you know, my effort today, sir and ma'am, is going to be to understand what precision medicine is. So let me begin with you, Dr. Aparna. How do we define precision medicine? And in the context of cancer care, and how does precision medicine changes the approach from the traditional cancer care that we have been experiencing or have known of in the past? So if you can share some light on this.
Sure. So good morning, everybody, and thank you for that question. So precision medicine has a very nice slogan, which is the right treatment for the right patient at the right time. What that essentially means is when we have somebody who'd be diagnosed with cancer, so I'm going to use the example of lung cancer. Once upon a time, it would be lung cancer, let's start chemotherapy, radiation, you know, whatever was the treatment option. What precision medicine has done is, it's the example I use with my patients is when you go to war, you just don't go and attack, right? You understand the lay of the land before you go in and you attack. And that's something, it's a very similar mechanism that we use now in oncology care. And that is understanding the tumor, understanding the cancer, what sort of genetic changes, what changes have come because of which this cancer is presenting. And understanding that biology helps us understand how do we treat the patient. In some cases, it can be as simple as let's stick to traditional chemotherapy because we know that's what's going to work best. In some cases, like lung cancer, it can be giving something like a tablet instead of chemotherapy because we know what this drug will do. It'll bind to that cancer cell and destroy the cancer cell. And that's how precision oncology has been brought in to change the way we treat this. Now, there are different ways of doing it. One is we look at the biology, which is we take the sample, the cancer sample, we send that for what we use the word profiling, which is essentially converting that biological language into a language we understand and knowing what changes have come about in certain genes. Genes are like your instruction manuals in your body, and we understand what genetic changes, what spelling errors have come in there because of which the disease has presented. In some cases, which we do read, and a lot of times, you know, patients will ask that, is this hereditary? Is it in the family? That is your genetics. That is the individual's genetics. That's your DNA. If you see crime shows, you know how if they find out who's done the crime because they have the blueprint, that your DNA. We look at that DNA to see, by any chance, is there a genetic alteration which put that individual at a slightly higher risk of cancer? And if that particular alteration can be treated with some sort of special type of chemotherapy, with some sort of targeted therapy in the form of a tablet. So getting a full view, understanding what the cancer is, what sort of genetic changes, and then based on that, giving treatment is what we call precision medicine.
Awesome. I think this has been very well explained. मतलब जो मेरे को समझ आया है कि कैंसर ट्रीटमेंट, जैसे मैंने पहले बोला था, एक जर्नी है. सो यू नो इट इज, यू हैव टू क्रिएट अ स्ट्रैटेजी, राइट, कि क्या करना है, कैसे उसको सेल को अटैक करना है. एंड वो तो तभी कर सकते हो अगर आप जानोगे कि व्हाट डज अ ट्यूमर लुक लाइक, उसके क्या स्पेसिफिकेशन, क्या उसको क्या अफेक्ट करेगा. सो थैंक यू सो मच फॉर एक्सप्लेनिंग दिस. सर, डॉक्टर अनुपम, टू यू सर. यस सर. अब मैंने जैसे बात करी, कुछ सालों से हम precision medicine के बारे में ज़्यादा सुन रहे हैं. We are listening more about precision medicine. And but the development and advancement in technology that is taking place is almost happening every second week. तो कुछ ना कुछ नया हो रहा है. What is the development that is happening in precision medicine that makes it more effective? And second is, how is it impacting the survivorship of the cancer patients who are now being treated with precision medicine?
देखिए इस तरह की जिस तरह हमारे को पता चलता है कि कुछ जीन्स हैं जिस तरह नो इफेक्ट जो करती हैं इफेक्ट को कैंसर को और डेवलपमेंट ऑफ कैंसर को एंड कुछ प्रिवेंट करती हैं जीन्स को. तो हमारे पास टैबलेट्स हैं, मेडिसिन्स हैं which can block those genes which cause cancer. A simple example I'll give you. एक ट्यूमर होता है जिसको हम कहते हैं chronic myeloid leukemia. राहुल भी deals with it more often. पर जब मैं ट्रेनिंग कर रहा था तो only sort of a treatment for it was bone marrow transplantation. Okay. अब उसमें एक जीन होती है जिसको हम कहते हैं BCR-ABL एंड BCR-OCY. उसके अगेंस्ट हमारे को medicines available, and there are various generations of medicines which are available, starting with the first one which was marketed by Novartis, and it was known as imatinib. I remember that 92-93 में imatinib was not available in India, and people had to import it from, surprisingly, Nepal, which was where it was available. और एक महीने की जो दवाई होती थी वो 1,25,000 के करीब की कॉस्ट करती थी. अब तो खैर इंडिया में सब कुछ इस चीज की अवेलेबल है, एंड नाउ द कॉस्ट हैज कम डाउन लाइक ड्रास्टिकली. पर इन मेडिसिन से ये हुआ है कि हमारे क्रॉनिक माइलॉइड ल्यूकेमिया के केसेस में वी कैन keep the blood cancer in check indefinitely for years and years together without doing a transplant. So a transplant which used to lead to a morbidity or mortality of 30-40% at that time, that has been done away with. And that is reserved only for situations where these medicines do not help. So that is just about say 5 to 10% of the cases. ठीक है. उनमें से अगर 50% हम बचा भी लें और 50% we lose, it's a big achievement, because कहाँ इस कैंसर की 30-40% सर्वाइवल होता था और कहाँ हम कह रहे हैं कि 90% तो सर्वाइव करते ही करते हैं, 10% जो नहीं सर्वाइव या जो रिलैप्स कर जाते हैं या कोई प्रॉब्लम होती है जो नहीं रिस्पॉन्ड करते, उनमें भी हम 5% या 50%, 10% का 50% हम सेव कर लेते हैं. So that is the kind of thing which we are talking about, कि tailor making a particular patient के लिए personalized medicine, personalized oncology. So every patient is not, as I said in my talk also, that there's nothing like all fits, one fits all kind of thing. Multiple choices are available. The only problem is, as of today, a lot of these precision molecules are still pretty expensive. But as happens with time, these will come, prices will come down. Of course, तब तक और 2-4 आ जाएंगी, फिर उनकी prices बढ़ी होंगी. हम एग्जाम्पल देते हैं, एज पीडियाट्रिशियन आई रिमेम्बर 92 में हेपेटाइटिस बी की वैक्सीन आई थी, और जब मैंने अपने बच्चों की दी थी तो 550 रुपए की एक इंजेक्शन होता था, और आज वो इंजेक्शन फ्री गुरुद्वारों में भी दिया जा रहा है, 5-10 रुपए में वो इंजेक्शन आ जाता. सो दैट इज द ब्यूटी ऑफ आवर कंट्री, that we are specialists in bringing down the prices of the medicine. It's not that we are a Jigadu country, as we say that, but we are able to bring down the prices because our payments which we give to our experts, to the R&D and to the labor is so less that the cost comes down. आप देखो आपने satellite launch कर दी at 1/10 the price of it at which US is launching its satellites. That is because you're not paying your scientists as much as the US is doing, and even the components, everything, it's a sort of a down the ladder, everything is more expensive because they're paying that much more. And they are including R&D cost also in that. Here we do not. So that is the reason why the cost comes down. But, इंसान को अगर वो मून मिल जाए तो हम कहते हैं हमारे को मार्स चाहिए, मार्स मिल जाए तो हम कहते हैं जी हमारे को तारे चाहिए. तो जो जो प्रिसिशन ऑन्कोलॉजी बेटर होती जाएगी, न्यू प्रोडक्ट्स विल कम, एंड 4, 5, 6 years, वैसे तो पेटेंट 20 years का होता है, पर अगर स्टिल we in our country have some laws by which we can circumvent those patents, but in that period only a few will be able to afford that medicine. But we have we have some choices even who are not able to afford more.
That's you actually hit the nail on the head. But taking from what you just said, हमारी जब हमें मून मिल जाता है, we are looking for Mars, but I think वही खूबसूरती है, because अगर if we dream to achieve something really big, we have proven that we can. तो डॉक्टर अग्रवाल, सर बात कर रहे थे कि this treatment is not for everyone, and second is the cost implication for the patients. आपके practical life में of your dealing and interacting with the patients, what has been your experience? How many patients have you treated or are treating using precision medicine? What is the impact that you are seeing in the real life? Correct. And what do you think needs to happen in terms of bringing down the cost and making it available to everyone?
Right. Thank you, Harbinder ji, and thank you, Businessworld, for inviting us here. So, as has been pointed out, बहुत कुछ हो रहा है, क्योंकि जैसे बताया, कैंसर एक जीन्स की बीमारी है और वो जीन्स को आइडेंटिफाई करने की टेक्नोलॉजी हमारे पास आ गई है. आज से 10 साल पहले शायद 10 लाख रुपए देने पड़ते थे और 6 महीने वेट करना पड़ता था वो प्रिंट जानने के लिए कि कौन सा जीन खराब है. अब अगर मेरे पास पेशेंट आता है, उसका ट्यूमर को, और अगर ट्यूमर नहीं भी है तो सिर्फ ब्लड को, जिसको लिक्विड बायोप्सी बोलते हैं, कर रहे हैं, 10 दिन के अंदर हमें यह पता लग जाता है कि कौन सा जीन खराब है. समस्या क्या है? समस्या यह है कि जैसे डॉक्टर साहब ने बताया कि ब्लड कैंसर के अंदर एक गोली दे सकते हैं, लेकिन जो कॉमन कैंसर्स हैं, हेड एंड नेक कैंसर, सर्विक्स कैंसर, यू नेम, किडनी कैंसर, लिवर कैंसर, एटसेट्रा एटसेट्रा, इनके अंदर लगभग एक कैंसर के अंदर 100 जीन्स खराब होते हैं और उसमें से 10 ड्राइवर जीन होते हैं. तो कहा यह जाता है कि अगर मैं 10 के 10 जीन्स को टारगेट करूं तो शायद मैं कैंसर को ठीक कर पाऊं. तो 10 जीन तो मुझे पता लग गए, KRAS, P53, PIK3C, ये कॉमन नाम है जो सब डॉक्टर्स को मालूम है, जो लिस्ट में आ जाते हैं. दुनिया में समस्या ये है कि दवाएं जो बनी है वो शायद अभी कुछ ही जीन्स के लिए बनी है और जो कि थोड़े लेस कॉमन है. लंग कैंसर एक उदाहरण है जिसमें कि हमारे पास 10 दवाइयां हैं जीन्स को टारगेट करने के लिए, लेकिन सर्विक्स कैंसर में, हेड एंड नेक कैंसर में, जो कि इंडिया के नंबर 1 या 2 कैंसर्स हैं, ब्रेस्ट कैंसर में बहुत ही कम दवाएं बनी है. तो प्रैक्टिकली स्पीकिंग अगर आप डेटा देखें, आप लिटरेचर देखें, तो 100 पेशेंट्स अगर आएंगे तो टारगेटेड मेडिसिन, इसको हम टारगेटेड दवाइयां बोलते हैं, बिकॉज यू आर टारगेटिंग अ जीन जो कि आपके ट्यूमर सेल को ड्राइव करता है, उसको बोलते हैं ऑन्कोजीन एडिक्शन. वो केवल 10 से 20% पेशेंट्स के अंदर है. सो देयरफॉर 80 से 90% पेशेंट्स को आप पर्सनलाइज्ड थेरेपी देना तो चाहते हो, जीन तो समझ में आ गया. और दूसरी समस्या क्या है? कैंसर सेल्स इतने स्मार्ट होते हैं कि आपने एक जीन को टारगेट कर दिया, वो पेशेंट 1 साल चल गया, लंग कैंसर का उदाहरण दें, 12 महीने के बाद उसके जीन में परिवर्तन आ गया. दे आउटस्मार्ट द मेडिसिन. अंडर द प्रेशर ऑफ द प्रीवियस मेडिसिन। तो दूसरा जीन डिस्कवर हुआ, तो दूसरे जीन की शायद दवाई है या नहीं है। अब जैसे क्रॉनिक माइलोइड ल्यूकीमिया या लंग कैंसर का उदाहरण दें, तो कैसे साइंस डेवलप हो रही है। सबसे पहले लंग CML में या क्रॉनिक माइलोइड ल्यूकीमिया में इमैटिनिब आई। इमैटिनिब ने 100 में से 70, 80, 90 लोगों को ठीक किया, लेकिन पेशेंट्स एस्केप करना शुरू हो गए, माने उनका कैंसर वापस आना शुरू हो गया। तो सेकंड जनरेशन दवाई आ गई, अब थर्ड जनरेशन दवाई आ गई एसिटिनिब। तो इसी तरह से लंग कैंसर में सबसे पहले जेफिटिनिब नाम की दवाई आई, फिर दूसरी आई, फिर ऑसिमेरेटिनिब आई। तो कैंसर सेल को चेंज कर रहे हैं। तो ये पॉसिबल हो पा रहा है बिकॉज ऑफ द रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट व्हिच इज हैपनिंग। और ये डेवलपमेंट इसलिए हो रही है कि कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव जीन प्रोफाइलिंग या आपको उसके जीन के अंदर क्या अल्टरेशन हो रही है उसको समझने की एक इजीनेस है। इट्स बिकम इजी टू अंडरस्टैंड कि कैंसर सेल्स कहां जा रहे हैं। तो हमारे को बहुत लंबा रास्ता तय करना है। वी आर इवॉल्विंग वेरी वेरी रैपिडली, लेकिन जरूरत बहुत ज्यादा है समझने की कि कॉमन कैंसर्स के अंदर कौन से जीन्स खराब हो रहे हैं। ऑफ कोर्स मैं ये कहता हूं कि कैंसर्स को कंट्रोल करने के लिए या खत्म करने के लिए देयर आर 5 पिलर्स: ऑपरेशन, रेडिएशन, कीमोथेरेपी जो कि हम आज से 1945 से कर रहे हैं, टारगेटेड थेरेपी, एंड नाउ द 5th पिलर विच इज इम्यूनोथेरेपी, जिसके अंदर हम PDL1 टेस्ट करके या CPS स्कोरिंग करके ये डिटरमिन करते हैं कि किस पेशेंट को इम्यूनोथेरेपी दी जाए। वो भी एक टारगेटेड मेडिसिन ही है, क्योंकि सबको इम्यूनोथेरेपी आप नहीं दे सकते हैं। तो हमारी एवोल्यूशन बहुत जबरदस्त हो रही है। वी आर इनटू अ वेरी वेरी पॉजिटिव मोड और हम सबको होप देते हैं। लेकिन जैसे कहा गया, देयर इज स्टिल अ ह्यूज एलिमेंट ऑफ अनसर्टिनिटी। आप किसी भी पेशेंट को गारंटी नहीं दे सकते हो, क्योंकि हमें पता नहीं है कि ट्यूमर सेल कैसे बिहेव करेगा अंडर द प्रेशर ऑफ कीमोथेरेपी या टारगेटेड थेरेपी या इम्यूनोथेरेपी। तो देयरफॉर टाइम ओनली टेल्स अस कि वो पेशेंट कैसा जाएगा। तो हमें उसको होप देना है। आपने कहा कि हमें वी हैव टू गिव देम होप, वी हैव टू बी कंपैशन होना है, एम्पैथी होना है। लेकिन हमें कैंसर से अभी भी डर लगता है, क्योंकि हमें पता नहीं है कि एक इंडिविजुअल पेशेंट किस तरह से बिहेव करेगा। तो ये सब चीजें हमें अपने माइंड में रखनी पड़ती हैं जब हम पेशेंट से, फैमिली से बात करते हैं कि उसका क्या आउटकम होगा, क्या प्रोग्नोसिस होगा, कितनी लाइफ उसकी है। तो ना हम उसको बहुत ज्यादा पॉजिटिव कर सकते हैं, ना बिल्कुल जीरो कर सकते हैं। So you have to give a very, limited and depending upon the type of cancer, of course. अब जैसे CML है, उसमें 90-95% लोग ठीक हो जाते हैं। हेड एंड नेक कैंसर में शायद 10-20-30% लोग ही ठीक होते हैं। So depending upon the stage and all that. So you need to individualize each patient, each family, and depending upon the options available, we have to discuss that what is the likely outcome going to be.
Sir, very beautifully explained. There are two things that, I can figure out from this. One is आपने genomics की बात करी, and I think it's a very positive thing. Despite not having a cure or a medicine for most of the cases, yes, but at least now we know what we need to produce.
Correct. Absolutely.
So that is one. Second is, there's a lot of positivity. जैसे हमने बोला hope की बात कर रहे हैं. At least we now know that something can be done. We know that at least हमारे साथ हुआ है या नहीं हुआ है, आगे वाली जनरेशन को ये चीज मिलेगी, इसका क्योर मिलेगा. So there's a lot of positivity and like I said, हर चैलेंज में एक अपॉर्चुनिटी बसी हुई है. Since you're talking of genomics, Dr. Dutt, let me put my next question to you. Can you explain how does genetic testing and molecular profiling are used as a guide to the precision medicine and cancer care? मतलब हम genomics की बात कर रहे हैं, हमें पता है, but इसको cancer care के अंदर कैसे use हो रहा है? Precision medicine की बात कर रहे हैं. How do we determine this? And second is, while you're talking about this, since you are in the R&D for making it better, and you're also working with a company which is taking the testing to the people, आपको क्या लगता है कि genomic testing आगे आने वाले time में will it be affordable by everyone?
Thank you so much for that question. And I would just want to knit together what the previous speakers have already said. क्योंकि जो सवाल आपने पूछा, that genomic information को, how exactly are we using it for patient care? So we know now that cancer is at the root cause of it, really, a disease of the genome, because it is the genetic mutations which are causing the cells to proliferate uncontrollably. It is those very same mutations which are leading to metastasis. And in very many cases, it is those same mutations which actually cause the cancer to become non-responsive. तो पूरी की पूरी जो पेशेंट ट्रीटमेंट की कहानी है अगर एक तौर से देखा जाए तो it is about those genes, it is about mutations. And we use this information of, I would use the word genomics and not genetics, because एक ज़माने में हम जेनेटिक्स ही किया करते थे, हम एक एक जीन की टेस्टिंग करते थे. अगर मैं लंग कैंसर की बात करूं तो आज से 12 साल पहले तक हम लोग जस्ट EGFR में कौन सी म्यूटेशंस हैं वो टेस्ट किया करते थे. We used to look at the mutation profile of whether ALK translocation is there, what exactly is happening with the ROS gene, with the RAS gene. Not anymore now. Now it is important to know the complete profile of what exactly is causing the cancer of that particular patient to grow and expand in a certain way. तो यानी कि हमने उस जेनेटिक से उठा के एक जीनोमिक स्केल पे ले गए, हम उस पेशेंट का कंप्लीट जीनोम स्कैन कर रहे हैं, देख रहे हैं कौन से जीन्स में क्या क्या म्यूटेशंस हैं और वो इकट्ठे मिलके उस पेशेंट के उस कैंसर को किस तरीके से अफेक्ट कर रहा है. And that really strengthens the medical oncologist, the complete team in the hospital to know precisely how to deal with it. क्या उस पर्टिकुलर पेशेंट के लिए बेहतर ये होगा कि पहले सर्जरी करने से भी पहले क्या उसको कुछ एडजंक्ट ट्रीटमेंट दी जाए और बाद में सर्जरी की जाए, या अपफ्रंट सर्जरी करना बेहतर होगा and then follow it up with the chemotherapy or with specific medicine. अब क्योंकि हम personalization की बात कर रहे हैं, we already are in the era where we know that okay, a specific mutation means कि एक specific उसके साथ जो associated drug treatment है वो दिया जा सकता है, and that is all really personalization and targeted therapy is all about. अब हम हर बायोमार्कर के साथ एक associated drug के बारे में काफी हद तक जानते हैं, and that is what is really leading to the fact that now the side effects, the so-called toxicity of cancer treatment has come down very drastically. That is what has led to, the very, very dramatic results that we see with CML. Kyunki we have been able to identify the specific target to which a specific drug therapy is available. अगर आपने बात करी costing की, in the year 2000-2001, अगर किसी भी एक पेशेंट का हम complete genome sequence करना चाहते थे, तो the costing was a staggering $100 million, which was really unthinkable. अगर हम उसको clinical perspective में सोचें कि कौन पेशेंट उतनी कॉस्ट को अफोर्ड कर पाता. By 2015, it had come down to about $1,000. Now, अगर हम पूरा जीनोम किसी पेशेंट का स्क्रीन करना चाहें, the costing would be around $400 to $500. However, from the perspective of cancer, ये कोई जरूरी नहीं है कि हम पूरा जीनोम स्कैन करें, because cancer से related genes हमें पता है by and large for most of the cancers that we are dealing with, for most of the cancers जिनके लिए हमारे पास targeted treatment available है, we are talking about spectrum of maybe 50 to 70 to 100, 200 odd genes, और उसको scan करने की, उसको screen करने की costing is even in India somewhere in the range of about $100 to $150, which is affordable for quite a few patients. क्योंकि अगर हम ट्रीटमेंट की भी बात करें तो अगर किसी पेशेंट को हमने टारगेटेड ट्रीटमेंट देनी है, and we know that until and unless those treatments, for a few of course are already being manufactured in India, but जो इंडिया में नहीं बन रही हैं, those are quite costly. So it is very important for the oncologists also to be absolutely sure कि उस पेशेंट पे ये ट्रीटमेंट काम करेगी. And hence, these are very, very closely associated together. I would also want to point out that आज के दौर में, since as Dr. Agarwal mentioned, that cancer is a very, very smart being. After all, it has the intelligence of our own body cells. हम उसको एक ट्रीटमेंट देके टारगेट करने की कोशिश करते हैं, वो कोई और तरीका इस्तेमाल कर लेता है to grow further. So it's very important that as the patient's treatment is going, if the genotype of the cancer cell is changing, हम उसको बार-बार check करते रहें, which we now are able to do so using liquid biopsy. So there are multiple modalities that we now have available with us. And yes, it's quite a hopeful time for us right now.
Great. Thank you so much, ma'am. Dr. Toprani, you've come all the way from Ahmedabad, and आपका head and neck surgery is, oncology is the area. And abhi Dr. Agarwal just said that, lung cancer ke liye precision medicine is working well, but we really do not have precision medicines yet available for head and neck. What do you think, where are we headed? जो head and neck cancer के पीड़ित patients हैं, what is the hope for them? And second thing, maybe you can touch upon this, and I'm taking it as a cue from what we just heard. Since genetic testing or genomic testing is now available, the question that people have in terms of कि hereditary तो नहीं है, can it be a pointer towards that? Will it be carried on in the next generation as well? Since we are talking of prediction and prediction being prevention. So can you help us understand this?
So at the outset, let me thank you and the business world to have invited me, and I'm happy to have come here today and participate in this meeting. So I'm the only odd man out in this panel. I'm a hardcore surgical oncologist and head and neck surgeon. I specialize, and I'm the past president of Indian Association of Surgical Oncology, which is the core surgical oncology body in the country, and the current president of Indian Society of Oncology, which has all the members as all specialties as members. Now, the common cancers in our country, if you talk about the common cancers, it's head and neck cancers and breast cancers and the cervical cancers and probably colorectal cancers. The discussion that we have been doing today, the precision oncology, the precision oncology involves the drugs. The precision oncology should include the technique of radiation, and it should also talk about the precision surgery that has advanced. Now we are all talking about the genetic mutations and all those things. Unfortunately, in oral cancers, in head and neck cancers, the main cause for this is tobacco, areca nut, and alcohol. So there is not much progression, as he said, for head and neck cancer, and we are still in business unfortunately, we are still in business for treatment of head and neck cancers. The key is to diagnose these cancers at an early stage. If you diagnose these cancers at an early stage, your treatment outcomes will be absolutely different. Now, talking about precision oncology or surgical oncology in head and neck, for example, earlier we used to do radical neck dissections for all patients. Now we have come down to doing precision surgery for these patients. We do limited neck dissections. And now from that limited neck dissection, now we have zeroed down or narrowed down to even doing sentinel node dissection. So only if the node is positive, if we can find out during surgery, then only we proceed for a major operation. So there is a lot of advances even in surgical oncology precision. So that is for head and neck cancer. The second part is the organ preservation. For example, the preservation of the mandible. And all these head and neck cancers, what has happened more importantly in our country is we all do tumor board practices in our day-to-day clinics. So when a patient comes, we discuss whether this patient needs a neoadjuvant chemotherapy followed by surgery or surgery followed by radiation and with or without chemotherapy. So that decision is taken in our tumor board. So the organ preservation leads to improved quality of life. And that also I would term it as a precision medicine. As far as the head and neck cancer is concerned, there is a role for genetics in particularly medullary thyroid cancers. We can detect these cancers, whether they are having a familial traits or not. We can even detect these cancers in children who get these genetic traits as early as 5 years or even earlier than that. And we can even prevent these cancers if we do a preventive thyroidectomy in such pediatric patients. So there have been a lot of progresses in head and neck cancers as far as the precision oncology goes. But the limited role of genetics as far as the diagnosis is concerned. But definitely there's a very upcoming role of immunotherapy, and targeted therapy is already established. So we all were looking for a stage when cisplatinum was discovered in 30 years back. We all thought that we have got an answer to treat all the head and neck cancers, but that unfortunately that has not happened. But some of these cancers in head and neck, we treat without surgery. We treat without surgery for pharyngeal cancers, laryngeal cancers, and we are able to preserve the organs. So yes, there have been progress in precision surgical oncology in head and neck cancers also, but this is all interlinked with medical oncology colleagues and the radiation oncology colleagues.
Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Bhargav, since you were the odd one out, so I kept my odd question separately for you. We are all talking about the positive impact of precision medicine. We are talking about the genomic testing, how we are advancing to create more survivor community, you know. The only negative that has come out until now is the cost of precision medicine, you know. Other than that, what do you think are the challenges that as an oncologist we are facing in the use of precision medicine today? And is there some challenge in terms of that serves as an opportunity to solve that challenge?
So why I say I'm an odd man out, I'm a hematologist and a blood cancer specialist and do bone marrow transplants. And probably hematology is the only space where the targeted and precision medicine has been able to swing the curve from 0 to 70 degrees. I mean, we are now saving 70% लोग हमारे बच जाते हैं. और बहुत ही simple example है. Cost के जब हम बात करते हैं, ये हमारे mindset में है cost. The biggest problem now we are facing with the personalized medication is the mindset of the people and the country की बहुत महंगा है. जांच कराई तो बहुत महंगा है. जांच कराई तो डॉक्टर ने क्यों जांच कराई? क्योंकि उसका कुछ बेनिफिट होगा. वो एक सेपरेट टॉपिक है. पर जांच बहुत महंगी है, इसलिए जांच नहीं कराएंगे. तो देखिए, हम जब 50-75 साल में कैसे इवॉल्व हुए हैं कि पहले प्रिसीजन मेडिसिन का मतलब हुआ कि पहले एक डॉक्टर बना, डॉक्टर से मेडिसिन से ब्रांच आउट होकर मेडिकल ऑन्कोलॉजिस्ट बना, मेडिकल ऑन्कोलॉजिस्ट, सर्जिकल ऑन्कोलॉजिस्ट, रेडिएशन ऑन्कोलॉजिस्ट बना, और अब मेडिकल ऑन्कोलॉजिस्ट से हटके एक हीमेटोलॉजिस्ट और बोन मैरो ट्रांसप्लांट स्पेशलिस्ट हो गया. वो एक प्रिसीजन मेडिसिन की डेफिनेशन थी. अब आपके जीन्स के माध्यम से इलाज कैसे हो सकता है? जब हम कॉस्ट की बात करते हैं, क्योंकि हमारे देश में हेल्थ इकोनॉमिक्स नहीं होती. देखिए, मैं क्रिटिसाइज नहीं करता, बट हेल्थ इकोनॉमिक्स का होना और पढ़ाना बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है, पब्लिक को भी और डॉक्टर को भी. अब एक एग्जांपल देता हूं. 7+3 एक AML का पेशेंट है जिसको 17p म्यूटेशन 5 दिन में पता चल जाती है, क्योंकि अब जेनेक्स टाइप मशीन्स हैं जो 5 दिन में आपकी NGS की रिपोर्ट देती थी. डॉक्टर अग्रवाल ने कहा आज से 5 साल पहले 1 महीना रुकना पड़ता था, अब हमारे अस्पतालों में 5 दिन के अंदर में पता चल जाता है कि मुझे कौन सी दवाई देनी है. अब 7+3 देता हूं तो 8 लाख रुपए लगते हैं. एजेसाइटिडीन और वेनिटोक्लैक्स देता हूं तो 3 लाख रुपए बचते हैं, और प्लस 18,000 रुपए की जांच. तो फ्रेंड्स बताओ कौन सा ज्यादा आसान है? सो वी आर सेविंग. अगर हर पेशेंट में 4 लाख रुपए हम सेव कर रहे हैं, एक अस्पताल का बेड सेव कर रहे हैं कि अस्पताल में भर्ती होने की जरूरत ना हो, तो अगर आप उसको 1000 लोगों से साल में मल्टीप्लाई कर दें तो आप ये सोचिए देश के GDP में हम कितना सारा कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकते हैं. सो सिर्फ पर्सनलाइज्ड मेडिसिन सिर्फ टेस्टिंग नहीं है, उस पर जब अपन एक्ट अपॉन करते हैं, ये प्रिसीजन मेडिसिन के माध्यम से हम कम से कम अस्पताल में रहते हैं. हम उसकी एंसिलरी कॉस्ट नहीं देख रहे. अगर हम 40,000 रुपए का भी टेस्ट कराते हैं जिससे मेरा 2 दिन का अस्पताल का स्टे बच जाए, या मुझे 2 दिन अस्पताल में एम्स में भी नहीं रहना पड़े,
I'm saving bed for somebody else. So that will and that change has to be brought into the mindset is कि we need to have a diagnostic stewardship. अभी तक एक एरा था जहां पे हम इलाज ज्यादा करना चाहते थे, अब हम जांचें ज्यादा करना चाहते हैं, इलाज कम करना चाहते हैं। डॉक्टर अनुपम सचदेवा की एएलएल में पहले 12 दवाइयां लगती थी, अब प्रिसीजन मेडिसिन से चलते 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 वो 12 मेडिसिन से हम डाउनवर्ड ट्रेंड पे कि कम दवाई दीजिए। सो 2000 तक का विश्व युग था जहां पे ज्यादा दवाई ज्यादा बेहतर आउटकम। 2024 का युग है कम दवाई कम साइड इफेक्ट ज्यादा बेनिफिट। सो देश को ऐसी चर्चाओं से और परिचर्चाओं से बात पहुंचानी है कि डायग्नोसिस करने में डॉक्टर का फायदा हो या ना हो, पर मरीज का 100% फायदा है। एंड दिस इज हाउ वी ड्राइव दिस कि जीनोमिक्स टुडे इज द चीपेस्ट इन द वर्ल्ड। हम किससे कंपैरिजन करेंगे? सो आई टेल यू अ फिगर, अगर यूएस में जीनोमिक टेस्ट होता है आज भी वो $2000 का होता है, और हिंदुस्तान में डॉक्टर सर्जना के पास हमारे पास में वो टेस्ट कितने का हो जाता है? एनजीएस 69 पैनल जीन 12-15 हजार रुपए में, और जिसमें हम कॉस्ट कितनी सेव करते हैं? 4 लाख 5 लाख रुपए। सो सिंपल सी बात है डियर ऑल, genomics is the integral part of our treatment modality, not only for treatment but decision making. किसी का एमएल खराब है, मैं उसको कीमोथेरेपी देता जाऊं ठीक नहीं होगा, पर मैं बोन मैरो ट्रांसप्लांट कर दूं तो 70% चांस है कि वो ठीक हो जाएगा। We are also not understanding the genomics is going to play a huge part in preventing the diseases which comes by. तो genomics जैसे डॉक्टर सर्जन ने कहा जेनेटिक्स, मैं कहता हूं genomics का प्रिवेंटिव एस्पेक्ट भी है। और प्रिवेंटिव एस्पेक्ट कौन सा है? थैलेसीमिया, हीमोफीलिया, spinal muscle atrophy, mucopolysaccharidosis. So genomics is just not for the cancer, but genomics is for cardiogenomics, fatty livers, for preventing diseases which our country with limited resources cannot afford to spend. Spinal muscle atrophy को बचाने की कॉस्ट 4000 रुपए और उसको ट्रीट करने की कॉस्ट 18 करोड़ रुपए। आप कौन सा चूज करोगे बता दें। सो आप जब भी ये बाहर जाए तो मेरा निवेदन यही है कि एक ही चीज पे प्रोपेगेट करें, more diagnostics, more diagnostics, more diagnostics. That's how we will be able to change the mindset of the people.
That's a brilliant way to end this conversation because you know मेरे जो 5 C की मैंने बात करी थी ना, उसमें मेरे ख्याल से एक छठा C भी है, the cost of treatment. You know, I think we'll add that. But this is very beautiful because हम जब बात करें precision medicine की, अभी हम as a patient community, we are talking about or we are hearing the conversations around prevention. Prevention can only happen if we have predictability. And if we have predictability, one of the reasons we can prevent challenges is when we understand our body. And I think genomics is one way of understanding our body. Like sir said कि सिर्फ कैंसर नहीं है, बहुत सारी चीजें हमारे अंदर चल रही हैं जिसके बारे में हमें पता तब चलता है जब कोई सिम्टम होता है और फिर हम डॉक्टर के पास जाते हैं। एंड आई थिंक इट इज अ वेरी वेरी पॉजिटिव थॉट दैट हमें बीमार होकर डॉक्टर के पास नहीं जाना। अब बीमारी होने की अगर पता है कि हो सकती है, उसको प्रिवेंट कर लें, इट्स गोइंग टू बी चीपर and also more productive, not only for the country, but for our own families. I think with that note, I'll end up this conversation. Thank you so much for taking our time. मेरे पास questions की list बनी पड़ी है, लेकिन वो तो फिर शाम तक चल जाएगी. But thank you so much for listening patiently. I hope we are making sense to you because that's the objective here. And gratitude to all of you for taking our time, sir and ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A picture, please. If you have any questions, of course, we have to make sure that we are on time and as per schedule. अगर आपके कुछ भी सवाल हैं, of course, you can try and take them personally on one-on-one basis with them outside. Thank you. Thank you so much.
For all the doctors who are coming and taking out time to speak with us, so we have a special, would you want to announce that? a special, yes, the
Just to check, how many of you were there in the morning when we had the art fun session? Let's say, आप में से कितने लोग उस समय मौजूद थे? Okay, let me ask, आप में से कितने लोग मौजूद नहीं थे in the morning session? Harbinder, you can check, सब लोग late थे. But no, just why do I ask that? Because we still have that art jam session. It's still happening outside. Not really a session for all the doctors. Whenever you get the time, please visit the stall which is right outside. It's near the back door. Please wahan jaiye. There's something fun planned for all of you, just to make sure you also get a reason to smile. Just please do so. For all our speakers as well. With that, let's quickly move ahead with the first fireside chat of the day, which is on nurturing positivity, empathy, and goodness to achieve success. And on the fiery side, we have Mr. Harish Subramanian, founder of Life Science. And to make sure that the session is quite fiery, this is going to be moderated again by Mr. Harbinder Narula, CEO of BW Healthcareworld and also of BW Wellbeing World. Let's please welcome them. Harbinder, sir. Let's please welcome them, everybody. Mr. Subramaniam and Harbinder ji back.
So, we wanted to make this as much interactive and useful for everyone. And one of the ways that we can, make it useful is when somebody who's a part of who you are and has gone through situations, wo apni kahani sunaye. Here's one person who inspires me all the time, and I requested him to fly down from Bangalore to be with us today. How many of you have survived cancer once? Twice? Thrice? Okay, so we have no hands who are saying that they survived cancer thrice. This gentleman is sitting with me, has survived cancer thrice. So I wanted him to come and share his story. And also, when I was talking to a lot of people, Dr. Anand is also here. I spoke to him when I was asking about his experiences of dealing with cancer patients for my book. Hari was also a part of the conversation that I had. And I realized that treatment एक जगह है, treatment सिर्फ physical नहीं है. A lot of it is to do with your mind, right? So this conversation is to understand his mindset of what he went through and how did he choose to survive thrice. So Hari, thank you so much for coming all the way.
Thank you very much, Harbinder.
When were you detected with cancer for the first time?
It's in 2010. I think it's March 2010.
And what prompted you to go get your test done?
Oh, okay. So I didn't know that I was in a temple. We were trying to do the prostate and we were trying to get up. I couldn't because I couldn't breathe. So, and I had a big lump coming out of my axilla in the right side. So I didn't know what it is. So we went to a hospital in Colombo. It happened in Colombo, Sri Lanka, during my business visit. So we went to the nearest hospital. Till that day, I never stepped into an hospital. Till that day, that's till 2010. Maybe I would have gone to see somebody. I would have gone to meet or help my parents sometime. That's the first time I'm going into a hospital for myself. So I don't know any of the jargons they normally use, malignant, non-malignant, this, that, your biopsy, nothing. I don't know meaning of any of this. So when they used a lot of jargon, so I was a bit scared. So then I called a friend of mine in India, in Chennai. He said, fly down. let's see what it is. So all this started in 1st of March 2010, and by end of March, I was diagnosed malignant.
And so, Hari, when the doctor told you that, Hari, it is cancer, you're dealing with cancer, what was the first emotion that got triggered? What happened?
So normally you don't hear something like that. So it takes time for that to actually hit you. So obviously first is fear, followed by questions. Why me? I think all of you, most of you have come across, its first question is why me? And later I realized fear is the first kicker. And if we are able to address that fear, I think after that, the journey is a bit smoother. It will not be so rugged.
Fear was the first thing. How many of you experienced fear as the emotion when you were told that you're dealing with cancer? Okay. Did you ask the doctor, how long will I live? Was that a question that you asked?
No, before that he himself kind of said it's stage 4, so this will be the trajectory. He didn't directly tell me that this is the time you have, but indirectly he said you go finish all this. So this is the time we will see when you reach the 6th chemo. After this we will see kind of. So then we will start maintenance and all that. So you understand what he means.
And what was the treatment that was administered to you? And how long did it take for you to know that you are free of cancer?
I had the full package: surgery, chemo, and radiation. It went on for about 7.5 months. And that, I will not say that's the worst part of my life, because during that time it was bad. But today, in fact, during the interview, I told you, I feel I'm lucky because after cancer, life is much more colorful and interesting. So, of course, at that time, I didn't know. So now, it looks, you laugh at it when you look back.
But Hari, you went through the problem, you got detected with cancer, you were administered treatment, and you were told that you are free of cancer. And then you had your second innings, right? Did your faith in the treatment go from hair to hair?
No, because I've survived first time. So, which means that, okay, there's all possibilities that I will survive second time also. Because earlier I've faced some failures in life and I've bounced back. So it says that, okay, I've learned the lesson the first time. Next time I will not do those mistakes I will not do. Let me try something new.
And what was the new cancer? How did you come to know about the recurrence of the cancer?
Sometime I was taking Tibetan medicine for coming back after my first stint. So that the side effects and all that kind of little balanced, and I was coming back to normal quickly. So my Tibetan doctor told me that, I think your guest has come back to, so the Tibetan doctors, say they add a lot of humor when they diagnose or when you go to them. That's the best part I like with them. So he put it very kind of with a lot of humor. He's saying, I think the guest likes you very much, so he keeps coming. I think he's come back. So you go and meet your doctor and see what can be done. So then I came back to my doctor, took my pet and all that. Then we realized it's kind of, I've got my...
And Hari, so when I was interviewing Hari, he told me he has a family of 300, 400.
650 now.
650 people, 650 families is his family, you know. And what he told me was very interesting कि हरविंदर मैं किसी सिटी में चले जाऊं, मेरे को वहां पे कोई ना कोई ऐसी फैमिली है जिसके पास मैं जाऊंगा, अगर वो घर पे हैं तो बहुत अच्छी बात है, वो नहीं भी हैं, आई कैन नॉक दैट डोर, आई कैन गो इन, आई कैन गो टेक अ शावर, टेक अ नैप, ask them to serve me food and go away, and I will still be a welcome guest. Not a guest, you're a family member. So my question to him was, ये कैसे हुआ और ये क्या बोल रहे हो, मतलब मेरे को समझ नहीं आया, because he told me कि अगर today if I become financially broke, if nobody in my real family is with me, I have these 600 families who will ensure that I live comfortably. तो जो उनका आंसर था वो मैं आपको बताऊंगा नहीं, वो आई लेट हिम शेयर हिज स्टोरी एज टू व्हाट ही डज, हाउ ही डज इट, एंड how this community of 600 families or 650 families got nurtured and built.
So this is it's not a very philanthropic act. It's more I'm very selfish because I get so much of energy and love and affection from all the 650. So I am indebted to them. This happened because during my first treatment, there are about 7 people who had the same cycle. So they come for chemo every 3rd week or 4th week. The same time we all come for chemo. So I'm lucky. So though the treatment was bad, side effects are there and all that, I've been a humorous guy from my childhood. So I never like to be in a sorrow state of mind for a longer period of time. So I like to watch comedy, jokes, my friends keep coming. I noticed all other people, they're lacking. Only the family is there and always there is sadness in their face. So I go and sit and talk to all of them we were in the same hospital and keep going to the same hospital. So I go sit with them, talk to them, make fun of their husband, wife, children, and all that, ask some questions. So kind of they started liking it. I could see from their face, so they started treating me like they bring food because I'm a foodie. So they know, so they used to bring food when that husband or wife comes to see the patient. And it kind of worked well for all 7 of them. Still, they treat me like a family member for anything. It's been now 14 years. They call me, I think the first set of people, they used to call me for every damn thing. So that beginning, so I could see then one of that patient, their relative got, so they called me and said, can you come and talk to them? Just like that. I said, fine. So I went to meet the friend relative. So I started talking. After that, the husband called me and said, my wife is feeling very good. She's feeling very confident. So can she call you anytime you want? I said, please call me anytime you want. Like this started. So that became an addiction to me. So the 650, most of the time it's my driver will say something, my neighbor has got this. So I've gone to the driver's place, met the neighbor. Like this, most of the time it's my interest I go, not, as I say again, it's more of my selfish interest and I feel very happy doing it. So I do it.
This is brilliant because, one of the things, I mean, he's a very modest person, very humble person. In fact, he was into software development, software exports. But after he got treated with cancer, based on his experience in the healthcare industry, he started a healthcare technology venture. But that aside, what he does, when I was talking to him, I said, how does the support group work? Because what I understand is someone who's a cancer survivor is a support to another cancer patient, right? So I said, do you take calls? Do people call you? And he said, Harvinder, in this era of virtual conversations, I don't get onto Zoom calls. I don't pick up the phone and talk to people because I know कि मिलके ही बात होती है. So whenever he receives a call, he gets a ticket book, takes a flight, meets the person, and glorify you. But what I really want to understand is, during your experience as a cancer patient, not as a survivor, what is it that you felt the doctor needs to do differently? Can you voice the concern of a cancer patient and share with us today? What do you think that the doctors should do differently when they're dealing with cancer patients?
So if you pamper, normally we show a lot of empathy, and you pamper the patient, the relatives, attenders, protect the patient or pamper. I don't know what are the words to use. I feel that makes the patient more weak. So one of the doctors who treated me always says, what should I do? They say, do this, eat like this, and send all your relatives out of the house. So that's what he's saying. He will say always. So I also say that make the patient feel normal. Please don't pamper him. That makes the patient more weak. And the fear kind of aggravates when you're pampered or when you're protected. So push them out, push them into the water, let them swim, let them be normal. I think the recovery is much faster. That's what I've seen.
That is one way of looking at it.
True. Yeah, it's not worked for everybody, but most of them it has worked so far. I've seen. Yeah.
So what happens is that we were talking in the morning, and one of the things that I mentioned was that there is positivity and there is toxic positivity. People around you who come and tell you that, you should remain positive, acha socho, and acha hoga, attract positivity. And you're like, listen, you don't know what I'm dealing with, right? So don't give me all that crap. But these are all well-meaning people. They are talking to you to give you strength. So they are wanting to do good to you. What is your message to the caregivers who are around or in the immediate proximity of a cancer patient? What is it that they should do that allows them to think well for you, to fulfill their desire to have you survive? But what is your suggestion that how should they do it?
So as I said earlier, in my case, I was able to pick up faster and run because a lot of my friends visited me. Friends meaning my schoolmates, my college mates visited me. They all have seen me always happy and happy, humorous. That's how they have seen me always. So they came, from the first time they came and met me, it's always been school jokes, college jokes, and nothing about, hey, you're all right, this, that, nothing, no courtesy conversation. It's been like you picked up a thread from those days. So that helped me a lot. So I feel the caregivers or attenders, make the patient feel normal. Don't make them feel like a patient. Again, don't pamper them, don't protect them or do anything. Okay, help them. Okay. Let them travel. Say, for example, of one of the 650 families, that guy must be 65 plus. When I met, he wanted to learn music. In his childhood days, he couldn't. So his friends came, took him. He was with a bag and all. It's very difficult for him to move. But they made him, one of his friend will come every day, picks him up, takes him to a music teacher. He started learning music at 66 or something. Like that, one old lady, her granddaughter, every day used to take her for painting classes because she likes painting. Okay. She will leave her there, leave a bottle of water, not go and, hey, boy, you're all right, fine, nothing she'll ask. If it's something you're going across, let you go across, you come out of it so that you get that strength and you feel normal. At least you'll try to feel normal. So I'm saying you don't abandon them. Same time, don't keep protecting them. You make them feel normal, help them to do what they like to do. If they want to travel, go with them. In fact, I keep telling them, you travel on your own. Okay. So the benefit of being a cancer patient is you can tell the air hostess, I'm a cancer patient, so you'll get an aisle seat or a window seat. You might be sometimes pushed to business class also. So use all that and travel. You might sometimes puke. First time when I traveled, I shortened my trouser because I couldn't control. But I waited for all patients to get out. Then I slowly got out. But the next time I know what to do. Okay. So when I travel, but that gave me a lot of strength. It didn't make me drop the ball. So it gave me a lot of strength. So I know what to do when I travel next time. But I'd like to travel alone. So that gives you more strength. So I'm telling, please don't make them feel very low and weak. Push them into the water, let them feel stronger. Support them from they make sure that they know that you are there to support them when there is something wrong. But let them do their work on their own.
Actually, you're right, because, you know, I remember my mother was detected with cancer, and for about a day, 48 hours, I was, I did not know how to break the news to her. But our attitude towards them, because, you know, you're overprotective, you don't want to lose them, you want to do all good things for them. She was like, is there something wrong with me? So I think, you know, we kind of send that message so clearly. Hari, we all know we have a expiry date. We all know it, but we don't think about it. You know, we have not thought of death. Cancer is one condition, one disease where you think of death, whether you like it or not, it does come as a question in your mind. And when you survive, you know that you have defeated death this time, right? But you have thought of death. How does this thought change your mindset? How did you change as a person before you had cancer versus how you are now post detected with cancer?
I think I told you during the interview also, my life has been really, really colorful and entertaining, wonderful after my cancer.
You must define, because people will start assuming a lot of things when you say you have a colorful life.
Yeah. Yeah, I meant that. So during your journey of treatment, people keep reminding you that your expiry date and you're on a bonus time, kind of indirectly, not all the time. So you will like to do what all you kind of because you're running short of time, you like to finish everything, and you like to do more and more of what you want to do. So that gives you more energy to do what you want to do instead of being how you've been. See, most of us are pushed into doing something which we are not. We would have thought of doing something in our childhood, but we end up doing something else. With this gives you, okay, I have little time. Why not before that? Why not I try what I actually wanted to do? So that has opened a lot of avenues. I've done so many things. And after my 2000, with the last 14 years, I've traveled almost 30 countries, and all not say Africa, in South America, and you will go and meet people without any mission. That's what I've done, and that has broken all that your entry barrier or you're shy to do something, image. You break your image, and you are happy to go and try something new. Second, you start looking for goodness in everything. That is the main takeaway for me. Small things. When I get into Ola, I ask the driver, how are things? How is the weather? How about his children and all that? And when I get down, I pay a little extra, maybe 50 rupees extra. That smile makes you so happy. Okay. So these things you don't do saying, okay, I'm the God in you, kind of, nothing like that. You do because you like doing it. That's the difference I've seen. Earlier, when I give something extra, I feel the God complex. Oh, I'm giving something extra, I have more, I will give extra. But after this, I always feel I I do it more for my happiness. I don't do with that God complex. So that makes it more and more, it's like a snowball. I'd like to do it more. So it's been a nice journey after that.
Awesome. You know, जब मैं छोटा था ना, तो मेरी आदत थी कि what I was eating, and if there was my favorite vegetable or a dish that was in my plate, I would keep it on the side and कि ये last में खाएंगे, because you know the aftertaste should remain. And suddenly my younger sister would come and take that out of my plate and eat it, and I would feel really bad कि यार ये तो मैंने बचा के रखा था आखिरी में खाने के लिए. You know, but listening to Hari and some of the other people here, I've known some of you, I've known your stories. What inspires me, and this is an inspiration not just for fellow cancer survivors, but for anyone who's not even dealing with cancer. Enjoy life while you can. You don't have to have cancer to make you realize that live every moment. Okay, so that's a big takeaway. And I think, you know, Hari, I'm sure you would agree, has got an inspirational story, and there's a lesson that we can learn. And I'm sure it will inspire everyone around here. He's going to be around during the day. Please meet him. Have any questions, please ask him directly. He's someone that, you know, you will enjoy knowing. Thank you so much, Hari. And thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A picture, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. अब just to add, आपने वो जो बहुत ही सुरीला सा बीच में आवाज सुनी थी, वो बजर है, just to tell the moderators that time is up, जिसका मेरे से कोई रिलेशन नहीं है. I swear, it's completely to do with the organizing team. Usually people look here. It's not me at all, I promise you. But then picking up from where Hari left, I think because I also do this, your staff, your guard, Uber, Ola driver, anywhere, anybody that you meet, अगर आप उनसे उनका नाम पूछ लो, and you address them with that, and then you just ask them, कैसे हैं आप? Believe you me, it's probably the happiest moment that you will feel. Just try it, right during lunch with the hotel staff. I promise you, you'll actually like it. With that, it's now time to move ahead with the first keynote address of the day. This is on recent advances that have improved the effectiveness, decreased the complications, and expanded the indications of radiation therapy. And to talk on the same, please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. S. Puku, Advisor, Department of Radiation Oncology, Sir Gangaram Hospital, Delhi. Please. I think his experience deserves more love and applause from all of you. Thank you.
So good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thanks to BW Businessworld to give me an opportunity to be here with you this morning. Many of you know about radiation therapy, and many of you must have undergone radiation therapy. And it was, of course, the X-rays were discovered in 1895 by Mr. Ranjan, and then Curie's discovered radium, which was used for internal radiation in 1898, and then the progress of radiation therapy took place. I will take you in the next 15 minutes the journey from late 70s when I was a student at PGI Chandigarh to now, and maybe I'll give you a glimpse of what is going to happen in the next 10 years. So just an introduction, most of you know about it. But radiotherapy is a type of cancer treatment. It is a part of the multidisciplinary treatment of cancer these days. It uses high-intensity beams, gamma rays. Of course, they are not being used around the world, but a lot of Indian centers use that. And the machine used is a cobalt machine. High-energy X-rays used in linear accelerators. Then we have particles like electrons, protons, It can be given from outside, which is called external beam radiation, or from inside, which is called brachytherapy. Modern machines used are called linear accelerators. It damages the genetic material, and the cancer cell doesn't recover, and the normal cells do recover. And it is either used in alone or in combination with surgery, chemotherapy, or other therapies. And in cancers which happen in India, radiotherapy is used in more than 70% of these cancers. I will discuss these areas which have been outlined, how the progress has been made over the last few decades. On the left, you see a picture which was a radiation treatment planning, how it was done when I was a student at PGI in 1977. This is a case of cancer of the cervix. We knew by surface marking that where the cervix lies, and we used to pick up the bony landmarks. Every patient was marked with a blue ink, 16 by 14, one size fits all. And just to check whether the mark is all right or not, we used to put lead wires and take an X-ray from front and from the side. And we were assured that yes, we are covering most of the area, and that is how the radiation was given. Over the years, we do like which you see on the right, we use CT scans, MRIs, and PET scans to plan radiation. And this one size fits all has actually gone to personalized medicine, where, because we know the tumor is not spherical, it is not cylindrical, every body is not the same. So we individualize treatment, and when we individualize treatment by using CT scans, MRIs, and PETs, we know where the tumor is, we know where the normal structures are. We want to hit the tumor, we want to protect the normal structures, and this becomes highly accurate treatment. This is the journey which I was talking about. When I joined PGI Chandigarh in July 1977, deep X-ray machine, therapy machine was being used for treatment there, and gradually it was phased out, but it was still there for us to see. We moved on to cobalt machines, which were the main machines during those days. Then came accelerators, then came refined accelerators, which we call CyberKnife or tomotherapy on the right. Why this development took place? Because deep X-ray machine had energy which was very low. And as the radiation was going inside the body, it went on reducing. So if you had a deeper tumor, the surface would receive higher radiation. And as the beam went inside the body, the radiation reduced. So we wanted machines with higher energy. And you see cobalt machine at a energy higher, accelerators have still higher energy. And just to recapitulate what you learned in your school, 1 megavoltage is 1000 kilovoltage. The deep X-ray machine was 250 kilovolt, which was of course treating those days, but it was not sufficient to go deep. And then we went higher. On the lower side, you have techniques. The X-ray picture which I told you, showed you, was a 2-dimensional radiotherapy which we were doing. We graduated to 3-dimensional conformal radiation. We then went to intensity modulated radiotherapy, or we call IMRT. When we added imaging to it, it became IGRT. And then we have modern techniques like radiosurgery, stereotactic radiotherapy, and stereotactic body radiation therapy. Of course, all these techniques are in use these days in different hospitals in the country. This is a pictorial representation. The picture in the top is the deep X-ray therapy machine, which was used in those days. Then we have a earlier cobalt machine in green. On the right corner is the cobalt machine, which was called Theratron. It was used in most of the hospitals. Then we have the accelerators. The one on the right is like a CT scan machine, is called tomotherapy. And this obnoxious looking machine on the corner is called CyberKnife. They used a robot which was used in making BMW cars and attached a linear accelerator to it, and it became CyberKnife. Then we have Gamma Knife. Then we have an MR-based linear accelerator. And in the end, we have a proton machine. The techniques also, I said, improved. The radiation beams were actually customized. And earlier, we used to give radiation from 2 sides or 4 sides. But when the techniques improved, you see on the right, radiation came from different sides. In IMRT, we could manage, if you see 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 beams, from 2 beams, you can give a higher dose. From the other 2 beams, you can give a moderate dose. From the other 2 beams, you can give a lesser dose. So each beam of radiation could be customized. And that is possible with IMRT. And then the machine went, around the patient. The patient was fixed. And you see here, the machine rotates around. The other advantage which happened was that, as I told you, that the tumors are never spherical or cylindrical. They have different shapes. And therefore, the heart of the machine is seen in the center. It is called multi-leaf collimator, and it can take any shape which the tumor has. And you see on the right, when you visualize the tumor from different sides of the body, it has different shapes. And we have the capability of shaping our radiation beam accordingly, thereby keeping the normal structures out and in reducing the side effects. When we add imaging to IMRT, we call it image-guided radiotherapy. We know that a lot of organs in the body, when the person is on the radiation table for about 5 minutes or 10 minutes, they can't stop breathing. The organs move. And therefore, when you add imaging to IMRT, every day before the session, you take images and you compare those images with the treatment planning image, which is your zero image, and you match them, correct them, and then you treat. There are methods available where you can image the patient during treatment also. And when you do that, your margin around the tumor is smaller and the normal tissues are outside the high dose radiation, and that reduces the side effects. This is an example of, these techniques. This is head and neck cancer. And on the right and the left, you see these two. These are parotid glands. Earlier, we treated patients in 70s and 80s, head and neck cancer, they still survive, but they have no saliva in their mouth. But with these techniques, we can give a high dose to the cancer, but give a very low dose to these salivary glands. So when the patient comes later on, the cancer has gone and the saliva is very much there. This is the boon where you cure the disease as well as the quality of life is very good. Similarly, in the center, you see a brain tumor, and the heart-like structure in the center is brain stem, which is very, very sensitive to high dose of radiation. Brain stem has a lot of functions of the body. So if you keep the radiation to brain stem low, then your side effects are very low. And that is possible. The area in orange is the tumor which is getting a very high dose, and the brain stem you see is green and blue, which is a very low dose level. This is possible with these modern techniques. The picture on the right has 3 metastases in the brain. You see they are getting high dose. The rest of the brain is free of course, not free of radiation totally, but very, very low dose. This is a picture on the left, cancer of the prostate. Prostate is in red, and the rectum, which is behind, and bladder in front are getting lower doses. This is what we do with the center image in cancer of the breast. You see the heart and the lung is receiving a very, very low dose, whereas the tumor in red receives the maximum dose. The beauty of modern techniques is shown in the diagram on the right, where in the same field, one area is getting 90 gray, the other is getting 65 gray. Gray is the unit of radiation, whereas an area which is very close by receives less than 20 gray or less than 10 gray. This was never possible by techniques earlier, but this is possible with the modern techniques which we use these days. And this is just the data. You see the grade 1, you look at grade 2 and grade 3 toxicities. When you use IMRT, they are drastically low as compared to the 3D conformal radiation. Now let us look at whether it has helped patients or not. The data coming from India is scarce, but the data which has been, from US, of course, we also match more or less the same. But you see the death rates have gone really down over the years. If you can see from 1930 to 2020. The graph on the top is the graph of lung cancer, which was highest in 1980s and 90s when smoking was there. And when the smoking stopped, with the modern method of treatment, it has gone drastically low. Similarly, the other cancers, the death rates have gone low. This is in the males on the left, and right is the females. If you look at the other angle, that the cancer survival rates in various common cancers, you see them rising. Same is shown on the lower bar diagram, where cancer death rates per 100,000 population is going down from 1970 to 2017. When we look at the Indian data, the mortality trend decreased by 0.19% annually among men, increased non-significantly by 0.25% among women. This data in India, of course, is not representing the entire country, but in India, we have a lot of differences between the availability of the modern medicine across the country, the affordability of modern medicine by people, because 70% or 80% of the people have to spend out of pocket for their treatment, because the government services are not that popular, that common across the country. So the data is not very good, but what we are seeing in our practice and where the facilities are available and where the patients can access those facilities, the results are getting better. The death rate is going down, the survival is going up. Over the period, we are using a combination of lesser surgery, lesser chemotherapy, and lesser radiation. So we are reducing the dose of radiation so that the side effects are less. Medical oncologists are reducing the chemotherapy cycles because the side effects are less, and surgeons are doing lesser surgery. So one of the examples is, Hodgkin's disease. It is a lymphoma normally seen in young children. Radiation used to be the only method of treatment in earlier days. And the technique was called mantle treatment. Mantle is like the warrior who wears that mantle. The field used to start from the chin, and it used to go to the diaphragm and to the arms and the whole chest. The disease was cured, but these young children suffered later on. Some, girls had breast cancers. Some girls had, boys and girls had thyroid cancers. Some young people had cardiac issues. But now, the dose which was given has been reduced to half. The area which is treated is reduced to 1/3 or less. So the side effects are less, the effects, the good effects are more. Similarly, in breast cancer, we used to, when breast was removed, we used to give radiation for 5 weeks. Now we give it for 3 weeks. When breast was preserved, we used to give it for 6 weeks. Now we give it for 4 weeks. Prostate, the classical treatment used to be a radiation for 7.5 weeks. We now use it for 4 weeks. With the modern techniques, the indications have increased. Earlier, we never used to think that we can give radiation to liver or lung or, to cancers which were supposed to be radio resistant. For example, melanomas, hepatocellular carcinomas or renal cell carcinomas. But now with the advent of techniques like SBRT, we can treat many of them. Similarly, we can treat a lot of benign tumors like meningioma, pituitary adenoma in the brain, craniopharyngiomas, acoustic neuromas, and the classical example is trigeminal neuralgia. There is a severe pain on the face. With modern, accurate radiation techniques, we give or treat or hit an area which is 3 to 4 millimeters in the brain, and we give a dose of 70 gray in one treatment. Imagine the 70 gray dose, which used to be given in 7 weeks, is given in 1 day to an area of 3 to 4 millimeters. How much accuracy is required? If you go here and there, you will damage the brain. But that is the advantage of modern medicine. The second area which is very common is re-radiation. People are surviving longer and cancer comes back. Earlier, with those techniques, we could not add radiation again after some time. But with these modern methods, we can re-radiate twice or maybe thrice in some cases. But there are a lot of misconceptions. People, get second-hand information. People get information from the media, and they think that if radiation is given, the body will become radioactive. They cannot sit with their, grandchildren on their lap because there is radiation coming out of the body. They think that they lose fertility. Yes, if you give radiation to the ovary or testes, you lose fertility. But then there are methods of preserving the semen and the ova so that they can be used later on. Overdose, the normal tissues cannot be protected. Cancer will progress because you have not removed the cancer from the body. Surgery removes the cancer, so the cancer will not come back. That is also a myth. Here people think because the organ remains in the body, the cancer will come back, which is also wrong. and they are to be confined during radiation to the room. We encourage people to work, go, eat, Doctors also need education. Many doctors think that radiation cannot cure. It is only for palliative treatment. And I still get references from some of my colleagues who write, referred for deep X-ray therapy. Deep X-ray therapy was long been abandoned, but still they write, referred for deep X-ray therapy because in the mind, they think it cannot cure, it is palliation. The radiation oncologists are not considered as oncologists. This is also a very, reality of life. And many of them, they don't even address as a radiation oncologist, they address as a radiotherapist. So anyway, we need to educate them. That is our job. Now, to end, let me take you in future. These are things which will come, which some of them have come, and some of them will come in the next 10 years. Flash therapy is one which is experimental, where the radiation will be given in one day, and it is ultra high dose rate therapy. That is, you see the last line, radiation is delivered at 40 gray per second, whereas the present day radiation dose rate which we are using is 0.5 to 5 gray per minute. In flash, we will deliver 40 gray per second. It is said that if you finish treatment in one day instead of 4 weeks or 6 weeks, you will have a lot of capacity on your machines, and the cancer cells will die more and healthy cells will be protected if you use such ultra high dose, but they're still experimental. And this is a picture, a tumor on the nose of a cat. It's an animal experiment. And you see with flash therapy, 7 months and 14 months. Protons. Many of you have heard about protons. We have 2 proton units working in the country, one in Chennai, one in Mumbai. The systems are very, very heavy. They need building size of the football field. The cost capital expenditure on the proton machine today is 550 to 600 crores. And therefore, the patients have to pay 35 to 45 lakhs per treatment. As the time passes, of course, proton has been around for many, many years, but still there are a lot of things to be clarified whether proton, of course, the advantage is that the beam stops at the tumor. So the tissues beyond the tumor get almost negligible dose, but it does not mean that all the side effects are finished. They are not there. But yes, it is having less side effects, and mostly people are using it for childhood cancers where the growth and other things have to be preserved. They are using it in re-radiation. Newer indications are coming, but more and more studies are required to proton to become the mainline treatment, and the cost of the equipment has to reduce. The size of the machine has to reduce so that the proton can become the mainstream treatment in next few years. So let us see when it happens. We have MR Linacs, and MR Linacs are there. We have one in India at the present time. At the present machines, we are using CT scan along with linear accelerator. But when you use MR along with linear accelerator, the visualization is much better. The movement of tumors is much better. But then you have to plan every time the thing changes, and that takes a longer time on the machine. But now with AI coming, artificial intelligence coming, probably that time will be reduced, and MR Linacs may become or replace CT Linacs in due course of time. Then we have a combination of PET along with Linacs. Then we have synthetic CT for MRI. We have to do CT scan for radiotherapy planning and MRI also for planning. Without CT, we cannot plan a radiation treatment. So this technique, we will do an MRI and then convert it into a CT so that the radiation dose is less to the patient and the cost is also less. So this is work in progress. Artificial intelligence is coming in a big way, and it will reduce a lot of time in radiation treatment planning, and we are really looking forward to it. You heard something about immunotherapy, what wonders it is doing. And radiotherapy also actually alters the immunity. And if radiotherapy is combined with immunotherapy, we are expecting the results to be very good, but then we will have to wait and see. So I think I have been able to tell you the progress which has taken place, what we are seeing in the next 10 years. So before I close, I want to reiterate that radiation therapy has an important place in the treatment of cancer. Modern radiation therapy is accurate, targeted, and has minimal side effects. Modern machines cannot compensate for the experience of the radiation oncology. This is very, very important. I get a lot of patients in my clinic, and the one question which many of them ask me is, "Aapke paas kaun si machine hai?" Which is, it is very difficult to answer. I tell them, most of the hospitals have good machines, most of the hospitals have good doctors, but a machine can be as good as the person who operates it. So this is also very important. And finally, radiation therapy is here to stay, and don't be afraid of radiation therapy because it does a lot of good to the body. Of course, there are a few side effects, but as we travel next 5 to 10 years, those side effects will also go down and we'll have better cure rate. These are some of the examples I have given where radiotherapy is used as curative and a supportive treatment, but there are a number of areas where radiation is still successful. So I hope I have been able to pass on the message, and thank you very much for your attention. Any questions? Okay.
May I please request Harbinder sir to join us on the stage for a picture? Is he here? No. Okay, we shall do that later. Thank you so much, once for sir, please, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, we are a little behind as per our schedule. We'll try and catch that up. Quickly moving ahead, our next panel discussion. It's on role of doctors beyond medication, or what was being spoken in the morning. How to break the news to families and patients, building trust and rapport with them. Doctors as messengers of hope, addressing psychological and also psychosocial and emotional needs of cancer patients, protocols to follow, and advocacy and activism by doctors. And to share the views on the same, please join me in welcoming once again Dr. S. Huku, Advisor, Department of Radiation Oncology, Savangaram Hospital, Delhi. Joining him is Dr. Vishal Rao, Director, Head and Neck Surgical Oncology and Robotic Surgery, HCG Cancer Center, Bengaluru. Joining them is Mrs. Jyotsna Govil, Chairperson, Indian Cancer Society. And this session will be moderated by Ms. Bilkis Naqvi, AGM, BW Healthcareworld, and also of BW Wellbeing World. Let's please welcome them to the stage, everybody. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to be here with such senior people in the oncology ecosystem. The topic that we are going to discuss now is the role of doctors beyond medication. The word doctor brings a lot of words in our minds, right from hope, treatment, medicine, dedication, courage, diagnosis, you name them. Sir, I'll start with you, and I would like to ask the question that the most important thing when anybody hears about cancer is how to tell the person. We have already discussed it briefly. I want to understand from you that are there any protocols that the doctors follow, and how to break the news to the patient and family so that there is some kind of hope that remains?
You see, there is no fixed formula for this. Unfortunately, what Dr. Anupam said in the morning, we are not taught about it in the medical college, how to do that. Because this is the most important part, because when the diagnosis is conveyed to the patient, that is the most difficult part. And when the investigations are going on, they have a lot of anxiety, they have a lot of fear, they have a lot of feelings inside that what the report will come. And when the report comes and you have to tell them, it's the most difficult part. Now, 20%, 25% of the family will come first. They will say, don't tell the diagnosis to the patient. Now, I have a different view because if the patient is very frail or, not educated at all, probably you tell little bit. If the person is educated, you have to tell them the total thing, because if you tell them the truth, their acceptance of treatment, because it's a long treatment, it's not a 1 day or 2 day treatment, is much better. So my job is to tell them. Now, if the disease is early, there is not an issue because everything is positive. We tell them the results are good. We have the things to treat. Side effects are much less. But the two difficult situations are when the disease is advanced, or you have a tumor where the outcome is very poor, like brain tumors. We have not made any progress. Or it is a recurrent cancer. Those things are difficult areas. So my policy is to tell the patient what we are going to do, what we have in store, but don't discuss the outcome because that will be a very depressive thing. So call a responsible after the discussion is over and tell the truth to that responsible family member so that there is no, we are on the same page. But to keep hopes positive, you don't tell the patient what is the outcome because, even if I know I am not an astrologer, I don't write horoscopes of the patient. If there are some people who say that he will survive for 3 months or 6 months, that may not be true. So those things should be avoided. You should only say that good or bad, but discuss with the family member, not with the patient.
Thank you, sir. Very, very pertinent points you have raised here. Moving on to Dr. Vishal, I would like to ask you that when you're breaking the news of somebody having cancer, people always have a view in their mind that doctor is the messenger of hope. How do you balance this breaking the news of something which is as severe as cancer and being practical at the same time, giving hope? How do you balance it?
Thank you. Thank you, Bilkis. I think taking from where sir spoke very, very pointed on this particular topic. Today, psycho-oncology is a subject by itself, and breaking the bad news is a special topic which we in oncology should be adapted into training. It's very, very important. Breaking the bad news is not a generic topic where we are talking about just opening up and saying that patient ko cancer hai, ye stage hai, or ye diagnosis hai, ye survival hai. It's a little beyond that to be customized, personalized. Now, the previous team spoke about personalization. Even here, based on the socio-economic status, based on the understanding, I think it's very, very important to understand and give right information. Now, this has social connotation, emotional, spiritual connotations, psychological connotations. This has legal connotations. And we faced all dimensions of it. I'm sure all the senior oncologists here must have faced all dimensions of it. Like a lot of the times, like sir said, some of them come and say, okay, please don't inform the family, inform the patient about the diagnosis. That has legal implications also if it's an adult. The similar way, the aspect of if the person is completely unaware about the entire thing and based on the psychological status of the person, if he is about to break down. So it's important for us to consider all dimensions of this particular thing, and breaking the bad news or breaking this particular news of cancer. The diagnosis is an important art that has to be taught, and there are techniques. And it's always good to learn this and spend some time with the psycho-oncologist to talk about these topics. We have a separate psycho-oncology department in our chain, but we do spend time with them learning, and that learning teaches us a lot about our mistakes sometimes. They give us perceptions about what the patient felt when we opened up a news in a particular way, which has helped us relearn. And I would like to add one more point here with regarding to hope, and that's a strange thing that I have found. You see, all that a patient in cancer lingers is hope. He strongly holds on to hope, and that's a very important, powerful tool for him. But it's a double-edged weapon. Now, I always feel it's very important that we are living in an era of informed decision. We are not living in an era of empirical medicine where we are going to tell him this is the treatment, this is the outcome, it's an era of informed decisions wherein we give the necessary information to the patient, and based on that, he has to evolve and we have to handhold him in this. And that's again a place where psychological support, psycho-oncological support has to be assessed and given. One single experience of mine, which has always been counter to what I had always thought, was we did a small study with a questionnaire. We called it the 21-gram questionnaire. Actually, it was based on a very funny theory of the weight of the soul. So with the psycho-oncology department, we actually did this. And one of the most interesting finding in this, which we found, was the power of negative thinking. I mean, it was very strange for me to see this, that we always talk about the power of positive thinking. Har waqt socho ki acha hone wala hai, sab positive hone wala hai. But this small study that we did showed the power of negative thinking. And I was finding it very strange on why this group of negative people who think negatively are doing so well. So when we analyzed it a little further, what we found was a very strange thing about this group of patients. And all of us must have seen that group of patients who come and say that they are generally unhappy. Like, he's doing well, he's doing very fine, he's living 5 years, but he's still unhappy. He's saying, "Oh, theek nahi hai, ye theek nahi hai, sir, wo bimari wapas aane wala hai, main marne wala hu." Things like all the time negative. And I used to wonder, why is he so negative all the time? He's doing so well. So when we analyze this subset, this is only a small subset. I'm not trying to make a big conclusion, but I'm saying that this particular group had the least expectations and the highest acceptance. And I think, so they were not really negative thinkers in the true aspect of it, but it's a very important thing for us to understand. If you can understand these two terms, what are his expectations and can he accept the things the way he is? These are two things that can make a large difference in positive and negative thinking. I found extremely positive people who say कि कुछ नहीं होगा, मैं 3 बार pray कर रहा हूँ, सब कुछ हो रहा है, but he succumbs to the disease, correct? Now, positive thinking or negative thinking, like sir said, we are not astrologers, does not lead to a necessary desirable outcome. But what leads to an outcome is the acceptance you have and the expectations that you build up with, which is very integrated, important with the counseling of it.
Add. You see, it is very unfortunate, and many of the people sitting in the audience will, vouch for it. The slots in the outpatient department are 10 minutes, 15 minutes, appointment slots. And when the doctor becomes international, the slot becomes 5 minutes or 6 minutes. Now, whenever the patient comes for listening to the diagnosis, I make it a point that I give them, instead of 15 minutes, maybe 30 minutes or more, because there will be a lot of listening from the patient. I can tell anything to the patient, but the patient will talk more. And the more he or she talks, the more comfortable they will be. So most of the corporate hospitals, I see slots of 5 minutes, 10, patients are sitting outside and you have to hurry because... so that is one thing, you have to listen more. And if you listen more, it is easier to pass on the message.
Very, very valid point, sir. Ma'am, you want to say something?
Yes, I've heard a lot of doctors say that people ask, how long do I have to live? And the question in my mind always comes is, doctor, how much time are you going to give me to talk at that appointment? I can live 50 years after that. But I need to talk to you and get information. And if you say, I'm only talking to you for 3 minutes, and then my assistant will take over, that is communication. It has improved. There's no question. It has improved from, I've been around from 1985. I've listened to patients who come and complain. We've been in the hospitals. It has definitely improved. I think communication skills of doctors is improving because everyone's bashing them about it. But time is of the essence also.
Actually, you see, the modern medicine, it is not criticism. I'm also, part of it. The modern medicine has become quantitative. It should be qualitative if you want to be good, but it has become quantitative. Quantitative is good because SOPs are there and, you have the data, and to run a place, it is very, very good. But unless it is qualitative, things will not improve. and there is a lot of pressure on the doctors to be quantitative, but they have to be qualitative if they have to be, if the patient has to understand what they mean.
Thank you so much, sir. My next question is to you, ma'am. And because Indian Cancer Society is such a large organization, and we are fortunate that today, I think there are people listening to us because of you in Canada and US also.
Yes.
We know that Indian Cancer Society has very good reach in rural areas. So I want to understand that organization like yours, how do they help people in rural areas, and what is the message that goes out? What is their expectations in rural areas from the doctors? More than the medication part and treatment part, what do they expect?
Bilkis, I won't pretend that we are well spread out in rural areas. Like most urban-based organizations, our strength is in the cities. But I would like our survivors to please stand up. Can you stand up, please, ICS volunteers?
Can we have a round of applause, please, for all of them? Thank you.
And the reason I've asked them to stand is because many of them have come from Mofussil areas outside of Delhi. People have come from Meerut, people have come from Saharanpur, people have come from various parts of townships outside of Delhi. It's not rural yet, but we're getting there. Yeah. So what are the expectations? I think we need to remember that cancer doesn't, either begin or end in a hospital. The people who get it are people like you and me. We happen to live in the city, they happen to live somewhere outside. The expectations are the same. That one difference, they're afraid of doctors. I think the urban population might argue back, and God bless Google. Everyone knows a little more about cancer, maybe the wrong things, but they know. So they come with those expectations that the doctor is going to help them. If you see these same women, or you saw them at the time when they came for treatment, they were pale waifs. They had little confidence that they were going to survive or do more. But today, I'm so proud to tell you that almost everyone, now all of them, are people who have survived cancer and who have gone out to help others. They have not sat at home. They have not sat back and said, I'm cured, so I'm okay. And that is what I find most encouraging.
Thank you so much, Jyotsna ji. Dr. Vishal, my next question is to you that other than treatment and medication, doctors also have a responsibility of getting research and development forward so that there are better treatments to come. What is the role of doctors that you think in doing research and development, and how they can help in this area so that there are better treatments?
So I think if you look at globally today, the next 10 years, we'll see a major shift in what is called as a clinician scientist or a surgeon scientist approach, which means he will go beyond the confines of his OPD or OT and also be in the lab, also be a part of R&D, and also be a part of innovation. There's globally also the movement of accelerating research and connecting it with innovations through academia and industry collaboration. And I think COVID is a classic example of acceleration. Traditionally, if you look at bench to bedside medicine, it takes about 17 years for something to innovate and come into practice. 17 years. That's what Lancet and some of the best journals publish. However, the movement of bedside to bench medicine is now further catching up. That means clinicians are more involved in innovative research, practice changing habits, and I think it's going to become a mandate in the coming years in curriculums as well as at practice. I think the simplest things that I see what we could have done is one of the in our department in head and neck, we have a speech and swallow department. I think quite a small department, negligible department, not much. But that department innovated and they had a good team that kept working. And I was very happy to see they actually came up with a very important in head and neck cancers, typically post radiation and all, there's a lot of issues with mucositis and taste. So they came up with the taste clinics. They gathered data over hundreds of patients, created their own taste protocols to ensure that the patient is not only given cancer cure, but he's also enjoying a biryani, which he wanted, which was his target at the end of 3 months. Now, for me, that was good innovation. They use research, they use this platform, and they were able to deliver a patient to able to eat a biryani at 3 months using taste protocols, which they then published in the literature, and they're now running a very successful taste clinics, which they are now expanding across India. I think this is going to be important to take bedside to bench medicines and actually create this momentum. And I just add one more point in this is that the need for funding by ecosystems is important here, whether it's governments, whether it's corporates. Some amount of money has to be kept aside for encouraging research and innovations in each organization.
Yes, ma'am, please.
I just wanted to add that early this year, Indian Cancer Society released an app which we call Rise Against Cancer. And the reason I'm bringing it up right here is because one of the 5 languages that it is available in is Kannada. And Vishal here has contributed to that so that everyone gets information in simple doses through a person like him in a language that they understand. It's not, they don't have to go and read in English or in Hindi or any other language that they are not familiar with. Please, everyone, make a note of the QR code. Everything is outside or on your tables. Please look at it. This app is in 5 languages and it gives you information about cancer.
Thank you, ma'am. Huku sir, we would like to understand from you that as doctors, what role do you play as educators for patients and also for other doctors or healthcare professionals?
You see, education is very important, and there are 3 areas. One is education for medical students. There are 3: surgical oncology, radiation oncology, medical oncology. Surgical oncology and medical oncology department don't exist in medical colleges. Radiotherapy departments or radiation oncology departments are optional. Still, if it is, and they manage cancer in a medical college. Now, even if the department is there, the students are posted for 15 days. So what will they learn? So that is one part which the curriculum makers have to take interest. So they are, told about cancer, they can see cancer, so education comes. The second part is the primary care physicians. Tuberculosis is very common in the country. If a patient with cough goes to a primary care physician, he orders an X-ray, sees a patch, gives anti-tubercular treatment without. So the primary care physician should have at the back of his mind that if he sees a patch in the lung, it can be lung cancer. So after 3 months, when TB doesn't improve because TB was not there, diagnosis comes and lung cancer, which is advanced. So for that, of course, there can be a number of things like CME programs, or you go to the IMA meetings or other meetings and with leaflets and other things. So the third is the patient, which is the most important, and they have to be told because most 70% of the cancers in the country are preventable because either they are tobacco-based or infection-based. Infection, I mean the human papilloma virus. So we should tell the patient to change the lifestyle, to nutrition, exercise. If they have symptoms, we should tell them what symptoms are there. They should approach the doctor. And if we make education at these 3 levels, probably we will be able to catch patients in early stages. And very few patients will go to the late stage. And some of the cancers, as I said, the head and neck cancer, the cervical cancer, the breast cancer, which are common in country, they can be caught at early stage. Head and neck cancer is preventable. So we should tell them the cause of infection to avoid that and avoid tobacco. So education is an important factor, but the question is that education doesn't bring in money, so the hospitals don't spend time on education. It is left to the NGOs, and when NGOs do, they are doing their lot, but doctors and the institutions have to spend time to do that.
Thank you so much, sir. My last question to you, ma'am. We want to understand that as an organization, what role does community organizations they play for survivorship, care planning, and the emotional support to the patients?
I think survivorship is important to doctors as much as it is to patients and families. Dr. Hukku spoke about sleepless nights for doctors when, or was it, I think, Dr. Sachdev, yeah, who spent sleepless nights when the patient was not doing well. Well, I don't know if you'll give me that little bit of time, but I've been thinking about it. And in our old literature, in the Gita, we are talking about Krishna's lecture to Arjun on the battlefield. So what was the battlefield? The battlefield was when Arjun was pointing out that these are all my relatives, they're all part of me. And how can I kill them? I often think of cancer in that way. I'm fighting a cancer, I'm fighting one tumor, but I'm fighting the whole of my body because of that tumor. How far will I go with treatment to allow me to live at the expense of what? My family finances, my family's well-being, all of that is there. So I don't want to get philosophical, but the fact of the matter is that the one way that the patient can turn into a great survivor is by being a successful survivor and by being a joyful survivor. If they're going to be sort of drooping all over the place, forever complaining, ye nahi theek hai, wo nahi theek hai, then I think the family will often feel, was it worth it? Giving up so much for a poor quality of life for this loved one of ours? Or can they be joyful survivors where they bring joy back into the family? I told you about our survivors. One lady said to me the other day that the biggest thing you have given me is respect in my own family. It really made my day. I think that that is what we're aiming for, to return patients, sick people into vibrant, happy, ready to go. And if you're all here in the afternoon, you'll see just how joyful they are because they're going to perform after lunch.
We'll surely enjoy it a lot. I'm very, very
One
sure about it.
last thing.
Yeah. Yes.
I had requested of BW that we do not separate this conference into doctors in the morning and all the NGOs in the afternoon. We create echo chambers. The doctors know each other, they talk to each other, they know what they're talking about. What are they talking to? And when the NGOs come on to talk about what our reality is, we know each other, we support each other. Why should we be come to a conference and talk to each other? We want to talk to the doctors, we want to listen to the doctors, we take home a lot of lessons, and I hope that the doctors take home some lessons from us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We are very short of time. We'll end the conversation here, but the conversation will continue this side. And if there are questions that any of the survivors, patients, or caregivers have, I think our esteemed doctors and Jyotsna ma'am, she'll be happy to answer. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. A picture, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Good to see. Yes.
I was happy I was sharing about the keynote and panel. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay, now before we move ahead with our next keynote address, very quickly, we have Archul from Can Heal. She wants to just speak for a minute on something important. Can we please, Yasha, Sandhana, can you ask her to come in? Please, आइए.
Hello everyone and apology first of all. So मैं यहाँ पे अभी this is for all the survivors and the patients जो बहुत दूर से अभी यहाँ पे आए हैं और कई लोग तो बॉम्बे से, हैदराबाद से, पुणे से, मथुरा से सब लोग आए हैं. बट यहाँ पे अभी थोड़ा सा एक मिसअंडरस्टैंडिंग किसी तरीके से क्रिएट हुई है सर्वाइवर्स के लिए. तो मैं उसके लिए सबसे पहले तो सॉरी बोलना चाहूँगी. बट देयर इज़ अ सिचुएशन एक्चुअली मुझे लगता है आप सब लोग समझेंगे और जो ये छोटी सी एक मिस्टेक हुई है उसको फॉरगिव करेंगे. सो 2 days बिफोर माय brother-in-law actually met with an accident and I was into the hospital in a hospital from last 2 days. Dr. Aman knows everything. So his head is open right now. We don't know he will survive or not. But I'm still here because all of you managed to come from everywhere and because of that I'm unable to arrange the makeup artist, but I still believe your smile is your biggest accessory and we are going to make this walk even far more beautiful. I know that you all can spark once you are on the stage. So I'm really sorry that makeup artist is not there, but a part of that, I make sure when you leave this hall in the evening, you will all smile. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think acknowledging is the biggest sort of achievement that you can get. And of course, speedy recovery for her brother-in-law. Though Harbinder is vouched for doing the makeup. आप करवाना चाहते हैं तो अगर आप चाहते हैं तो बाहर पेंट भी है, ब्रशेस भी हैं. Harbinder is all up for that. And you can of course do his makeup first and then in return get yours done. उसमें कोई आशंका नहीं है. But thank you, Arshil, for explaining that to us. Very quickly, moving ahead, time for our next keynote address on developing India as a cancer treatment option for the world. We've been speaking about it. Now, how do we develop this space, our country, for the treatment? And to talk on the same, please join me in welcoming the President of Corporate Affairs, Cadila Pharmaceuticals Limited, Mr. Raj Prakash Vyas, everybody. Please. Let's welcome, sir. Harbinder, you might be called for makeup. We've just let them know.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed survivors, dedicated caregivers, the word cancer often instills a terror that paralyzes. It whispers, how long do I have? Yet, we stand here today not just as patients, but as warriors, determined to transform the question, what must be done? Let us remember the Hindi proverb, डर के आगे जीत है, जो डर गया सो मर गया. It is in this spirit that we explore the potential of India to empower both ourselves and the world in the battle against cancer. Our nation boasts world-class medical expertise, cutting-edge facilities, and a compassionate approach, all at a lower cost than many developed nations. India is not just a destination for treatment, but a beacon of hope, offering affordable access to life-saving care. Medical tourism is not only about economics, it creates a bridge of empathy where patients from distant lands find healing hands and supporting hearts on Indian soil. When the disease noticed by an individual or by the family, the first thing which comes in the mind, अब यहां से यात्रा कितनी बची है? Life is a journey from B to D. B stands for birth, D stands for death. जैसा सुबह हरविंदर जी ने कहा था कि ये इसका ना लाइफ का एक एक्सपायरी है. It's not a endless. It is a definite time period. Suppose if we consider 75 years as an average age, then the journey is altogether from B to D is 27,000, approximate 27,000 days. So from birth to death, B to D, there is a word stands in between B to D is a C. C stands for choices. हमारी जिंदगी जो है वो उन चॉइसेस का आउटकम है कि हमने जिंदगी में क्या चूज किया है. हमने बीमारी से लड़ने के लिए ऑप्शन चूज किया है, हमने बीमारी के रहते हुए उसको चैलेंज करना का ऑप्शन चूज किया है, हमने खुश रहना चूज किया है या बीमारी के सामने सरेंडर करना चूज किया है. ये बहुत बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है. देखिए, बीइंग ए फार्मास्यूटिकल रिप्रेजेंटिंग ए कंपनी, मैं आपको इतना कह सकता हूं कि बीमारी उतना नहीं मारती है जितना उसका थॉट किल करता है. जैसा ख्याल वैसा हाल. हमारे बॉडी में साइकोसोमेटिक रिएक्शंस वैसे होते हैं, हमारी बॉडी वैसे ही बिहेव करती है जैसा हमारा थॉट प्रोसेस है, क्योंकि थॉट प्रोसेस बिलीफ सिस्टम क्रिएट करता है. थॉट प्रोसेस हमारे बॉडी के बिहेवियर को कंट्रोल करता है. थॉट प्रोसेस एक्शन डिलीवर करता है. सो मेरी आप सभी से रिक्वेस्ट है कि हमारे शरीर में सिकनेस हो सकती है, हमारे थॉट में सिकनेस नहीं होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि बीमारी से ज्यादा थॉट किल करता है, ज्यादा स्पीड से किल करता है. देखिए, मैं आपको एक चीज बताऊं, लाइफ में कष्ट 4 ही प्रकार के हैं, बाकी सारे कष्ट हमारे बनाए हुए हैं. जब महाभारत का युद्ध खत्म हुआ तो युद्ध के बाद में कृष्ण धृतराष्ट्र से मिलने के लिए गए, तो धृतराष्ट्र बड़े उदास होकर बैठे हुए थे, बहुत चिंतित थे. तो कृष्ण ने पूछा कि वार जो है, ये लड़ाई, ये बैटल आपकी चॉइस थी. मैं तो आपके पास लेके आया था, एक प्रपोजल लेके आया था कि केवल 5 गांव दे दो, बाकी सब रखो, बट आपने रिफ्यूज किया, आपने डिनाई किया आपने. सो इट वार वाज योर, बैटल वाज योर चॉइस. जब आपकी चॉइस थी तो फिर तकलीफ किस बात की, कष्ट किस बात का? तब धृतराष्ट्र ने कहा कि कष्ट केवल 4 प्रकार के हैं. तो उन्होंने कहा कि वासुदेव जरा कष्टम. जरा मतलब बुढ़ापा, सबसे छोटा कष्ट, बहुत ही छोटा कष्ट बुढ़ापा. वासुदेव जरा कष्टम, कष्टम दरिद्र जीवनम. बुढ़ापे के बाद का जो कष्ट है उसे बड़ा कष्ट है दरिद्रता, गरीबी. पुत्र शोक महाकष्टम, उससे बड़ा कष्ट, गरीबी से बड़ा कष्ट है किसी की संतान खत्म हो जाए, वो 3 नंबर का कष्ट है. एंड कष्टात कष्ट तरा शुदा. और सारे कष्टों का जो कष्टात, सुपरलेटिव डिग्री ऑफ कष्ट, शुदा भूख. भूख से बड़ा कोई कष्ट नहीं है. भूख आदमी कुछ भी कर सकता है. सो कैंसर जो है, ये कष्ट हमारा बनाया हुआ है. इसको कष्ट के रूप में परसीव करना हमारी चॉइस है. हमने इस कष्ट को परसीव किया है, हमने इस कष्ट को पाला है. अदरवाइज ये नेचर ने नहीं बनाया है, क्योंकि हमारी चॉइस अगर उसको कष्ट के रूप में कंसीडर करने की है तो डेफिनेटली एक कष्ट है। लेकिन अगर हमारी चॉइस ही नहीं है, या अगर हमारी चॉइस नहीं है कि हम इसको कंसीडर नहीं करेंगे, तो ये कष्ट नहीं है। देखिए, जैसे ही फियर क्या है? फेल्योर इन एंथुजियाज्म। जो एंथुजियाज्म के जो हार्मोन्स है ना, जैसे ही फियर आया, जैसे ही हमारे दिमाग में फियर आया कि ओ कैंसर डिटेक्ट हो गया, हमारा एंथुजियाज्म फेल हो जाता है। फेल का मतलब उसका जनरेट ही नहीं होता है वो, क्योंकि एंथुजियाज्म को जनरेट करने वाले जो हार्मोन है उसको डोज कहते हैं, डोज, DOSE। डी स्टैंड्स फॉर डोपामाइन, जो हमको मोटिवेट करता है, हमको करने के लिए इंस्पायर करता है कुछ करने के लिए। O स्टैंड्स फॉर ऑक्सीटोसिन, S स्टैंड फॉर सेरोटोनिन, E स्टैंड फॉर एंड्रोफिन। तो जब ये बनेंगे नहीं तो हमारा एंथुजियाज्म फेल हो गया। सो फेल इन एंथुजियाज्म रेस्ट ऑन एफ्लिक्शन। सो जैसे इस बीमारी को हमने इस सिक थॉट के साथ परसीव किया कि ओ मर गए, फियर है, सो वी आर फेल इन आवर एंथुजियाज्म फेल्ड एंड वी विल रेस्ट ऑन अफ्लिक्शन। सो सबसे पहले तो ये खत्म होना चाहिए, ये थॉट प्रोसेस ही नहीं आना चाहिए। देखिए, जब भी कोई भी कष्ट आए, बीमारी का कष्ट हो, किसी भी प्रकार का कष्ट आए, तीन चीजें बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट है। वन इज करेज। अब करेज क्या है? अपने कोई तलवार निकाल के लड़ाई तो लड़नी नहीं है। करेज क्या है? व्हेन यू चेज द ऑब्जेक्टिव, आपको डिफाइन करना है कि ये बीमारी है, एक्सेप्ट करनी है उसको, लेकिन सरेंडर नहीं करना है। उस बीमारी के साथ हमको उस बीमारी पे ओवर पावर होना है, उस बीमारी को कंट्रोल करना है। सो वो जितनी सारी एक्टिविटीज है उनको चेज करिए। चेज द ऑब्जेक्टिव विथ अर्ज एंड राइट एटीट्यूड दैट जनरेट द एंथुजियाज्म। एंथुजियाज्म इसलिए जरूरी है कि एंथुजियाज्म से हम फियर को हरा सकते हैं, फियर को डिफीट कर सकते हैं। देखिए, लाइफ में हमेशा देयर आर द 4 P's वन शुड कंसिडर एंड शुड टेक द कॉग्निजेंस। फर्स्ट, क्रिएट द पर्पस, कि मुझे इन सब के बाद भी परफॉर्म करना है, क्रिएट द पर्पस। देन हैव द पैशन टू अचीव दैट पर्पस। सेकंड P इज द पैशन। थर्ड P इज द perseverance to move for the purpose, and fourth P is the have the patience to achieve the purpose. So जब आप पर्पस क्रिएट करेंगे, you will chase the objective. Another important thing is the trust. आप विश्वास कीजिए इस चीज पे कि मैं इस बीमारी को हराऊंगा, मैं इस बीमारी पे मुझे ओवर पावर करना है, मुझे जीतना है। ये ट्रस्ट पैदा कीजिए और विश्वास कीजिए इस चीज पे। आप रोज सुबह उठिए, ये कहिए कि बीमारी मेरे करेज के आगे, ये बीमारी मेरे एंथुजियाज्म से आगे, ये बीमारी मेरे करेज के आगे कुछ भी नहीं है। मेरा करेज बहुत बड़ा है। सो ट्रस्ट मीन्स thoroughly reliable, TRUST, thoroughly reliable upon synergy in thoughts. उस थॉट्स पे रिलाई कीजिए, आप उन थॉट्स पे रिलाई कीजिए। हैव द पॉजिटिव थॉट्स कि बीमारी कहीं मेरे सामने कहीं नहीं टिकेगी। एंड अनदर थिंग इज द कमिटमेंट टू विन दैट डिजीज, कमिटमेंट फॉर टू डेवलप द विनिंग एटीट्यूड, कमिटमेंट ऑलवेज लिव विद द पॉजिटिविटी। देखिए, एवरीथिंग फिनिश, लाइफ में याद रखिएगा, एवरीथिंग फिनिश बट स्टिल होप रिमेन्स। और वो जो होप है वो बड़ी गेम चेंजर होती है। कभी भी आपको लाइफ में जैसे ही सीन आता है कैंसर का, मैं आपको एक बड़ा पॉइंट सुनाता हूं कि आदमी की क्या हालत होती है, कि कोई भी जब ये इस वर्ड को सोचता है तो उसका इनिशियली उसका क्या रिएक्शन है और उसका थॉट प्रोसेस क्या होता है। मैं एक छोटी सी पोइम सुनाऊंगा आपको। वो आंधी चली कि नभ में, वो आंधी चली कि नभ में छा गया सहसा अंधेरा। ऐसी आंधी चली जिंदगी के अंदर, हमारी लाइफ में ऐसी आंधी आई, वो आंधी चली कि नभ में छा गया सहसा अंधेरा। धूली दूसर बादलों ने पृथ्वी को इस भांति घेरा कि रात सा दिन बन गया, दिन भी रात की तरह हो गया। कि रात सा दिन बन गया, फिर रात आई और काली। फिर रात तो काली होनी थी, रात सा दिन बन गया, फिर रात आई और काली, लग रहा था इस निशा का फिर ना होगा कभी सवेरा। कि लग रहा था लाइफ एंड्स, एवरीथिंग फिनिश, ऐसा लग रहा था कि इस निशा का फिर ना होगा कभी सवेरा। किंतु प्राची की दिशा से, प्राची मतलब पूर्व से, हल्की सी रोशनी आई, हमने उस एंथुजियाज्म को जनरेट किया, होप क्रिएट हुई। किंतु प्राची की दिशा से मोहनी मुस्कान फिर नीड का निर्माण फिर है। जैसे पक्षी जो है उसका घोंसला बिखर जाता है, वो सारी होप्स खत्म हो जाती है, लेकिन जैसे ही एक सूरज की किरण आती है, जिंदगी में एक होप आती है, हम वापस उस लड़ाई से लड़ने में, हमारा विनिंग एटीट्यूड क्रिएट करने में बहुत बड़ी हेल्प मिलती है। सो कमिटमेंट मीन्स इंटरनली क्रिएट द ओथ। एक ओथ क्रिएट करो, दैट ओथ motivate you and ignite your thoughts, and that's ignited thoughts magnify the energy and newer talent inside comes। और वो जो एनर्जी है, वो एनर्जी आपको इस लड़ाई से लड़ने में एक होप क्रिएट करेगी। साइकोसोमेटिक आप में ऐसे चेंजेस आएंगे कि आपको लगेगा कि कुछ नहीं है बीमारी, मेरा करेज जो है, मेरा कन्विक्शन जो है, मेरा कमिटमेंट जो है, मेरा ट्रस्ट है, वो काफी बड़ा है। सो आई विल से इन द लास्ट दैट टू द पेशेंट, रिमेंबर दोज हु स्टैंड्स बाय यू, draw strength from their love, fight on. To the caregivers, your sacrifice and resilience are the light in this battle. We salute you. To the families, understand the power of coordinated care. Every act of support gets us closer to victory. To the policymakers and medical community, let's make India the epicenter of cancer care and innovation, accessible to all. As we embark on this journey, let's the word never give up echoes in our hearts, a testament to the indomitable Indian spirit. The fight against cancer is not just about survival, it's about proving that our adversity will create a future where hope always has a home. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Very quickly, moving ahead towards our next panel discussion, the last one before lunch. This is on chemotherapy, radiation, and adjunctive therapies in cancer care. What to follow and how to decide. This one's going to be talking about overview of chemotherapy, radiation therapy, and adjunctive therapies, indications and contraindications for each treatment modality, decision-making process, a multi-disciplinary approach to treatment planning, cell and gene therapy, and more. And to share the views, please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Anil Kumar Anand, Senior Director and Head, Department of Radiation Oncology, Fortis Memorial Research Institute, Gurugram. Joining sir is Dr. Harish Mahajan, Founder and Chief Radiologist, Mahajan Imaging and Labs. Joining them is Dr. Indu Bansal Agarwal, Group Director and Head, Radiation Oncology, Paras Cancer Center, Gurugram. Joining them is Dr. Nataraj K.S., Senior Consultant, Hemato-Oncology and Bone Marrow Transplant Specialist, HCG Cancer Center, Bengaluru. And this one will be moderated by Dr. Charu Dutt Arora, Consultant Physician, Geriatrics and Palliative Care Provider, Head, Amiri Health Home Healthcare, Asian Institute of Medical Sciences. Let's collectively welcome them, please. That's only the first half of the hall. The second's only waiting for lunch, I believe. Can you welcome them all? Affectionate round of applause. Thank you.
That's actually fine because, sitting on that side, we can understand that just a pre-lunch session can be toxic, but I'm sure with such stalwarts with me on the stage, I'm going to make it very interesting, or it has to become interesting. So thank you so much, the audience, for being so patient. I think since morning, we've been witnessing an amazing group of people, the keynote speeches, and now this panel discussion. So everyone knows all the members on the dais, and Most of the questions that I will be addressing to you all are practical questions which have come to me as a clinician, as a geriatrician, as a palliative care provider. And they are the ones which come to us from families as well as the patients. So I would expect and we would request you all to give personalized anecdotes as well that will help our audience to relate to them. Let me start with Dr. Anil Kumar Anand. We have seen that the decision-making capacity of the patients lies a lot in their family members. And has there been any incident that you can recall wherein the patient's family members or the caregivers have refused or denied or not accepted the treatment option that you have suggested just because of the age or other factors? And if yes, how do they decide and how do you counsel?
Oh, yeah, so it is when we encounter the patient first time, it is I think quite a difficult task, and because that is the first meeting we are having with the patient and the family. But I a little bit disagree with your question, and that is that patient's family. I feel the patient has to be number one, especially in cities. So we have a divide, of course, between the cities and villages, but the place where we are sitting, I think patient should be the central figure to decide. So what I was attending a meeting and where they use a word that many times we tell patient to sit outside and in many places, and the family comes and discusses with doctor, what is the line of management, what is the expected outcome, what are the side effects, how bad or good life would be, etc., etc. And the patient sitting outside feels there is a conspiracy going on. That is the word that was used in a palliative care conference, because patient is intelligent. Most of the people we see are, they have seen life more than their caregivers. So they are sometimes, they have retired from a very good position, government positions, and just because they are frail, they are sitting outside and thinking that these young people who have gone in, they are trying to take decision for me, which is, I think, in the current era is not acceptable. We, in the first go itself, it's my policy to bring in the patient himself also with the family. We cannot say you sit outside and the family will take a decision. And therefore, the question is how to talk to them and what all we can talk, and then I can answer your question. But my first thing is that the patient should be the central figure in decision making. Sometimes there are some issues where, suppose the outcome is real poor, then it is left to the craft and art of the doctor and the people around him to tell. But ultimately, patient has, second point is, if we don't tell him, somebody else is going to tell him. Now that somebody else is also very important. I think there may be people who would know that other people may be his friends, his Google, his acquaintances, his junior colleagues in his workplace or wherever he lives. So therefore, even if we try to hide the information, it will reach out to him and then he will feel more shattered. So therefore, the thinking amongst doctors, I feel it has changed in my mind also in the last 10, 15 years. It is no more a time where the only caregivers are involved. The patient should be the central figure.
Thank you so much, sir. Very well explained. And I think this is one of the take-home messages from the entire conference as well, that keep the entire treatment plan, keep the entire management patient-centric. That's very important. Coming to you, Dr. Mahajan, being such a senior figure, you've seen a lot of times in the last few decades. And especially nowadays, we are seeing a part of this, the trend is at the drop of the hat, all kinds of physicians, not only oncologists, are writing PET CT scan. And PET CT scan has become a kind of a trend wherein sometimes it's not even required, and it is a harsh truth. So how do you compare it as with the conventional CT scan? And if this trend has to stop, even in a not so resource limited setting like ours where we are sitting, what are your comments on it?
Thank you very much. That's a very important question. I do not think that general physicians are writing PET CT scan. At least that has not been my experience. We've had a PET CT scan for over 17 years now. Initially, even the oncologists were very hesitant to write. Those were the early days of PET CT in this country. And if we come to 2024, maybe for some follow-up CT scan, PET CT, in consultation with the oncologist, a physician or a GP may write it, but decision making on their own, at least in this city, I can say for sure, it doesn't happen. So it would be, and also at the initial stage, when, maybe someone may suspect that there may be cancer, it is not generally a PET CT that is asked for unless one has traversed some degree through the healthcare system, reached to oncologist who is now reasonably certain, and then he asks for it. Initially, I think in our setting, depending on whether it's the chest or it's the neck or the abdomen, it would be for the chest generally a X-ray of the chest that is asked and an ultrasound to begin with for the abdomen. And based on the ultrasound report, especially when we talk of the abdomen or even the neck, at times it is a CT scan that's done, even when there is a consideration that it may be a malignancy. That is where, over the years we've learned, not only here, but across the world, that maybe at that time, to reduce duplicity of scans, you do a CT scan first, then you do a PET CT scan. I would say we need to go for the most appropriate test. And in some cases, it may be a PET CT because in these 17 years, we've been doing a diagnostic CT along with a PET scan. Actually, this was since 2007. I, being a radiologist and with a PET scan, in the abdomen, if you do a plain CT, it's absolutely non-diagnostic. Similarly, in the neck, in the chest, it may still be sufficient. So for 17 years, and that does two things. It reduces doing two separate tests. It reduces the overall radiation dose to the patient. And it also reduces the overall cost. Because what we started doing in 2007, when it was a non-diagnostic CT with PET, it was a certain figure, and a diagnostic CT where contrast is injected, the whole body diagnostic CT is done, it was only 3,000 rupees extra. And that we have stuck to till this day. So overall, I think I disagree that, there is over a prescription of PET CT scans. We have, oncologists who are as good as the best in the world. They know when to prescribe. There are, set guidelines which have to be followed. And I think by and large, they are being followed. I may say that in one's own family, a doctor may tend to overdo a test, but generally they do not. And frankly, I think we need many more. I mean, if we look at the per capita requirement of diagnostic tools in this country and what we have, there is a huge gap. And we need many, many more. And actually, misconceptions of this nature may actually stymie the growth, which will be detrimental. Because, PET CT is not only used for cancer, it's used for dementias, it's used for cardiac diseases, it's even used for fever of unknown origin, and so many other cases where slowly, of course, cancer remains probably 85 to 90% of what we do. So I think we need more and more. Of course, we need a more homogeneous distribution across the country. Currently, these high-tech machines are there only in the metros or tier 1, now going down to tier 2 cities. We need them to percolate further and further.
Thank you so much, sir. So as we said that the purpose of this panel discussion is debunking the myths, and sir just rightly pointed out on the misconception that people have. So moving on to Dr. Indu Agarwal, ma'am, radiation oncology has evolved a lot in the last few years, but still one myth which exists among a lot of patients and caregivers is that it is unsafe for elderly patients. How true is that? And would you like to throw some light on it?
First of all, I would like to thank Businessworld for having me here, and it's truly a pleasure to interact with all of you. So answering to this question, I would say that over the years, radiation oncology is a branch which has evolved a lot, and a lot of significant improvements have been done in the treatment techniques, thanks to the improvements in imaging as well. So I would like to explain the difference between chemotherapy and radiation. So unlike chemotherapy, when you give something, it's injected it's going through the vein into the bloodstream. So chemotherapy has its effect all over the body. But fortunately, radiation is a very, very focused, targeted treatment. So because of that, and with the best machines, we are able to target tumors with sub-millimeter accuracy, even with 1 millimeter. So if I'm doing radiation these days, then we are able to save all the surrounding normal structures. Like, just to give you an example, if we are giving brain radiation for someone who has tumors spread to the brain, these days we have moved on from giving whole brain radiation to very focused radiation, high dose radiation, 2 or 3 days treatment. And at the same time, we are able to preserve the memory function. We are able to preserve the hair. Similarly, if we are treating a patient with a CA prostate, we are able to save their sexual functions. We are able to save the dose which is going to the bladder or to the rectum. So because of all these advances, the radiation treatment has become a very, very safe and a very effective modality. So it can reach the places where a surgeon cannot reach. It can treat the patients where chemotherapy cannot be administered. So that's where radiation can be very safely given even to elderly. So the oldest patient that I've treated with radiation is an 89-year-old lady whom we treated. And there are so many patients, say, with food pipe cancers who are not fit for chemotherapy. But with radiation, we can improve their quality of life. We can decrease the pain. We can decrease the bleeding. So we actually help make the life worth living if we are using radiation. So many patients are afraid that radiation is a very toxic treatment, and that's why they don't even discuss the option with the doctors, and on their own, the family decides, no, my mother is old or my father is old, so we will not take the treatment. So I would suggest everyone in the audience here that please meet the radiation oncologist. The treatment would be different for every patient, and with radiation, we are able to tailor the dose as per the site of the tumor, as per the symptoms of the patient, and we can give our treatment modalities have reduced from, say, for breast cancer, we have now moved on from 6 weeks radiation to 5 sittings of radiation or even single sitting of radiation. The areas that we used to treat, they have shrunken, and the toxicities, they have reduced remarkably. So it's a comparatively a very, very safe treatment and easily done OPD basis treatment, painless treatment, few minutes treatment, does not need any admission. So I think the myth around the radiation has to go. It can be safely given to elderly patients.
Thank you so much. Recently, ma'am, I'll stick to you only. Recently, it was one of our community outreach programs in a tier 2 city. And while doing palliative care counseling for a patient's family, जैसा आपने बोला कि seek the opinion of a radiation oncologist also, when we discussed about what are the treatment options that they have taken, they refused for radiation oncology because their family thought that it would be unsafe for the family members if their loved one is undergoing radiation. And मतलब मुझे ये सुन के इतना अजीब लगा that this is happening just 200 kilometers away from Delhi. Because लोग ऐसा सोच सकते हैं कि घर के अंदर अगर रेडिएशन किसी को मिल रही है तो बाकी फैमिली मेंबर्स अनसेफ हैं. So do you have any comments on it? या आपके कभी इंसिडेंट ऐसा हुआ है during your clinical practice?
So thank you, Dr. Charu, for bringing this up. Because I think it 200 kilometer दूर की बात नहीं है. We face this every day in OPD. If people who are CEOs, they come to us and they say कि मैम रेडिएशन तो बहुत खतरनाक होता है और क्या मैं अपने पेशेंट को घर ले जा सकता हूँ? क्या मेरा बच्चा मेरी मदर के साथ बैठ सकता है? मैम मेरे घर में 2 साल का मेरा बेटा है, क्या वो अपनी नानी के साथ खेल सकता है because she is undergoing radiation? So as I told just now that radiation is a focused treatment. If I am giving radiation to the brain, पूरे brain को भी radiation नहीं मिल रहा है. It's a radiation is high energy X-rays. तो जैसे आप कोई X-ray या CT scan कराते हो, उसी तरह से radiation का treatment है. It's just high energy, but because it is focused, so patient does not become radioactive. It's not a radioactive material. ये जैसे अगर हम radioactive iodines का treatment करते हैं for thyroid cancers, then also the patient is kept under observation and they are discharged when the radioactivity is over. But radiation treatments are X-ray based treatments, so they are not at all radioactive. हम लोग पूरा दिन, I'm sitting in the department of radiation surrounded by 50 people throughout the day. और इतने सालों से for last say 28 years I'm in radiation oncology. तो अब तक तो मुझे radioactive हो जाना चाहिए था. So it's absolutely safe treatment, focused, targeted treatment, and that's why I'm so passionate about this branch, because I'm able to tailor the dose just around the tumor and save the surrounding normal structures. So आप radiation करा के आपका बच्चा पोता आपकी गोदी में उसी समय बैठ सकता है, आप उसी प्लेट में खाना खा सकते हैं. So पेशेंट से आपको कोई भी नुकसान नहीं होगा, लेकिन अगर किसी को इन्फेक्शन है वो आपके पेशेंट को ट्रांसमिट हो सकती है जिससे उनकी इम्यूनिटी लो हो सकती है. So that's it.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. Moving to Dr. Natraj. When we talk about bone marrow transplant, there are a couple of questions which comes to everybody's mind. And these are also 2 myths which needs to be debunked by specialists like you. The first one is that it is definitely a painful procedure. And the second one is it has to be done only by the family members, especially men. How true are these? And if not, then do you have any comments?
Both are myths. Now, number one, bone marrow transplant is a painful procedure. Yes, it used to be about 30, 40 years back when we were not having sort of a tailored treatments. And bone marrow transplant, basically in bone marrow transplant, what we do is we give a sort of a very high dose chemotherapy to begin with, and then empty the bone marrow, which is having either a disease or like thalassemia, aplastic anemia, or a cancer, blood cancer. And then we fix that place with a normal product producing blood cells, mainly from brother sisters. So, and then whoever is a match, and then we put it, and then these things will grow. So previously it used to be like a sort of a carpet bombing. You give such a high dose chemotherapy that a lot of organs also would get damaged. But nowadays it's not like that. It's extremely tailored, and then it's not like one size fits all for approach. Now, even the kids like less than 1 year or even up to 70 years, 72 years, 75 years, we do bone marrow transplants based on the age, the fitness. It's not the chronological age which matters. Somebody may be 70 years, but he is still as fit as 50 years. Somebody may be 50 years who is as weak as 70 years. So we choose the biological age over chronological age, and then we assess what patient can tolerate, and then how much the chemotherapy dose that patient can be given, and then how targeted the chemotherapy can be so that it can only clear the bone marrow, not affect the other organs in the body. So it is not an operation where we go cut the bone and then push some cells into the bone. It is everything is done through IV line. So basically it is done in the blood, through the blood. It's like an IV line. And then all the procedure is done in a highly secure environment so that the patients won't get infected when they are immunity free, when they have got very low immunity. In fact, always one patient family member will be next to the patient throughout the procedure in almost all the hospitals, at least in our hospital. And then, so it is not a painful procedure. It's a procedure where the production site of a bone marrow, where the blood production site, which is diseased, is replaced with a normal, healthy producing bone marrow cells. Now, second question is, who should be the donor? Whether it should be only male, or it should be only from the family, or it should be only the siblings. It is a myth that only men can donate. Both men and women are equally eligible to donate. Only thing is that the donor should not have a disease which can be transmitted to the patient. And second thing is, donor should be, usually we cut the age off at 60 to 65 years. We don't collect beyond 60 to 65 years. These are the two things. And both men and women can donate. Only thing is that pregnant women should not donate. That's it. Otherwise, everybody can donate. Now, the third myth is, if there is no donor in the family, where will the donor come from? So donors can be parents, donors can be kids. We have done transplants from father or mother to the patient, or kids like 5 years, 4 years, son or daughter to the patient. And also other way around, we also have now registries where a lot of voluntary donors are there. Even in fact, I am also a donor. One of my colleagues donated cells to somebody who is unknown to the patient, unknown to her. And then anybody can become donor, and then if they are matched to somebody else, they can always donate the stem cells. One thing, unlike kidney transplant or a liver transplant, where one organ will go away from the body of the donor, the stem cells are not like that. Even if you donate 4 to 5 times, there will be no harm to your body. So anybody can donate stem cells, like the bone marrow producing cells. It is collected from the blood. No more, we are not going to put a drill the hole to the donor and then collect from the bones. We are collecting from the blood, and then it is very safe procedure. And then there are thousands of donations, lakhs of donations have happened all over the world without major impact to the donor.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So moving ahead to Dr. Mahajan, there are a lot of companies, private companies, which are claiming to be FDA, EU approved, and they're saying that one single blood test can predict and prevent cancers, the entire universal cancer screening with single blood test. And patients get really confused. Families do get confused when they come to the doctors that is there some blood test which is 100% safe, 100% effective, they are FDA approved. So, sir, with your experience and your knowledge, can one blood test really predict and prevent the entire cancer?
I don't think anything can prevent cancer if it's going to happen, except changing your habits. If you smoke or if you chew tobacco, and so if those factors are taken away, only that can prevent or maybe reduce the likelihood. But definitely there are tests available which can predict some cancers as our knowledge goes today. Genome sequencing has been around for now around 2 decades, and it came into its own in the last 6-8 years. Using that, we can actually look at mutations that happen in genes. And we know that there are some kinds of genetic cancers that can happen. A lady who has breast cancer, her daughter is at higher risk in case she has a certain mutation. Those mutations we can find out. These are called BRCA mutations. And I'm sure many of you will know of the case of Angelina Jolie, the actress in the US, who actually did this same test. And she was told that she has a very high chance of getting breast cancer and or ovarian cancer. So she was told it's 80%. Of course, 20% she may not get it. And when she is going to get it, we don't know. So instead of choosing to do very diligent screening, what is the idea of doing this test? The idea is that those at high risk do screening, like self-breast examination, mammography, ultrasound, for that specific reason, or a colonoscopy for colon cancer. What she decided, she says, I have 6 children. I cannot afford to get breast cancer or ovarian cancer. So she actually went in and did preemptive surgery which to many may have sounded extreme, but each person is his own master. And she chose to do that because she said, with 6 children, I can't afford to die early. And she went ahead and she actually did yeoman service for cancer awareness in the world. And, we all thank her for it. So there is this predictive test that's available. The second test, and there are a lot of claims made, and I hope that we will sometime reach a situation where with a single blood test, we are able to 100% or 99% certainty be able to pick up circulating cancer cells in the body, based on which we cannot prevent, but we can actually diagnose early that there is cancer somewhere in the body. So this is circulating DNA, which even today we are able to pick up, but the sensitivity and the specificity have still not reached a stage where it can be used for screening purposes. Two, it is also very, very expensive at the present point of time. And it's hoped that, it may come to such a stage that you can actually screen a population which is at high risk for cancer and be able to pick up early. So to answer your question, and there are claims that are made, every day, that there's this test which is 97% accurate. But when done in a large population, where out of 1,000 you're supposed to pick up one, if you miss that also, it seems that it's okay. You only missed 1 out of 1,000, but that's the one that you were supposed to pick up. But a lot of work, a lot of research, a lot of innovation happening in this field to pick up, if not at population at large, but at least in those who are at high risk, and then to be able to screen using radiology and nuclear medicine techniques to be able to localize the cancer. In fact, I call PET-CT in such a situation like a Brahmastra, where you know that there is some cancer in the body, but you don't know where it is because there are no symptoms. There, FDG PET with its high sensitivity is able to localize if it is of a certain size. And now with the newer PET CTs that are coming, we are able to pick up very small and early lesions as well.
Thank you so much, sir. So moving on to Dr. Anand, my question to you will be, sir, and we'll be a little fast since we are moving, already at time. How relevant do you think is the tumor board setting in not only in multi-specialty corporate hospitals in metropolitan cities, but providing such service virtually to other cities and providing a holistic management to a patient? Do you see any kind of scope in that? And how do you see doing that in current scenario?
I think it's very, very essential to have a tumor board, and for the knowledge of our people who are not near the hospitals, it means that the surgeons, medical oncologists, radiation oncologists, radiologists, and sometimes pathologists, they sit together and decide what is the best treatment for a particular patient. The quality of tumor board, I suspect, is quite variable in different hospitals. So it is not top of the line, I would say, in many hospitals, but in many hospitals, very good. And what we need to do is that it is also for the education of people across specialties. Because suppose I am radiation oncologist and I feel I can do the best for this patient. But when I put that case in a tumor board, the surgeon may give his advice and may say that, no, doctor, this patient may be better treated by surgery, or a vice versa. Surgeon may suggest that I can remove this big tumor and the patient will get rid of this tumor. But I can say in radiation oncology or in medical oncology, let's shrink the tumor with chemotherapy or hormone or something, and then maybe do a organ salvage. Organ salvage means I protect the organ while I cure the cancer. So this is a very big kind of development in which the patient should demand organ preservation. Patient should say, doctor, I want to make sure that my organ remains. And the biggest example is breast conservation. However fast we are developing, even in big cities, still there is a fear among women about breast cancer. And many of them say, even for early breast cancer, doctor, remove the entire breast. And then they have regret later on in the life when they suffer psychological issues and flat chest and its attendant complication. So this kind of bigger view is in tumor board we discuss, but I think in tumor board, patients also have to be the participant. And I will request that patients should gain knowledge, howsoever Google may be good or bad, but should think, well, recently I met a lady, she's very aware, upmarket lady, I would say, and she said, no, I want to get rid of my breast. Why should I have another chance of tumor coming back? I said, no, this is a myth. Early breast cancer, if you do breast conservation surgery and radiation, cure rates are same. In fact, some studies are now saying breast conservation people do better than mastectomy people. That also is coming. So therefore, this tumor board should spread across not only surgical, medical, radiation, radiologists, and the nuclear medicine specialists and pathologists, but the patient and the family should be part of that tumor board. And in many institutions I have seen, once we have discussed, we call the patient and the family into the hall. And we call them that this is our decision. But sometimes I have seen patients say, no, doctor, I don't accept your decision. Please explore whether I can conserve my limb, for example, in a sarcoma, or in a breast cancer, or in many other situations where organ must be spared. It is the best thing which we can have with current technology. Now we have technology in surgery, we have technology in radiation, in technology in many times we do induction chemotherapy, maybe, for example, tongue. We can spare the tongue. We may not sacrifice the 2/3 of the tongue by doing some pre-operative treatment and then doing chemoradiation. So I think it is a huge topic. And I must say that the time is prime time for our personalized medicine. Medicine is getting more and more personalized. It is not same copy-bit treatment for everybody. Breast cancer, you do mastectomy, you give chemo. No, it should not be. The lady in question or the person in question should demand that I need this kind of treatment. And I can tell you, most of the demands can be met.
That's wonderfully put. Can I have the liberty of asking one question? One last question. That would be to Dr. Nataraj. And Dr. Nataraj, my question is that these days, the hot selling cake is CAR T-cell therapy. And everyone is talking about CAR T-cell therapy for every kind of a blood cancer, a lymphoma. What is CAR T-cell therapy in 30 seconds for you? And in what reasons or in what situations should it be used wisely?
Yeah. CAR T-cell therapy means it's taking away one's own immune cells, that is T cells, and then sticking them with sort of targets, which can go and find where it has to go and then kill the things, and then kill the cancer. And then these T cells or the immune cells will go and release some toxins to that specific area so that it kills that cancer cell, and then it can move to the next cancer cell to kill. And also they have got the ability to self-renew, means they can divide. If you give one CAR T cell, it can become 1,000 CAR T cells inside the human body. And also equally, it is important that it should be given to the right people at the right time. So usually CAR T cells now work best for blood cancers, mainly acute lymphoblastic leukemia. It works good for lymphoma, B-cell lymphomas. It works very good for multiple myeloma. There are many other diseases which is getting there are a lot of other diseases which their trials are going on, but these are the only 3 diseases which have shown proven efficacy. But in all the 3 diseases, it is given at relapse setting, not at first setting. And then in majority of the places, it is not a replacement to the existing treatment modalities. It takes some more time for the CAR T cells to move ahead in the line of treatment. Maybe it can become first or second line treatment in coming decades. And also equally very important, every CAR T cell doesn't work the same. That is very important for you to know because Carticel is not like a drug biosimilar where there's a rituximab which is there in America, which rituximab is there in India. It works the same. It's not like that. It is Carticels are vector dependent, and then vectors are different from different products to products. So it is important that Carticel of, for example, Tisacel in America if we take it as reference, the cells that we get it from somewhere else will work the same as both. So it is important you ask the doctor whether how is the efficacy, what is the data, and then how the things work. And then it is very important that yes, it's a very good modality of treatment, but this is not a replacement existing treatments.
Thank you so much, Dr. Natraj. So our questions are never ending, but the time has come for all of you to enjoy lunch. And thank you so much to all the esteemed panelists and over to the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Charan. I'm very sorry because we had to cut short of time. A picture, please. Because we're short on time, I was going to say we're going to skip lunch and move ahead to the next one, but not that. I always say this from food for thought. It's now time for food for your stomachs. It's 2:15. Let's try and be back here by 2:45 so we can start on time. Just a request to have your lunch quickly. For all our speakers, lunch is served outside, and for everybody else, lunch is right at the back of the hall. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch. Hello. Not here to stop you. Of course, please enjoy your lunch. We have a couple of minutes more, precisely 3 to 4 minutes. We request you to please try and wrap up in that so that हम आगे बढ़ सकते हैं for the next session. Thank you. Hello. Welcome back, everybody. थोड़ा लाइट कम करेंगे अभी. लाइट. Achal? नहीं मतलब, can you please take your seats? And make sure your friends also do. I try to find a link between them. For all our friends at the back, we're about to start now. So I request you to please settle down. Okay, first questions first. Everybody had lunch. If you have, you can raise your right hand. As only 4 members, 5, 6, 7. There's one, yes, I saw 8. Only 8 members who've had lunch. For the rest, there are 10 now. There's 11, there's 12. No, it's okay. I've not been asked to count the number of plates. Absolutely not. हम बस थोड़ा वक्त गुजार रहे हैं. Absolutely not. Achal, are you here? Sanjana, can you ask them to settle down, please? Okay. Now, before we begin with the next one, a humble request, please turn your mobile phones to silent mode. It's just a request because that sort of disturbs speakers on the stage. And जिसके भी ये फोन में गाना बज रहा है, please वो भी. Thank you. Okay, next was supposed to be a tug of war, cancer champions versus doctors. We will have that, but after a couple of sessions, we've been advised by doctors कि खाने के बाद खेल कूद नहीं करना है immediate बाद. We'll take a break from that. We'll come back that to later. But now, up for our next panel discussion on the impact of technology on cancer care. This panel will talk about increasing importance and role of robotics in cancer treatments, importance and role of clinical trials, research as well, role of AI and machine learning in palliative care, in cervical cancer vaccines, and also in innovations in immuno-oncology as well, along with other things. And to share the views on the same, now that you've had lunch, I'm sure आप में energy वापस आ गई है. Please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Kanika Gupta, Senior Director, Surgical Oncology, Gynae and Robotic Surgery, Max Hospital, Delhi. Joining them is Dr. Pooja Sharma, founder, CEO, Apar Health, Patient-centric Research, Gurgaon. Joining them is Dr. Dipanjan Panda, Senior Consultant, Medical Oncology, Indraprastha, Apollo Hospitals, New Delhi. Joining them is Dr. Sushma Bhatnagar, Professor and Head, Department of Anesthesia and Palliative Care Medicine, Dr. B. R. Ambedkar Institute, Rotary Cancer Hospital, AIIMS, New Delhi. Joining them this time as a panelist is Dr. Charu Dutt Arora, Consultant, Physician, Geriatrics, Palliative Care Provider, Held, Community Health, Home Healthcare, Asian Institute of Medical Sciences, and this one will be moderated by Dr. Aparna Dhar, Director, Oncology, Precision Oncology and Genetics, Max Healthcare, Delhi. Let's collectively welcome them, please. और इससे हमको मालूम पड़ता है कि आप लोगों ने लंच बिल्कुल नहीं किया है. वैसे कोशिश करते हैं एक बार. Thank you so much, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. First session after lunch, so we'll try and keep it light, entertaining. So I think the whole context has been since morning. We've been hearing a lot about how cancer care, cancer treatment has evolved. We've been hearing a lot about oncology, precision medicine. We've been hearing a lot about research, CAR T cells, immunotherapy, a host of things. And I thought we've got a really phenomenal panel over here, experts. So we're going to pick their brains and we're going to try and understand how this has evolved and what are the new technologies that are available and how cancer care in general has changed. So the common complaint is we always start with the medical oncologist in our so we're going to today start with the surgeon for a change. So Dr. Kanika, I think my main question is we've been hearing a lot about कि once upon a time जब हम surgery करते थे तो सब कुछ खोलना होता था, बड़े scars होते थे. So a lot of our patients would be very concerned कि surgery नहीं करनी है, करनी चाहिए. But we know in the last 10, 12 years, there's been a lot of changes in surgery, precision surgery, robotic surgery. तो आप please थोड़ा उस पे.
पहले हम कैंसर सर्जन के लिए ये बोला जाता था कि जितना बड़ा स्कार उतनी अच्छी सर्जरी. लेकिन अब कंसेप्ट ये है कि आप क्या कर रहे हैं वो प्रिसाइजली वो ही होना है, लेकिन क्या आप उसको और बेटर तरीके से दे सकते हैं. सो द आंसर इज वी स्विच from laparotomy to laparoscopy, which we call minimal invasive. And now the technology has further advanced. So we are shifting towards robotic. So is some robot is coming and going to do the surgery? Madam, robot karega to aap standby pe honge? Yeah, you are on call that time. So no, it's a high-end laparoscopy surgery, which has been given the name of robot. No robot comes and do the surgery. This only the way we are doing is shifted. Laparoscopy, if we see, is two-dimensional, and in robot, today only itself, in the morning, I have done one more robotic in a cancer surgery. So the advantages of robotic surgery is, because we see 3D, almost like पेन में उतर कर आप सर्जरी कर रहे हैं. इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स उसके इतने पावरफुल हैं, उनके मूवमेंट्स more than my fingers are there. Zoom is there. Camera is with me, the surgeon. So you're not dependent on much on your assistant. You can do whatever you feel like. You can do it with laparoscope also, but you are more not dependent on your assistant and can do a better surgery. You can zoom it, you can see precisely. So complication rates goes down, bleeding goes down, pain goes down. So almost it can be a daycare surgery, जहां हम आपको सुबह एडमिट करें और शाम को घर भेज सकते हैं. किसमें सबसे ज्यादा इसका एडवांटेज है? कैंसर में, क्योंकि प्रिसाइजली बड़ी सर्जरी, बड़ा स्कार जो होता है वो सब इसमें हट जाता है. एंड रिजल्ट्स आर सेम. अगर मैं उनकी लॉन्गिविटी को या रिकरेंस को या टिश्यू हिस्टोपैथ को कंपेयर करूं, it is precisely same whether I do it lap, I do it open, or I do it robotically. जब पेशेंट घर जल्दी जाता है, घर चल पड़ता है, तो नेचुरली जो फीलिंग वेलबींग की होती है कि मैं आधे से ज्यादा मैंने अचीव कर लिया, वो that is there with them. Second thing it comes is cost. So क्या कॉस्ट रोबोटिक की सच में ज्यादा है कि ये हाइप ज्यादा है? यस, एक एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजी है, जब हम यूज कर रहे हैं थोड़ा सा कॉस्ट ज्यादा है. पर हम में से यहाँ जितने बैठे हैं, सच में दिल पे हाथ रख के बताएं कि जब हम एक वेडिंग के लिए अपनी, चाहे बी इट सिस्टर इन लॉ और फ्रेंड के लिए, उसकी वेडिंग के लिए हम खुद अपने लिए ड्रेस खरीद रहे होते हैं, एक एक लहंगा 1.5-2 लाख के नीचे का नहीं आता. सो दिस इज माई बॉडी. इवन इफ आई एम स्पेंडिंग 1.5 lakhs extra for robotic, which is not 1.5 lakhs because you go early. There is less complication. So you're not paying for those complications. You are going pain-free. You are going home early. So the cost of the days you are occupying in the hospital are all cut down. So I think nothing is like robotic surgery when surgeon is also comfortable and you are also pain-free. So I think modern days are going to be with robotic surgeries. And as we are going to advance further, I think more and more the number of companies are going to pitch in and that cost is going to go down.
एब्सोल्युटली एंड हम देख भी रहे हैं हमारे क्लिनिक्स में कई बारी जो प्रिवेंटिव तौर के लिए भी होते हैं ना, जो है जिनका हाई रिस्क होता है ओवेरियन कैंसर के लिए, तो कई लोग ऑप्ट भी करते हैं ये रिस्क रिड्यूसिंग सर्जरीज के लिए जो रोबोटिक है। हर कोई तो सर्जरी के लिए नहीं जाएगा कहीं, और आर देयर एनी अदर प्रिवेंटिव मेजर्स दैट अ पेशेंट कैन टेक और देयर फैमिली मेंबर्स कैन टेक? कॉमन क्वेश्चन होता है कोई वैक्सीन है, तो आप उस पर थोड़ा इफ यू कैन शेड लाइट
एक
प्लीज।
चीज जो मैं रोबोट में भूल गई कि मेनली ये जो ओबीज और एल्डरली वुमेन्स हैं उनके लिए बहुत बेटर है वुमेन, बिकॉज आई एम अ गायनी oncologist. It's for the elderlies and obese. I have done more than 130 kg obese women sent back day after the surgery. 82 years we have done the surgery. She's gone back next day. So coming back to your question for prevention. So prevention we divide into 3 parts: primary prevention, secondary prevention, and tertiary prevention. So primary prevention, where the vaccine comes in, also depends upon your lifestyle, what you are eating, how you are exercising, whether using tobaccos or not, and then comes the vaccine. So vaccines can only be there when there is bacteria or virus. So we know 2 or 3 virus. All of you knows. Can somebody names 2 viruses? Come on. Yeah. HPV, okay. What is commonest virus? अभी सब कोविड कैसे भूल सकते हैं यार कोविड को? पोलियो 2 बूंद जिंदगी की, isn't it? So these 2 virus से हम ये निकाल सकते हैं कि there is no treatment for the virus. It's the prevention, which is vaccination. So cervical cancer, which is the commonest cancer in a woman, is the causative agent 99% is human papilloma virus. And out of this 100 HPVs, there are few strains which are high risk. And out of those 14 or 15 high risk, there are 2 virus, HPV virus, 16 and 18, which causes 70 to 80% of the cervical cancer. So if we can prevent them by giving vaccines to our younger girls, starting the age 9 years to 14 years, 1 dose or 2 dose. They are coming up with single 1 dose also. And from 15 to age 25 years in 3 doses or 2 doses, 6 months apart, you can prevent these 80% of the cancer, right? But there are nanovalent vaccines also where 7 high-risk viruses are there. Still further remaining viruses is there. So if I'm vaccinating my young girl or my young lady, still the secondary prevention, which is liquid pap plus HPV, we have to keep on doing, starting from the age 21 years till 30 years, conventional every 3 years. And from 30 to 65 years, every 3 to 5 years, if I'm taking HPV virus also in that. So pap smear is taking a fluid from your body, from your vagina and the cervix, and it's not painful, it's not costly, and it should be done. So we can diagnose in a pre-cancerous condition and can prevent it into developing into the cancer.
Thank you, Dr. Kanika. So, Dr. Dipanjan, we were just discussing robotic surgeries, we're discussing prevention. I think a common question that you also must be getting in your clinic is, what is the role of CAR T cell? Every patient wants to do CAR T cell. Every patient's like, can I do immunotherapy? Can we monoclonal antibody conjugates are there? They're like, there's so much evolution in the way we treat. And because we get these little, very happy, positive stories of a patient being cured from cancer, or the intervention of AI, which is, fast becoming, it's quite rampant in the way it's coming to our clinical practice. For you as a treating medical oncologist, what are your thoughts on all of this? And if you could just help us understand, where do we stand with all this information in our clinical setup in India?
So first of all, I would like to say we doctors have a tendency to use medical jargons and obfuscate people. So we do it almost like voluntarily. So I'll consciously try to avoid from that. So you see, science always changes. I mean, for 2000 years, Aristotle prevailed upon scientists and we thought that Earth is static and sun rotates. And when Galileo and Kepler says, no, it's not Earth-centric, the church really tortured them. Then Galileo and Newton challenges some of the Galileo's ideas. Einstein challenges the whole gravitational idea. And when quantum science came, even the Einstein theories. So that's how science progresses. So cancer therapy also has evolved over time, started with Röntgen, with X-rays. The anti-cancer drug initially, which post Second World War, started with all those chemical drug gases like nitrogen mustard, which was try to kill people, and people found that these things also can cure cancer, kill cancer cells. For almost 50 years, we have very few anti-cancer drugs, and they are like artilleries that they used to kill all the rapidly dividing cells. And we have so few. I actually at B.B. Dixit Library at AIIMS, I got the first volume of Harrison's textbook of medicine, and the whole chapter on oncology was around 20 pages. It was so few. From there, we have come a long way. Especially after late 90s and early 2000, we started realizing that conventional anti-cancer drugs, which kills not only the cancer cells, but also kills a lot of normal cells and has a lot of side effects, are not the only answer. Like ma'am has says, from Halstedian theory of doing a bigger surgery is better, we are coming to minimal access and minimally invasive surgery. We also started understanding the pathophysiology of cancer cells. And we found that body's immunity plays a bigger role, not only in preventing infections like bacteria and viruses, but even preventing and treating cancers, body's immunity has a big role. So there was a Japanese scientist named Honzo and an American scientist named James Elson. They found that how the cancer evades. So like a stealth bombers, which evades radar. If you have seen a Harry Potter movie, there was a cloak. If you wear that cloak, you become invisible. So the cancer cells also presents themselves as a friend of body. So body do not recognize them. So they do not mount any immune attack to kill them. So what immunotherapy, it's a very big term. In fact, vaccine is also a type of immunotherapy. So they basically activate our body's immune system to identify and kill cancer cells. So there are various types of immunotherapy. Vaccine is the oldest immunotherapy where body's immune system recognizes these cells and it can kill. But also there is an immune checkpoint inhibitors, which has now become a very widely prevalent. This is a drug which unmask the cancer cells to our body's immune system so that they can recognize and effectively kill them. Now, how immunotherapy is different from conventional cancer treatment. In conventional cancer treatment, the moment you kill the cancer cells and drug effect is over, few cancer cells, after Second World War, the cockroaches survived because they are radio resistant and they kept in the deep inside. So some cancer cells always live. To give an example and perspective, a 1 gram of tumor, which is size of a pea, has got 10 to the power 9 cells, which is roughly 100 million. And when you increase by 3 log, that is become roughly 1 kilo, that is the size of a medium-sized cabbage. It has got about 100 billion cells. So if you kill 99.9% of cancer cells and from that cabbage only a pea remains, still you have about 10 crore cells remaining. The immunotherapy, what it does, once it activates the T cells, there is a subgroup of cells called memory T cells that it remembers. So there was a Hollywood movie where a father gave his son a makeshift radio, and a son always remembers. So that T cell remembers. So again, when the cancer cell try to replicate them, the T cell again become activate and kill. So the beauty of immunotherapy vis-a-vis conventional therapy that the effect of this treatment lasts longer, even if you do not even stop treating. So that is what immune checkpoint inhibitor does. That is what vaccines does.
Now, about CAR T-cell therapy, as I told you, we oncologists are a little fond of acronyms. We need to have a tendency of course, because CAR T, but CAR, there is nothing called CAR. It's called chimeric antigen receptor T-cell therapy. Chimera was a Greek animal, I believe. Yeah. There are two animals which are the face of something and a body of something. So this is basically, it is used in blood cancer. Dr. Nataraj actually very eloquently told. So mostly they are used nowadays in blood cancer. Also, I think in coming future, very near future, will be used in solid tumor also. But as of now, it is in the lymphomas and acute lymphoblastic leukemia and myelomas. So you have got a blood cancer. We take the T lymphocytes, which is a normal blood cell from the patient, and then we put the chimeric antigen receptor in vitro, that is in lab, against that particular cancer cells, and then we proliferate and re-inject them. And it is very, I'm trying to say it easily, it's not so easy. And then the advantage is they not only specifically kills those cancer cells, they also by themselves self-replicating, proliferating. So you have an army from 1 से 1000 हो गए, जैसे महाभारत में वो नारायणी सेना थे ना अर्जुन के. But there are certain side effects of CAR T cell. So I am a devil's advocate. CAR T cell can cause hyperimmune reaction. Okay. So there is, and it can be sometimes even be fatal also. So how much to give, how to give, when to give, that is a decision which only your oncologist or your hemato-oncologist can take. Normally, we try to give CAR T cell therapy in a refractory disease when the disease is at its smallest. And secondly, it is a very expensive therapy as of now, approximately 4 to 5 crore rupees. But in India, it is heartening that at least 3 centers are trying to develop it by own. IIT Mumbai with Tata Memorial Hospital is trying to develop their own CAR T cell therapy. Biocon, Kiran Majumdar Shaw, I think with Siddharth Mukherjee's team, and there is another centers which are trying to develop. Already the cost for Indian patient is coming to around, I think, somewhere 50 lakhs to 60 lakhs. And I'm sure in a couple of years, it will come under 25 lakhs. It's still a pretty expensive therapy, but it is not for everyone. It is only for a particular subset of refractory disease. So let your oncologists decide, but we are living a great time in India, Aparna, as you know. We have really got this extra therapy, which is available in USA yesterday and available in India.
Absolutely. And I think what I can see is that we have evolved. Like we're barely 1-2 steps behind the West. And that's what Dr. Pooja and I were just discussing a little bit earlier, that, you know, there's a lot of research that is happening. And I know you're a prolific researcher, but I also know that you're a patient advocate. And what becomes a very important question is when we start discussing this, so patients research and come, they say, doctor, are you making us a guinea pig? Are you experimenting on us? There's a lot of, there's some blemishes around this whole area of research. So, you know, as a patient advocate, as a researcher, what would be your takeaway to this audience with considering there's so much happening? Dr. Pooja.
So my message is not only to the audience, which is patients, but also to the audience, which is doctors. So आज जो डॉक्टर दीपंजन ने कहा कि डॉक्टर्स ना बहुत ही कंफ्यूजिंग भाषा में बात करते हैं, आधी चीज तो समझ ही नहीं आती. So I am a gynecologist. When I was in my doctor avatar, I actually did speak like, you know, he said, in a very, very more technical manner. फिर मेरी बिटिया fell sick. And doctor जो expert थे उन्होंने कहा कि पूजा there is 80% chance of this and 20% chance of this. तो मुझे समझ ही नहीं आया. मैंने कहा मेरा बच्चा किस वाले पढ़ रहा है, 80 में पढ़ रहा है कि 20 में पढ़ रहा है, ये मुझे क्या समझ आएगा, right? And I am a doctor. I couldn't make out what 80-20 means, right? So it's very important how we speak to the patient, how the patient understands. There are 2 messages I want to leave the patients with and the doctors with. That आप जो भी decision लेते हैं, चाहे आप clinical care decision लें, चाहे आप clinical research decision लें, एक तो जान समझ के लें, right? वो एक सर्फ की ad में आती थी ना मैडम, बहुत पुराने हमारे टाइम में, है ना, ललिता जी, कि जानकार बने. तो please be aware. आपको पता होना चाहिए आप किस चीज में हिस्सा ले रहे हैं, कौन सी दवाई ले रहे हैं. अगर दीपंजन जी समझा रहे हैं और आपको नहीं समझ आ रही, आप उनसे फिर से पूछिए कि आप इसको और भी सिंपल करके समझाएं, ये मुझे नहीं समझ में आया. इट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर द पेशेंट टू अंडरस्टैंड कि उसके पास एक वॉइस है, तो उसको यूज करें। एक बड़ा अच्छा स्टेटमेंट है, नथिंग अबाउट मी विदाउट मी। मेरे बारे में जो भी कर रहे हैं मुझे इन्वॉल्व करके करना पड़ेगा, आपको मेरे बिना नहीं कर सकते। डॉक्टर बेटर जानता है, ऐसा नहीं होता, राइट? हम रिसर्च करते हैं, रिसर्च में एक मैं वर्क कर रही थी विद अ डॉक्टर इन ऑन्कोलॉजी ऑन ओरल कैंसर्स। मतलब उसमें डॉक्टर का इंटरेस्ट रहता है कि कितना सर्वाइवल होगा, कितना प्रोग्रेशन फ्री सर्वाइवल होगा, दीज आर टर्म्स डॉक्टर समझते हैं। पेशेंट को उसमें इंटरेस्ट नहीं है। पेशेंट को इंटरेस्ट है जब मेरे को रेडिएशन होगा तो मैं स्वॉलो नहीं कर पाऊंगा, मैं खाना नहीं खा पाऊंगा, मेरे को टेस्ट नहीं होगा, मैं बात नहीं कर पाऊंगा, मेरे को नींद नहीं आएगी, मेरे को पेन होगा। उसको ये इंटरेस्ट नहीं है कि मैं 5 हफ्ते जीऊंगा कि मैं 6 हफ्ते जीऊंगा। उस 1 हफ्ते से उसको कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा। इट्स अ वेरी डिफरेंट पर्सपेक्टिव। एंड मेरा पैशन ये रहा है कि मैं ये मैसेज जितने लोगों तक पहुंचा सकूं कि पेशेंट ओरिएंटेड एविडेंस, जो भी चीज हो पेशेंट ओरिएंटेड हो। पेशेंट का क्या प्रायोरिटी है वो जरूर पूछें, राइट? कई पेशेंट्स के लिए कॉस्मेसिस बड़ी प्रायोरिटी होती है, ब्रेस्ट कैंसर पेशेंट्स के लिए, हम कंचन बोलेंगे बाद में। कई लोगों के लिए जरूरी नहीं होता कि ब्रेस्ट है कि नहीं है, राइट? कई लोगों के लिए बहुत जरूरी होता है कि ब्रेस्ट इक्विवेलेंट दिखना चाहिए। तो पेशेंट से पूछें उसके लिए क्या इम्पोर्टेंट। एंड गिनी पिग्स जो आपने कहा, ये मैं हरविंदर जी से भी बोल चुकी हूँ कि ये एक स्टोरी बहुत पहले 20-25 साल पहले स्टार्ट हुई थी, क्योंकि बाहर की कंट्रीज की रिसर्च इंडिया में आती थी। हम गरीब मुल्क थे उस समय, तो उस समय होता था कि भाई वी आर नाउ बिकमिंग गिनी पिग्स ऑफ फॉरेन बिग फार्मा, और वो हमारे पे रिसर्च कर रहे हैं। बट आपको ये समझना जरूरी है कि डिजीजेस भी इंडिया में बहुत ज्यादा है। अगर कोई डायबिटीज पे रिसर्च नहीं करेगा तो हमें कैसे दवाई मिलेगी? कोई कार्टी सेल नहीं बनाएगा तो कैसे हमारे को कार्टी ट्रीटमेंट मिलेगा? तो ये जो गैप है इसको कम करने के लिए हमें रिसर्च में हिस्सा लेना चाहिए। अब रिसर्च में हिस्सा, लेकिन अगेन एज अ नॉलेजेबल पार्टनर लेना चाहिए, एंड एज अ पार्टनर लेना चाहिए, नॉट एज मेरे पे एक्सपेरिमेंट हो रहा है। नहीं, आप पे कोई एक्सपेरिमेंट नहीं हो रहा। सो इट्स इंपॉर्टेंट टू अंडरस्टैंड। एंड अब इंडिया में इतने रिसोर्सेस हैं कि आप करेक्ट रिसोर्स में जाएं। गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ही बताती है आपको। क्लिनिकल ट्रायल रजिस्ट्री ऑफ इंडिया इज अ वेरी नाइस वेबसाइट। मेनी पेशेंट्स हु डोंट नो कि मेरे को क्या ट्रीटमेंट, अब मेरे सामने कोई और ट्रीटमेंट नहीं है तो टाटा मेमोरियल में रिसर्च हो रही है, सर को कैसे पता है? कैसे पता है इनको कि यू नो कौन सा आपने दूसरा बताया था, नहीं टाटा मोबाइल, किरण मजुमदार शॉ की बायोकॉन की यूनिट में हो रहा है, क्योंकि ये क्लिनिकल ट्रायल रजिस्ट्री ऑफ इंडिया में रजिस्टर्ड रिसर्च होगी। कई हॉस्पिटल्स होते हैं कहते हैं जी हम स्टेम सेल लगा देंगे, स्टेम सेल लगा देंगे। स्टेम सेल कई जगह गलत भी लगा रहे हैं, राइट? कई जगह सही चीज में भी नहीं लगा रहे। तो आपके पास एक गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया वेबसाइट है, उस पे जाके देखिए, वैलिडेटेड रिसर्च, डॉक्टर का नाम, उसका फोन नंबर। अगर आप अवेयर होंगे तो आप ये चीज you can actually follow up on it and do the correct thing.
Absolutely. Thank you. I think no one could have said it better than you. And actually taking off from what she said, right? Keeping the patient in the center. I think one aspect, one vertical that we have in cancer care is this vertical of pain and palliative care. और सबसे बड़ा misconception होता है कि आप अपने pain palliative specialist से तब मिलेंगे जब वो end of life में होता है. And I think this is one of the biggest misconceptions. What do you think, Dr. Charu? How does your role fit in right at the beginning of this journey of a patient, no matter how early or how late stage the cancer is?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Post lunch session talking about palliative care, सबको लगता है बड़ा depressing है, but palliative care actually means hope, and palliative care means keeping the patient and the family at the center. And जैसा मैम ने बोला, it's never about last stage of the any kind of a treatment, last stage of any kind of a disease, pre-terminal stage. No, the doctors who are sitting right to me, they're talking about artificial intelligence. They're talking about robotic surgeries, CAR T-cell therapy. But what we practice, what we do, is actually humanizing the entire medicine. I still believe in holding my patient's hands and just telling them that we'll be able to do it. Not giving you an unrealistic hope, but understanding कि quality of life matters the most. और सिर्फ आपकी quality of life नहीं, आपकी family की quality of life भी बहुत जरूरी है. Understanding your social status, understanding your financial issues, understanding your psychosocial issues, understanding your job satisfaction, understanding your employment status, all this can actually make a lot of difference from anybody suffering not only from cancer, but for other irreversible terminal issues. And as she rightly said, palliative care should not only be considered by any specialist when the disease is getting pre-terminal. It can be started at any stage of the disease, at the early stages of the disease, even in a patient with CKD, chronic kidney disease, or obesity, or metabolic syndrome, or a patient who is suffering from any form of cancer, multiple organ dysfunction. Don't wait that the patient lands till the critical end, and then you involve the palliative care when you become hopeless. At that time, it is called as end of life care, which is hospice care, which is not palliative care. So अंडरस्टैंडिंग जैसा मैम ने बोला, अंडरस्टैंड, बी अवेयर. एंड पैलेटिव केयर का सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट जो होता है वो होता है एडिंग लाइफ टू द ईयर्स, नॉट एडिंग ईयर्स टू योर लाइफ. सो जब तक आपकी चाहे 1 day of pain free life, that's what we practice as 1 day of pain free life is much better than 10 years of painful life. And as long as the patient, as long as their families are in the sync of a better quality of life, a better dignified way of living, having a good financial, social, emotional, spiritual, and then physical well-being, unless and until that happens, the entire treatment modality and interdisciplinary approach of including different doctors with high-tech technologies go into vain. So it is very important to add, and especially with an increasing geriatric population in India, the gray tsunami is touching in, and we are expecting at least double the number of senior citizens above the age of 60 by 2030 and then 2050. Every third to fifth person in India will be a person above the age of 60. We must understand the importance of geriatric inflammation, aging inflammation, chronic issues, chronic diseases such as cancer, which are coming up, and they need to be tackled within a holistic manner.
Thank you. You kind of beat me to the question of what would you do different from a geriatric perspective, but we do have 2 minutes left. Would any of the panelists like to add anything? Dr. Panda.
I think I forgot to mention about artificial intelligence, what you asked. See, artificial intelligence or machine learning has come a big way. So we are gathering data, machine analyzing, and taking many decisions for us. It has got its pro, like digital pathology, teleradiology has made our life easy. But I have a little other perspective to it. Unless and until we put the patient or a human being in the center of this, the thing can be really, really grotesque. Have you recently heard some disturbing news from Gaza that Israel soldiers are using artificial intelligence to decide who is the terrorist and who is an human being, leading to tragic loss of lives? See, I come from eastern part of India, from a middle-class family, studied throughout in my life with a government school, government college, with a scholarship. And I always remember that scholarships money has come from taxes, not only paid by income tax paying people, even that half-naked person who is buying the salt and paying that indirect tax, that money has also gone into my study. From Calcutta to Harvard, this journey is basically sponsored by the poor people of. If you think of that, then your decision making, as Mahatma Gandhi said, if you have issues, whether right or wrong, think that whether this decision reaches to the last man. So I think that philosophical perspective, unless it comes in the centers, artificial intelligence, machine learning, big data, deep learning has no meaning unless you have put that human mind into it. So whenever I come for these discussions, I was discussing with Aparna. By the way, she's a great scientist and researcher, though she's moderating, that sometimes we get swayed, we become big, we think we are too big person. As we say in Calcutta, it is very rare. Do you know more than me? Sometimes the doctor tell the patient. And ma'am has just rightly said, it is the patient's body, patient's mind. So I think when you think of that last man, and don't think judge him by his clothes and always remember how the ultimate aim is to improve his quality of life and ease his journey in a difficult phase. I think then only all this technology will come into place. So whatever technology now or future, the philosophy remains same. It has to be that human being in center. Then everything will be better. So that was my.
Thank you. Thank you. I think what the main essence of this panel has been, yes, we have great technology available to us, but all of it is patient-centric. The patient, our focus is the patient for the betterment of the patient. And I think there's not a better way to sum up this panel. So thank you so much to my panelists, and thank you so much to the audience for your patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Aparna.
Anything not documented, no, the MC was not there. That's why. Let's come to center.
Dr. Charles been covering it up pretty well. Thank you so much. No, absolutely not, man. So you can host the second half if you want now. Hi. Thank you so much. Okay, while they are getting the stage ready for the next one. Next is a standalone session followed by another panel discussion. Then, of course, happening for the first time, at least that I've been seeing while I've been hosting the Business World shows, is the ramp walk. Then another keynote address followed by the last panel discussion for the day. And we'll try and also have the tug of war in the evening after the sessions end. That's the plan as of now. Harvinder serves the referee. And I've just been pulling you in every conversation. But of course, thank you for being such a sport. Thank you. Next is a survivor story. Life and expectations of a cancer survivor. And to talk on the same, please join me in welcoming the director of Niti Aayog, Dr. Harish Prasad, everybody. I thought we had had lunch and our morals were high. Just saying. You understood the assignment, so thank you so much. Would you want to hand mic? Aapko. I'm sorry, I pulled you up, right?
Yeah, thank you. And I'm glad I reached just in time. I know, I think post-lunch sessions, but this is more than you already had something post-lunch. So, but hopefully people are still enthused for the rest of the day, because I think there's some very exciting things on the agenda as well. So I'm here to, I'm not here in speaking right now in my capacity, as a policy person, but that's something I'll do on a later panel. But here I'm speaking as somebody who's living with this condition. I was diagnosed 2 years back with a very rare condition, which I think many of you would maybe never have even heard of, called ALK positive lung cancer, which is a very rare lung cancer, which predominantly, actually, interestingly, affects young people, affects non-smokers, contrary to what we always associate lung cancer with is tobacco. But this is something that affects mostly non-smokers. And women of South Asian, Southeast Asian descent are, for some unfortunate reason, also at a higher risk of getting this cancer. But what is the worst part of this is that in over about 90% of the cases, it's diagnosed at what we call a stage 4 or metastatic. So it's already spread, considerably, which means that as of now, it's an incurable condition. And when I was first diagnosed, I was told that I would be lucky in quotes, if I got 5 to 7 years. And I was only 35 then. I'm only 37 now. And you can imagine hearing that when you're 35, that you would be lucky if you got 5 to 7 years. So, so I think, because I don't think there's anything lucky about that, and I'm sure you'd all agree with me, and that'll come to the broader points I want to make in terms of the language, etc., that we also use around cancer. So, so I think, I want to just highlight 2-3 aspects, and it's really through my own journey. As I said, I'm not speaking right now as a policy person. That's something I'll do later. But one is that naturally, when you get this kind of a sort of a death sentence handed out to you and you're such a young person, there's a huge, overwhelming, feeling that you have, and your emotions are completely unmanageable. And I don't think that we have very many trained people who really are able to help you manage those. I think we have a huge shortage of that. So I think, and oncologists, of course, are too busy doing their bare minimum job, and they're also not necessarily trained to handle the whole, psychological, emotional well-being of a person, somebody who's just been diagnosed, and what they go through. So I think we do need, I needed a lot of support, but a lot of that was support I had to find on my own. And I had to kind of go out and tell doctors that, listen, I'm in trouble beyond the cancer, the psychological aspects, the mental health and well-being aspects. So that's something I had to do. And so I feel that that is something that should naturally come to all people living with cancer. And it's not something they should have to seek so much. I think the second thing, I would say is that stage 4 clearly needs more. I think we celebrate all the advancements we've made, rightly so. In many cases, for many people, even a cure is very much possible with cancer. But there's still many, many, many people like me who don't have that cure in sight, who are told, like I said, it was almost like a charity or a handout that I was being given, that, you were lucky if you get 5 to 7 years, which was shocking to me, to even hear something like that for someone so young. You're not speaking to someone who's 60, 70, 80, when, this might sound even a little more okay then. So I think, given that a number of people are diagnosed, unfortunately, at later stages, or there are certain types of cancers, which, like I said, in this case, there are absolutely no symptoms, and suddenly one day, you realize that you have this kind of diagnosis. And that's how I went. I went from absolutely fit to diagnosis in less than 2 months. I had absolutely nothing before that. So, and you're a non-smoker, you're a young person, so you're not really going for any kind of screening of that kind, right? It's not the typical, what you might do for breast, cervical, or for other issues. So I think given that we do have these type of cancers and we do have people diagnosed at later stages, it's not good enough to say to them that, hey, listen, if you get a few years, be happy. We need to do better. So as I say, stage 4 needs more. It needs better drugs. It needs better treatments. We need to be able to give people longer and better quality lives. And hopefully, eventually, of course, work towards a cure, because that should be the goal of any treatment that we provide. So I think that is a very important point that I do want to make. And I think, from my own experience, I would also say that, and I know I'm speaking about caregiving, etc. later on, so I won't really get into the technical aspects of that. But I think from my experience, I realized that a lot of my, even my own family, friends, people are very unprepared, to deal with somebody who has something like this if they've never experienced it. And fortunately, all my friends, without exception, have never, seen somebody even close to them who's had to go through something like I'm going through. So nobody could really relate to me, and I don't think they relate to me even today. So it becomes very important, to have people who are also professionals who can provide that kind of help and support, because it's not necessary that a friend and family will always be able to step in. They themselves might, in fact, need a lot of support and a lot of sort of training, in a sense, almost, that how do you deal with somebody who's just got this life-shattering diagnosis. So I think that is something that we need to focus on. But like I said, I'll talk more of the technical aspects from my public health training and from my policy training subsequently. So I think in the end, I would just say that, for me as a survivor, often people will come to me and say, "Oh, you're so strong and you're so inspirational." And I can tell you, I sometimes get very irritated hearing these words, to be honest, because it's what do you mean by strong? I'm as human as anybody sitting here, right? I'm just as human. It's just that fate, destiny, luck, whatever you might call it, has handed me out something that I have no choice but to live with, right? So this whole thing of strong is, I think we need to stop using this word, at least in my opinion, because it really puts me off. And there's nothing very glorious about the life I live. It's a very tough life. I'm standing here in front of you. I'm wearing this sari. I've made a very special effort, but that's not how my everyday life looks. That's not how my everyday struggle looks. So there's a fine line between being positive and giving hope and, what we call toxic positivity or just glorifying somebody's suffering. So I wouldn't want to in any way portray that kind of a picture. I think cancer has robbed me of a lot. It's robbed me of my health, my happiness, the future that I was building with my husband. Robbed me of a career, possibly, and left me with this death sentence. I don't know when you're going to die types. Every PET scan is going to determine how much longer I'm going to live. But I would just say that it has not been able to rob me of my spirit, and that is something I attribute only to my parents. It's because of them. It's because of how they brought me up, how I've seen them living their lives, which have also been full of challenges of all kinds. I would say it's because of my parents that the one thing this disease hasn't been able to rob me, and I'm pretty sure it will not be able to rob me of this till the very last moment, is my spirit. So I'll leave you with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing with us your experiences. Now, we move ahead with our next panel discussion on gynecologic cancers, treatment paradigms from early stage to inflammatory. Discussion on subtopics from the patient's perspective, like reducing the cancer burden through screening and early detection for breast cancer, oncologic and plastic surgery approaches to breast cancer, identification of systematic treatment options, post-traumatic stress, AI and machine learning in breast cancer, male breast cancer research, and also immunotherapy, precision medicine, and genomics in breast cancer, and more. And to share the views, why just set up the stage, please join me in welcoming Dr. Karishma Kirti, consultant, breast specialist and oncoplastic surgeon, Jaslok Hospital, Mumbai. Joining her is Dr. Kanchan Kaur, senior director, breast surgery, Medanta, the Medicity, Gurugram. Dr. Harsha Agarwal, head, psycho-oncology, Rajiv Gandhi Cancer Institute and Research Center, Delhi. Joining them is Dr. Sukhdeep Singh, principal consultant, plastic, aesthetic, and reconstructive surgery, Medanta, the Medicity, Gurugram. And this one will be moderated by Dr. Swati Bhatt, MD, and Senior Consultant, Intervention Pain, RPSC Pain, and Spine Hospital, Bangalore. Let's please welcome them collectively now. Please. Thank you so much.
So I welcome you all to this panel. We'll remain more confined on breast cancers per se. So I think without much ado about it, I'll just delve into the topics straight away. So my first question would be, how do we detect early breast stage, early stage breast cancer? So how do we investigate, or what are the guidelines for a common man, for common population? So how do we go about?
So, a very good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for having me here. We are starting with the most pertinent question because breast cancer, even though it is one of those cancers in the body which has very high cure rates, sadly in India, we still see 80% or in excess of 80% patients presenting in late stages. So early detection, I think, yes, on one way we talk about AI and, advanced treatments. But in India, we are still at the bottom of the ladder, so to say, where we are still fighting to get our women to come to clinic early. So the breast, as I say, luckily or unluckily, is an external organ. And hopefully women see and touch it every day. And there is huge power in self-detection. Even in countries which have regular screening programs, a lot of women come to clinics after having had detected a lump, even though their mammogram a few months ago was normal. So the first thing is self-breast examination, and every girl, every woman should know how to self-check, should know what are the basic, simple symptoms of breast cancer, the commonest being a painless lump. Every day in clinic, and I'm sure Dr. Sab also hears that, we see women coming to clinic saying, I felt a lump, it did not hurt, I thought it was normal. And they wait till the lump is big and has spread. So the biggest message that needs to go out to women of my country, even in this century, is that if you feel a lump in your breast, it could be cancer. So please get an opinion from a doctor. So self-breast examination is the first tool. Getting yourself regularly examined by a clinician. Now in India, because we see a lot of young breast cancer, in the West, young breast cancer is only about 6% incidence. In India, it is in excess of 16%. So even if we start doing screening mammograms from the age of, say, 40 onwards, we will still miss a significant number of cancers because they're happening at a younger age. So I would advise from the age of 35 onwards, maybe, get at least a yearly self-check with a doctor so that you are also confident in how to self-examine and get yourself examined. Then from 40 onwards, guidelines are that we get an X-ray of the breast, which is called a mammogram. Now, I really want to give this information out here today that a mammogram should be done only at a specialized center with doctors who are specialized to read mammograms. Because if you get a mammogram done at a center where a small lump is missed, then in that case, that mammogram is more harmful because you will sit at home feeling reassured that my lump is not cancer. So that is why it's extremely important to get mammogram screening done only at centers which have a high volume of doing screening mammograms. Screening means that you're doing the test when you do not have a problem. So when you don't feel a lump in your breast, when you don't have any problem in the breast, and when we do a screening mammogram, cancers as small as sub-centimetric cancers, 5 millimeters, 6 millimeters, cancers in the pre-invasive stage, what we call ductal carcinoma and C2. So the mammogram may pick up certain features like calcifications and pick the cancer up early. So just to kind of summarize, self-examination from the age whenever breasts are fully developed, which could be 18, 19 onwards, so that it's a habit to do. Then a clinical checkup may be yearly from the age of 35 onwards, and from 40 onwards, screening mammogram. Here, even experts differ on what should be, the frequency of doing a screening mammogram. In the UK, they do it once every 3 years. In the US, it used to be yearly. Now they're recommending once every 2 years. But because in India, breast cancer peaks in the 4th and 5th decade, it's sensible to get a yearly mammogram from the age of 40 onwards till at least 55, and then take it on from there. And just one final thing, that if you have a strong family history of breast or ovarian cancer, kindly go and ask your doctor what is the ideal recommendation for screening mammograms.
Would you just add upon that? I mean, it would just finish off the entire questioning, the second part to the whole thing. So, is there a role of genetic testing and counseling regards to the guidelines or treatment decisions for patients with the hereditary breast cancer syndrome, such as BRCA mutations, etc.?
I was trying to look for Aparna in the audience. I think she's not sitting here. So see, only about 10 to 15% cancers have a strong family history risk. And if we were to do genetic mutation testing in them, we will be able to identify an actionable mutation in only about 20%. Now, this has to be taken with a pinch of salt. If you have a strong family history, I really want to caution everyone, please, because this is India and you can go and buy yourself a test anywhere you want to. Please do not get genetic testing done unless you have gone through a genetic counselor, because first of all, you need to understand whether that test is important for you to do or not. Number two, the genetic counselor will make a proper what is called a pedigree chart. They will look at all the different cancers in your family and they will advise you on to which type of genes need to be tested. Then every patient should do what is called a pre-test counseling. What if your report comes back positive? So if a 35-year-old has a BRCA positive and is now told remove your breasts and ovaries even though you're normal, that's a very, very big and strong diagnosis to take on board. So it has to be rooted through a genetic counselor. I am also not a genetic counselor. No clinician is a genetic counselor. So it should ideally go through a genetic counselor and we should have a plan in action in place. So if it is positive, what am I going to do? If it is negative, what am I going to do? And very importantly, certain tests come back as what is called VUS, which means variation of unknown significance, which means there is a problem, or there could be a problem. We don't know whether it is enough for us to action upon right now. And those kind of reports can really unsettle patients because it's a sword dangling on their head. It's a clinician telling them, I don't know whether, this test report is important or not. So, in a country like ours where we believe in Janam Patris, there are tests known as genome patris that came out and everybody just randomly went and did a lot of these tests, and our clinics started to become full of women who were coming with tests which even we couldn't interpret. Random reports saying you have a 30% lifetime risk of developing cancer because some gene was detected. So this has to be done in a very, very sensible fashion, must be rooted through a specialist breast clinic, must be rooted through a genetic counselor.
Plus, I think what the patient understands out of this information and whether wants to take it one step further or not, that also has to be very much.
We have patients who have extremely strong family histories who refuse to get the test done. And there are those who we call the worried well, who want to do the test irrespective, even if it is not going to be of value to them, so.
That was very informative. Thank you so much. Dr. Karishma, would you discuss the latest advancements in surgical techniques such as breast conservative surgery and sentinel lymph node biopsies, etc.? And how would they impact the overall treatment decisions in this early stage?
So thank you, BW, for having me today. And you would call it a recent advancement, but breast conservation surgeries have been around for decades now. And even sentinel lymph node biopsy has been there for at least a decade. And we were doing even conservative axilla surgeries before that. So the first studies that started for breast conservation, or what is also known as lumpectomy, which means that you save the breast, remove only the lump with the margin, and address the axilla, which is the armpit nodes, started in the 70s. And now we have very good, robust data of 25 years of follow-up, which tells us that it is equivalent to having a whole breast removal, which is a mastectomy, as long as you also take radiation therapy along with it. In fact, we had some very exciting data that came out 2 years ago from Norway and Sweden, which told us that it may actually be better in early cancers to have a breast conservation rather than removing your entire breast. Now, honestly, a breast is an organ which is very personal to women. As a doctor, I can give you options and tell you whether you are a patient who can have a breast conservation, or in some patients, when we have more than one tumor or calcifications, which are pre-cancer sort of dots that are seen on a mammogram, which are widespread, and you may need a mastectomy. So there are some patients who are conservable and some patients in whom mastectomy is the way to go. But in those conservation patients also, we always give that choice to the patient. In every patient, in every decision we make, we always ask the patient, what do you want? And then come to a decision, which is a shared patient-doctor decision, because what are her treatment goals? What are my treatment goals? And we come to something that we can both mutually agree on. So as I said, breast conservation surgery saves the breast by removing the lump with a margin and also doing the axillary surgery. Now, what this does is obviously you save the breast, but it has very long-term effects on body image, on confidence, on self-esteem, on sexual well-being. And these need to come to the forefront, especially so because women with breast cancer with the newer treatments, whether it's immunotherapy or the advancements in chemotherapy and very good radiation machines and techniques, are living longer and are living good lives. So it is very important to focus on these survivorship issues and discuss them and keep them in mind. The other thing that we are talking about is sentinel lymph node biopsy. And that basically means that when breast cancer spreads, the first place where it spreads using the lymphatics is to the axillary lymph node or the regional lymph nodes. And when we do a breast surgery, whether it is a mastectomy or a breast conservation surgery, we always address the axilla. We stage the axilla, which is that we pick up a few nodes as biopsy to see has the cancer spread to the armpit nodes. If it has spread to the armpit nodes, sometimes we may choose to clear all the nodes from that area to reduce chances of recurrence in that area. Now, how do we know which are the most important nodes to pick up? So we have some dyes and we have some radiocolloids, which are given in the nuclear medicine department. They are injected in the breast, and during surgery, just before 5 to 10 minutes before, we also give a dye in the breast, and then we open up a small incision in the armpit to see which are the nodes which have picked up these radiocolloids and these dyes. So we look for these blue or green nodes. We look for what are known as hot nodes, which are the radioactive nodes, and we take that out and we check it during the surgery. What this does is, earlier we used to remove all the nodes, all the fat from that, and it used to cause a lot of side effects: shoulder mobility, shoulder pain, something known as lymphedema, which is a collection of lymph fluid under the skin. It used to make the arms, swelling in the arms. The skin changes, there was fibrosis. So when we do a conservative treatment in the axilla as well, we are able to avoid these long-term sequelae. And I mean, it circles back to the same thing with women surviving longer and longer. We really need to focus on quality of life.
So that was really explained very well. I just, me and Dr. Sudeep work together for our patients. And for those patients in whom sentinel node is not possible and all lymph nodes need to be removed, to reduce the risk of swelling in the arm, there is a procedure called lymphovenous anastomosis, in which the lymphatics coming from the arm are anastomosed to blood vessels. And in fact, before we came, we just finished a similar case before we came here. So I just thought I'd mention that as well. Dr. Sudeep can elaborate on it later.
Yeah. So thank you so much for that. So I think, Dr. Sudeep, having you here, we'll straight away move on to the next question. So how can you explain where exactly does this reconstruction fit into the whole paradigm of this management of breast cancer?
So first of all, thank you to the organizers for including reconstruction as a topic for discussion. I think this is something which is generally not discussed or talked about enough. So,
take this one.
Okay, no. So one of my professors used to say that breasts are life for a child, pride for a woman, passion for a man, and an enigma for the surgeons. So I think when a woman undergoes a mastectomy, so a very big symbol of the femininity has been taken away. It has a psychological impact. It has a social impact. They don't feel comfortable wearing certain type of clothing. Their daily activities may be limited. So what reconstruction does is it tries to restore that. So you try and create what has been taken away so that the woman can have the confidence to go out, do what they want to do, what they were doing earlier, and restore the body image that was there earlier. I think another part, as Dr. Kanchan mentioned, reconstruction is generally considered to be just reconstruction of the breast mount. But I think with the newer things that are coming up, one that she mentioned is the lympha, that's the lymphovenous anastomosis for lymphedema. Another is if you have an established lymphedema because of the breast cancer treatment, there are ways and means to address that. So I think that's how this is an important part of the management, which unfortunately is not made aware to the patients. Patients don't know that these options are available, what they can do, when they can get it done, and how this can help in improving their lives. So in that respect, I think when a patient is detected with breast cancer, the first point of contact is either the oncosurgeon or the breast surgeon or the oncologist. They don't come to a plastic surgeon that, okay, I want a reconstruction. So that information needs to go out to the patients at the first point of contact. I think that is very important. And that's how their lives, and as someone mentioned, it's not about how many years you live after your diagnosis. It's about the life that you're going to have after that. So that's where reconstruction comes in.
So could you just briefly touch upon like what are the options of reconstruction that we have?
Yeah. So broadly, you can categorize them into two parts. First is the autologous, that is you're using your own body's tissue to reconstruct the breast mount. Second is an implant based. So in autologous, you have flaps, which is you take out the tissue from either the abdomen or the back or from somewhere, and you bring it into the area where your breast is and create the breast mount. Now, either it could be a pedicle flap where you do not detach the blood supply of the tissue that you're bringing in, or it could be a microsurgical reconstruction where you've taken the piece of tissue with its blood vessels or the blood supply, and then you restore the blood supply over the chest where you create the breast mount. That is one part. Second is the implant based. Now, in implant based, depending on whether the patient is going to require radiation or not, you can either first put in what is called as an expander, which is basically a silicone balloon. You gradually inflate it and create the space. And finally, you replace that expander or the balloon with a breast implant, a silicone breast implant. So that's another way of reconstruction. And as I mentioned earlier, third, which is not normally considered as a reconstruction, but should be mentioned, is taking care of lymphedema. A preventive approach where once you've done an axillary dissection, you join the lymph vessels to the blood vessels so that you provide an alternative pathway to the lymph fluid and treatment of the established lymphedema.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for that. So I think, Dr. Kanchan, I would extend this question to you. So what do you think? How can we, how can this, as reconstruction, how can we integrate these services and how can this be made more available to the less needy, to the less or the deprived?
So, as patients are becoming more aware, as women are becoming more and more confident, initially what used to happen, but sadly still happens a lot of times, it's not the woman who is the patient who is taking the decision. She is generally sometimes the last person to talk to the treating doctor. She's hidden behind, not just her own relatives, but also neighbors and neighbors' relatives. So we go to that extent. So I think this conversation about cancer diagnosis and treatment options has to be a two-way communication between the doctor and the patient, and only the patient. I even tell the patient's husband or the patient's kids that this is not a decision for you to take. She has to live with her body. She has to decide whether she's comfortable or not. So I think any good breast unit now in the country has good reconstruction options available. But we have two major challenges. One, definitely, now we come from private hospitals, the cost. And I know at least 7 out of 10 patients don't get reconstruction done because of the cost issue. And a very sad thing in India, which is quite strange also, is that if you do primary reconstruction, the insurance company covers it. But if the patient decides, let me complete all my treatments and I want to come back a year later to do the reconstruction, at that time, the insurance company puts it purely under cosmetic and will not cover it. So, I think that really needs to change and we need to make a noise about that because a lot of patients do have insurance now. But because they're coming out of chemo and are going to undergo major surgery, they have to have radiation 3 weeks post the surgery. A lot of women at that time are not up to getting a reconstructive procedure done. So I think that narrative around, the insurance companies paying for reconstruction even at a later date, if that happens, I know so many more women would opt for it.
Which is unlike what happens in the West.
Yeah, which is
It gets
completely
covered
unlike,
completely,
yeah.
even after a year or so.
Absolutely, because the procedure is still the same. It is still reconstruction. It is not cosmetic. It is reconstructing. You're making the new organ again. So, and the second challenge that we face is relatives and well-wishers. So patients go home fully convinced they want the reconstruction done, and then they hear some random story of somebody telling them don't do it, and they come back and they say they don't want to do it. So I think that is the second big challenge we are facing. Otherwise, the past 5-7 years have seen such a brilliant development of breast surgical units across the country. I think we have gone from being a handful 10 years ago to a huge community of doctors who are purely focusing on treatment of breast cancer. And there are so many good reconstruction options available, but cost and patient attitude towards reconstruction is kind of a spanner in our works.
Dr. Subramanian,
add-
would you like to add upon that?
Yeah. So as you mentioned, in the US, there is a law. As per that law, the insurance companies are mandated to address breast reconstruction. And not just that, even the symmetrization procedures on the opposite breast, they have to honor those claims. And regarding the access to care, I think there's another aspect to it. Now, a lot of mastectomies happen in smaller centers. So, of course, we are in a metro city where we have good hospitals, where we have a integrated team, we have the reconstruction. But a lot of mastectomies can happen in standalone centers, small setups, where reconstruction may be difficult. So, I think capacity building to get the reconstruction reach the people in smaller towns, smaller cities, not so affording patients. So that's where capacity building is important. Secondly, as financial aspect is there, I think a lot of these schemes, the central government schemes, they don't cover all aspects of reconstruction, like CGHS, ECHS. I think a few weeks back, we had a patient, a CGHS patient, where we had to do this lympha. There was no code for lympha. So first we had to get a code mapped, get the permission, and then do it. So, and another aspect, I think a lot of NGOs fund breast cancer treatment. So they should also look at funding reconstructions.
Exactly.
So it's just limited to the mastectomy, but reconstruction generally overlooked.
Yeah, but the problem is nobody gives funds to NGOs. Am I right? Very few people contribute to NGOs. So when I was in the West, I remember every person used to have one favorite NGO or one favored NGO to which they would donate a little. So we'll give lakhs in our mandirs and gurdwaras, but we won't give to NGOs that are working towards, so I think that is also something that really needs to change.
Yeah. So, Dr. Harsha, I think I would come to you. What do you think are the challenges a breast cancer survivor may be faced with after the treatment or ongoing treatment? And are they prone for certain syndromes more? And how do you, first of all, address right from the beginning that breaking the news to the patient and thereafter going through the treatment and then following the treatment? What are the challenges that they may be posed with?
Thank you so much for the question, ma'am. First of all, I would like to thank you, BW, for having me here and addressing the psychological and psychosocial concerns, which is one of the most important part we have been hearing since morning about all the psychological aspects. Everybody is talking about it. So yes, when we are talking about psychological aspects, it does start from the very first step a patient or a caregiver steps into a oncological setup, even if they are coming for a opinion or for the, let's say, testing purpose, because there are so much myths around this disease and the complete trajectory as well, that if we are diagnosed with, then what? Because nobody, even till date, deals with cancer as a treatable disease or can be treated if diagnosed at the right time. They still consider cancer is equals to death, whether it's a breast cancer or any cancer. And when it is about a women, and majorly in Asian women or Indian women per se, I would say we do not want to prioritize ourselves first. We want to prioritize everybody on Mother Earth other than us. We don't want to look at ourselves. So when we are talking about breaking the diagnosis, so it has to be done in a very standardized manner, which as a psychologist, we have spikes per se. But even when we are doing it in a clinical setting, we must have patient to be there so that a informed and a shared decision making can be done. Just like ma'am said that we must inform to the patient. Patient should have a say in it. Patient should be able to decide for themselves that what do they want for themselves as a treatment. Just like we have in genetic testing also, that whether we should go for the genetic testing or not, whether we are eligible for the genetic testing or not, because there are a lot of things available on internet which are there but may not be applicable to us as a patient. So we must consider that as well, that every information is not the right information which we must have. So we, this Dr. Google, I say, usually should not be referred before the oncologist or your primary treating team, and should not confirm or reassure the information which you're getting from doctor with Dr. Google. It would be rather preferred to consider another doctor or an oncologist than Dr. Google, because it is providing very generalized information which is not applicable on everybody. And if it is for just for an example, siblings, we are not having same likes and dislikes, we are not having same kind of thought process, then how are we similar to the person mentioned in on Dr. Google? Let's say we can have similarities, but we can have dissimilarities as well. But we do not consider dissimilarity because I particularly am looking for negative information to associate myself with. Because of the stigma attached, cancer is equals to death. So to destigmatize the disease, one, a proper psychoeducation has to be done with the patient. Patient must be informed about why you're getting tested. What are your symptoms? For these symptoms, we are looking out for cancer as well. If you are diagnosed with cancer, then what can be the next steps? Post the diagnosis is done, let's say, then this is the diagnosis has to be told to the patient with the primary caregiver, and an informed decision like this is your current status and what we can look out for, as in what are the line of treatment you can get. These are the options you can choose out for. It is not a mandatory that you have to choose this only. For example, when a patient is coming positive with, let's say, genetic testing BRCA1, BRCA2, they have good treatment options with prophylactic surgeries and with chemotherapy and with targeted and immune therapies. So they have got good options that what they can choose out for. So with that, and so that becomes the informed and shared decision making, where patient is playing a role. Patient can discuss openly about their fears, their worries, their concerns, about the financial concerns they are having. There are a lot of myths attached to the we say treatment. For example, with chemotherapy, there are so many myths that when we go for chemotherapy, then there are n number of side effects only which we have to deal with. But we can deal them in the right manner and they are not going to harm us more, because if we'll see the chemotherapy or the treatment is our need, it is not been forced onto us. So if something is my need, I need to get it done with all the positives in me. If I myself is going to apprehend about I am going to get the chemotherapy done and I will be suffering, then certainly because my brain has generated those signals to my body, I am going to suffer. These are the psychosocial
We've been talking
effects.
about shared decision making has the most important role and the most pertinent in deciding how the treatment line is going to go. I wanted to ask you a few of these questions which almost everybody has in their minds. How often do you see this post-traumatic stress disorder? Do you see this quite, what is the incidence? Do you really feel that it's quite high, or do we just talk about it or read about it?
It is high. So almost I would say 8 out of 10 are having this PTSD. Even after diagnosis only. And there is a very huge fear of recurrence also in the survivors. So when we are talking about survivorship, the fear of recurrence is way too huge. At times it is that huge that a survivor to whom I call warriors, they don't even want to go for their testings. But if we are going for get the testing done, I may get some positive signs for the recurrence. So I don't want to even go for testings. So yes, fear of recurrence is very high. 8 out of 10 survivors do have this PTSD, and even after the breaking of the news that they are going to get into the treatment with cancer, they do suffer. And not only PTSD, clinically we have depression as well. If we'll see, otherwise to diagnose depression, let's say MDD, we need to wait for at least 6 to 8 months with persistent symptoms. But with oncology, I have seen patients showing symptoms of MDD, which is a mood disorder, basically, pervasive mood disorder. They are showing exact symptoms and the medications are working on them even within a week of diagnosis. Okay. So it does happen.
Dr. Kanchan, I wanted to know, in fact, it's a common question amongst anybody who is having the fear in the first place, and second, having been diagnosed or going through the treatments, parenthood, conception. How are these factors, or how are these going to be dealt by anybody? What would your advice be for anybody who has these kind of thoughts?
So, as I said, that India sadly sees a very high number of young breast cancer patients, and girls nowadays, because of career choices, are pushing motherhood to later and later age, of their life. We do pick up girls in their 20s and 30s whose families are still not complete. And treatment for breast cancer, like chemotherapy, may shut down the ovaries. And if you have hormone sensitive tumor, we are going to make you postmenopausal to reduce the risk of disease coming back. So this discussion about what we call fertility preservation is an extremely important part of the discussion process, patient-centric, what we are talking about. When we break the bad news, and we talk about treatments, with all young girls, we do talk about fertility preservation. Okay. And a lot of them do take it. So before their treatments start, there are oncofertility specialists who will, like for IVF, we retrieve the egg and preserve it. They would do that for them. Having had said that, again, there are so many social barriers and psychological barriers to doing that, especially for unwed young girls. Sometimes for religious purposes, they may not want to do that. And now, as Dr. Kirti also said, women are surviving longer and longer. At that point in time, they're only thinking, oh, I have cancer, I will not survive. But 8 years, 10 years down the line, when their life has come back to normal, they will look back and think, oh, I wish somebody had told me about it. So when we start talking about fertility preservation, a lot of time patients don't want to talk about it. So, we have to counsel them through it that, take your time, think about it, because, we are seeing 10 years down the line, 8 years down the line. Having had said that, when we have very young patients with, breast cancer who complete their treatments, they can even go on to have natural pregnancies. It's not that you have breast cancer treatment and you will never become a mother. That's not true at all. All of us have so many patients who go on to live near normal, if not better lives after a diagnosis of cancer. And that's why treatment for breast cancer ideally should be in a multidisciplinary setup. It's not like the woman comes to me with a lump in the breast and I say, chop it off. It's about discussing. The psychologist plays a role, the fertility preservation, the plastic surgeon, the medical oncologist, the radiation oncologist, all of us play important roles to complete the puzzle of treatment for the patient so that we give them the best outcomes. To add to that?
I would add to that. Actually, fertility preservation is coming up in such a big way. And of course, there are barriers to that, as you said. But there is something known as PGT, which is that they can now test the embryos that you make. And if you're a young patient, which are higher likelihood of having a genetic mutation, and if you have a genetic mutation, if you make 8 embryos, you can choose the embryos which don't have that genetic mutation and implant those to make sure that that genetic mutation is not passed on to the next generation, and they don't have that higher risk of developing the cancer that you have. So that is one of the big points that that should also be discussed, and it's quite available in most of the fertility centers now.
Yeah, thank you. I think we've almost discussed about everything. And my last question, Dr. Sukhdeep, to you. How common is male breast cancer, and how to identify the symptoms?
I think I'm not the right person to answer that question. I think
Would anybody want to take that?
So, male breast cancer is what we call 1% of all diagnosed breast cancers, which means, and we would say that very often, was that on the days we see a male breast cancer on follow-up, that means I've seen 100 follow-ups today when we were working at a hospital. So it's rare, but it's not unheard of. It's more related to genetic mutations again. And while we are raising awareness about breast cancer in women, men don't think they can get breast cancer at all, because logically breast nahi hai to breast cancer kaise hoga. But underlying everything, the anatomy is similar. And it's very important for men to also know the symptoms, to also, if you have a lump, if you have discharge from the nipple, you do need to go see at least your GP or your, an oncologist if you can. Because there's very little tissue. Breast cancer in men very easily invades the skin or the underlying muscle, which upstages it. So it's important that while they don't really need to do a clinical breast examination, awareness in men about male breast cancer is very important, especially in men who have a family history of breast and ovarian malignancies.
My last question to everybody, anybody who wants to answer that. We've been talking about AI since morning and so many genomic studies and everything. Do you think it's going to change the face of how breast cancers are being dealt with right now, or it's going to impact it?
I think I think AI is going to make inroads into almost everything as we see. And there are already studies, especially when it comes to radiology. So when we're looking at mammograms, the way we look at it, the way and they are using computer assisted detections, even the mammograms that we do now. So AI is definitely going to make inroad into breast treatment. In what way, we are still to see. And we are currently, I don't think we're using it in treatment as of now, but it is in its early nascent stages. And I think in a few years, we will see it in practice, probably, especially for diagnosis.
So, I think just to kind of wind that up, as I said before also, we still have a long way to go for artificial intelligence, real life common sense, alive intelligence for women to come when they have a symptom is in our country right now still the need of the hour.
Required.
Yeah.
Exactly. I thank all the panelists. It's been a wonderful, wonderful panel. And I think we've almost touched upon everything, right from basic questions that everybody's minds are lured with on a day-to-day living. And I think we've discussed upon everything. Thank you so much for being here and sharing your valuable inputs.
Thank you. A picture, please. एक second. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. Now you might be wondering as to suddenly why is half the hall empty? Because we are going to be doing something for the very first time, at least for all the shows that I have hosted for BW Businessworld. I've not seen this happening. We are going to have a small depiction of a journey from fear to empowerment. And we're going to do that via a fashion walk, via a ramp walk. Now, the models, let's say, the warriors that you see who are going to be walking the ramp for us, they've come from all over the country, from Mumbai, from here and there as well, of course, from apart from being from Delhi NCR as well. So we have cancer champions, parents, caregivers, nurses, doctors, colleagues of survivors, all of them going to be walking the ramp for all of you. Now, this entire session it's been curated by Miss Achal Sharma. She's the founder of Can Heal and Meals of Happiness. So what does Can Heal do? In very simple bhasha, it's a one-stop solution, a platform, a brand, a company, a home that provides end-to-end solution and caregivers to all sorts of cancer patients. Achal, where is Achal? Oh, yo. Can you get a mic for ma'am, please? So Achal is going to be doing my job as well for the next few minutes. You'll charge for that?
Yeah.
Or even I get paid. Can you charge? No, but all the best, please, ma'am. Have fun.
Thank you.
Also, humble request to all the audience members, as I had mentioned, ये जो models आपके लिए आए हैं, ये कोई बहुत ही trained and highly qualified, not approachable, not been seen any kind of models हैं. So when they walk, please give them all the love and support and attention that they deserve. Walking from that side will be attendants and doctors, etc. once they're there. And walking from this side will be the survivors. Rest, I leave to your curation, ma'am. All the best. Have fun.
So all the doctors left side. Yeah. All the doctors left side. And all the Maharathi. So हमने अभी नाम change किया है. Warrior नहीं बुलाएंगे. We will call them Maharathi. And all the Maharathi will be there. And the doctors here. But doctors बहुत कम number में है यार. Perfect. आप हाँ नहीं possible नहीं है. All the doctors queued up. पक्का? अच्छा, कौन सबसे ज्यादा आवाज निकालेगा तभी पता चलेगा कौन सबसे ज्यादा एक्साइटेड है. ठीक है, हम म्यूजिक दे रहे हैं अभी. Okay. Please give your 100% attention as they all come from far, from Mumbai, Bangalore, Mathura, and so many other cities. So give full attention. And Pukhraj-ji, you also give full attention. Another Maharathi is sitting there. So, Manisha, take the lead. Manisha, take the lead. ठीक है? Cheer up, yaar, cheer up. They are not ordinary people. Wow! That's beautiful. Dr. Aman and the beautiful partner. She already chose her partner. Wow! Aman beautiful वारती को देख के अपना कंफ्यूज हो गए थोड़े से. Yeah, here is another pair. Please do not stop. देखो ये होती है cheer up yaar. They have so much of energy in the room. Woohoo! हाँ चलो ना ये सर ये फूल तो नहीं है, आप लाए क्या है तोहफे में? Another one. That's the energy. Without music भी उनकी एनर्जी में कमी नहीं आ रही है, आपके म्यूजिक में कमी जरूर आ रही है, बट नॉट इन देयर एनर्जी. Free cheers for the yeah. That's the attitude we need. Wow. Yeah. Hold the hand and pull. वो छोड़ दो आंचल. यार एनर्जी इतनी लो आप लोगों की. खाना खाया था ना सबने? एटीट्यूड की कमी नहीं है हमारे पास. ये that's the way, that's the way. Cheers, 3 cheers to them. Woohoo! देखो स्टेज छोटा है लेकिन लोग बड़े हैं हमारे स्टेज के ऊपर. ये आर्टिस्ट अभी अभी ये नेक्स्ट. Whoa! Bilkis, you need a mic for this, sweetheart. Mother-daughter duel, I must say the energy they both have, both the mother-daughter actually creating magic right now on the stage. So 3 cheers. Woohoo! कोई नहीं सर आइए. सर हमारी तरफ भी देखिएगा थोड़ा. ये ब्यूटीफुल लेडी. डॉक्टर साहब के लिए तालियां हो जाए. बिल्कुल सीटियां रुकनी नहीं चाहिए सीटियां रुकनी नहीं चाहिए Let's have a mother daughter there. Woohoo! Who else? देखिए स्टेज छोटा पड़ गया तो हमने थोड़ा सा क्राउड मिक्स कर दिया अभी He is not well. इसके पैर में अभी लगी हुई है but after that also the energy is another level. Wow! You deserve it. Yes. That's all. Be careful. यार मोटिवेशन कैसे मिलेगी अगर आप लोग एंजॉय नहीं करेंगे तो मोटिवेशन कैसे मिलेगी सबको आप लोगों का एंजॉय करना बहुत जरूरी है दे हैव डन ऑल दिस फॉर यू ये राजस्थान कल्चर स्टेज पे लेके आई है मैम ओके बाय ये अगेन मदर डॉटर माँ बेटी की जो जोड़ी में एनर्जी आती है आई डोंट थिंक तो मैंने अभी किसी के यहाँ पेड़ में देखी है यार कुछ तो थोड़ा लाउड होना चाहिए खाना खाया फिर से पूछ रही हो Whoa! You all are amazing, amazing.
And now we have the curator of this one walking Archel. Yeah, we'll do one picture and then it's a request कि आप लोग please अभी कहीं जाइएगा मत to change. We request you to please stay back here itself so that you can move ahead to the next session. Yeah, yes, a picture please.
सब लोग अच्छा, one request to everyone after this picture, please आप लोग change मत कीजिएगा. There is something interesting is coming up, so please be here and so that we can continue with the event, right?
Hello. We have the showstopper Harbinder ji as well entering the frame. Okay, फिर से 1, 2 and 3.
Start left Paro behind.
It just means that कि आप सब लोग वोट देके आए हैं.
So many paparazzis.
Yes. Thank you so much. इनके लिए जोरदार तालियां प्लीज. हालांकि पूरी ऑडियंस स्टेज पे ही है, फिर भी we request you please stay back here.
Everyone,
ताकि हम
stay back here. आप अपनी seats ले लो. Don't change now. We love to see you, gorgeous women, till the time event continues.
quickly. अच्छा, अभी शो खत्म नहीं हुआ है. Actually only at 30 seconds.
Okay.
आप तो फ्री में छोड़ के आ गई. Okay, last picture. Done? Photographer done. Thank you so much. आइए. After this, yes. Pictures अभी खत्म नहीं हुई. Keep taking more. After this. आइए. Okay, everybody, please take your seats so that we can start with the next one. Achal, where are you? I'll need your help. So everyone seated. Yeli.
Everyone, we will get you water inside only. अगर आप लोग बहुत thirsty और बहुत थोड़ा सा ऐसा कुछ भी feel कर रहे हैं, don't go outside, so that we'll continue session and the event with the same flow. So आप सब लोग अपनी seats पे बैठ जाइए. You can change dress later on. Trust me, you all are looking gorgeous, and it's so around. आप सब लोग अभी ऐसे continue कर सकते हैं.
Okay.
देखो, मुझे ये लोग भगा देंगे अगर आपने मेरी बात नहीं मानी तो. एंड आई कांट अफोर्ड कि मैं आप सब लोगों को अभी छोड़ के यहाँ से बाहर जाऊं. तो बच्चे
चलिए. Done. Thank you so much. एक बार आई थिंक क्योंकि आप सब ऑलरेडी स्टेज पे थे, बट एक बार अपने लिए और आंचल के लिए एंड फॉर द कॉल्स एक बार जोरदार तालियां. आई थिंक
थैंक यू एवरीवन.
ये जो आपकी जर्नी थी फ्रॉम फियर टू एम्पावरमेंट, thank you for doing that. I think more than anything, just thank you for showing us your strength, your unity, and of course the love that you have for everybody. Thank you. क्योंकि आप लोगों ने हमें क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ दिखाई है, लेट्स पुट इट दैट वे. हमारा जो अगला सेशन है That's on quality in cancer care. And to talk about that, please join me in welcoming on stage the Director General, Association of Healthcare Providers India, Dr. Girdhar Gyani, everybody, please. अगर है तो ठीक है तो सामने आता हूँ
Yeah, namaskar, good morning, good evening. देखिए, it was amazing for me to see this kind of doctor-patient union or reunion, you can call it. I think I pray God कि ये जितने भी survivor हैं हमारे, I think they have long, happy and healthy lives. But I think ये सारी जो conference हुई है आज, I think this was the prime show what I have experienced first time. लेकिन मैं आपको आज थोड़ी सी छोटे तरीके से बात बताऊंगा कि ये क्वालिटी इन कैंसर केयर या क्वालिटी इन हेल्थ केयर ये क्या सब्जेक्ट है और ये कैसे फॉर्मल हमारे कंट्री में हुआ है। तो मैं बहुत ही ब्रीफली आपको पहले दिखाता हूं कि हेल्थ केयर इस समय बहुत ही चैलेंजिंग पीरियड से जा रही है। आई डोंट नो हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू नो दैट एट द टाइम ऑफ इंडिपेंडेंस the average life of expectancy was only 32 years. 1947 में 32 years. और आज जो है it is 72 years. You have to thank to the doctors, nurses of our country who have taken the big jump to bring the average life expectancy from 32 years to 72 years. That is number one. At the same time, हमारी जो पॉपुलेशन है कम्युनिटी है वो भी बहुत अवेयर हो गई है। वी हैव गॉट गुड टेक्नोलॉजी डायग्नोस्टिक ये तमाम चीजें मिलके जो है वी हैव कम टू 72। अभी मैं 2 हफ्ते पहले सिंगापुर में था और वी हैड लीडिंग डॉक्टर्स फ्रॉम 9 एशियन कंट्रीज एंड वी फाउंड दैट जापान वाज हैविंग द मैक्सिमम लाइफ एक्सपेक्टेंसी एवरेज लाइफ एक्सपेक्टेंसी व्हिच वाज 84 इयर्स। तो हमें अभी 72 से 84 में जाना है। एंड आई थिंक दिस विल अगेन कम बाय वे ऑफ क्वालिफाइड डॉक्टर्स, नर्सेज, हॉस्पिटल टेक्नोलॉजी एंड अबव ऑल द पार्टिसिपेशन फ्रॉम द कम्युनिटी। तो हमारे जो कुछ चैलेंजेस आपको नजर आ रहे हैं आपके सामने, तो आज क्योंकि मैं क्वालिटी के ऊपर थोड़ा सा ज्यादा बोलूंगा, तो क्वालिटी एंड पेशेंट सेफ्टी जो है वन ऑफ द चैलेंज है। अगर आपको मैं बताना चाहूंगा कि क्वालिटी जो फॉर्मल तरीके से इंडिया में कब आई, एक्चुअली इट वाज इन 2005 when a question was raised in parliament that many people want to come to India for advanced treatment from developing countries. For example, अगर यूके में बात करें आप, तो उस समय कैटरेक्ट सर्जरी जो है उसके लिए 3-3 महीने का वेटिंग हुआ करता था। बाईपास के लिए तो 7-7 महीने का वेटिंग लिस्ट हुआ करता था। तो ये तमाम बातों की वजह से many patient wanted to come to India, and by the time 2005 we had close to 300 hospitals which were having the state of art infrastructure. So the question which was raised by these people who wanted to come to India to the government of India, that how do we select a hospital? Do you have any accreditation system by which hospitals are accredited for quality and patient safety? That question in Parliament was referred to the Quality Council of India, which I was heading at that point of time. And we then started working on developing the quality accreditation system for hospitals. तो ये एक्चुअली अगर आप मेरे से पूछे तो क्वालिटी की जो जर्नी है वो शुरू क्यों हुई? बिकॉज ऑफ दी फॉरेन पेशेंट्स और जिसको हम कहते हैं मेडिकल टूरिज्म। और एनीवे वी टुक अबाउट 8 to 9 months टाइम टू डेवलप द स्टैंडर्ड एंड स्ट्रक्चर, एंड 2006 फरवरी वी लॉन्च। तो ये जो जर्नी है अगर आप देखें, ये क्वालिटी का जो मतलब है, लेट मी टेल यू फर्स्ट दी पेशेंट सेफ्टी। क्वालिटी एंड पेशेंट सेफ्टी में कोई बहुत ज्यादा फर्क नहीं है, ये एक ही कॉइन के दो साइड्स है. You know, whatever you do, quality in healthcare or patient safety in healthcare, this thing हम कोई भी चीज होती है, कोई ना कोई एरर्स होती है. Knowingly तो कोई एरर नहीं होती है हमारे मेडिकल प्रोफेशन में, but unknowingly lot of errors can happen. These can be medication errors. This can be error can come from the hospital acquired infection. This can come from some negligence or some, let us say, error in the medical equipment which we are using if the equipment is not calibrated. ये तमाम बातें हैं. तो अगर हम ये preventive measures use करें by developing the standard of operation procedure, protocol, system, training of the people, ये सारी चीजें मिलके अगर हम एक सिस्टम बनाएं, उसी सिस्टम का नाम है हमारा accreditation. So when a hospital is accredited by the board which we call National Accreditation Board for Hospital and Healthcare Providers, NABH. अगर आप कभी गए होंगे हॉस्पिटल में तो आपने देखा होगा एक बड़ा राउंड में एक लोगो लगा रहता है NABH. आज हमारे कंट्री में अगर आप टोटल काउंट करें करीब 20,000 हॉस्पिटल पूरे कंट्री में ऐसे हैं जिनके पास या तो एक्रेडिटेशन है या छोटा सा एक सर्टिफिकेशन है. टोटल हॉस्पिटल हमारे कंट्री में करीब 60,000 है. तो उसमें से 20,000 हॉस्पिटल्स के पास हमारा ये क्वालिटी एक्रेडिटेशन है. तो ये जो चीज पेशेंट सेफ्टी का ये चालू हमारे यहाँ हुआ है, तो दिस इज व्हाट आई वाज टेलिंग यू कि हॉस्पिटल एक्रेडिटेशन क्यों जरूरी है. नाउ इफ यू सी हॉस्पिटल एक्रेडिटेशन का जो फोकल पॉइंट है वो है पेशेंट सेफ्टी. एंड पेशेंट सेफ्टी की जो प्राइमरी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है वो होती है हमारे फिजिशियन के ऊपर या फिर सर्जन के ऊपर. इनको सपोर्ट कौन करता है? नर्सिंग स्टाफ सपोर्ट करते हैं. आप देखिए करीब एक डॉक्टर के पीछे हमें कम से कम 3 नर्सेस होती हैं एवरेज. आई एम टॉकिंग, अदरवाइज तो रेशो कैन वेरी फ्रॉम 1:1 to 1:6, लेकिन एवरेज अगर हम एक निकालने की कोशिश करें तो 1:3 डॉक्टर. एक डॉक्टर के पीछे 3 नर्स होनी चाहिए, एक नर्स के पीछे 3 राइट हेल्थ केयर वर्कफोर्स होने चाहिए. तो इस तरह से हमारी हेल्थ केयर इंडस्ट्री चलती है. लेट मी टेल यू वन थिंग विथ माय लॉन्ग एक्सपीरियंस इन द हेल्थ केयर. हॉस्पिटल चलाना आज के तारीख में, आई एम टॉकिंग ऑफ लेट अस से 200-300 बेड हॉस्पिटल, इज मच मोर डिफिकल्ट. ज्यादा मैं कहूँगा सबसे ज्यादा डिफिकल्ट है एक हॉस्पिटल को चलाना. आप एक ऑटोमोबाइल इंडस्ट्री चला सकते हैं, रॉकेट इंडस्ट्री चला सकते हैं, लेकिन हॉस्पिटल को चलाना बहुत मुश्किल हो गया है क्योंकि बहुत रीजन है उसके पीछे. वो अब मैं आपको थोड़ी देर के बाद में बताऊंगा. तो ये जो सारी चीजें कवर करते हुए हमारा एक एक्रेडिटेशन बनता है सिस्टम. अब आप देखिए, ये भी मैं छोड़ देता हूँ स्लाइड अभी तो फिलहाल. ये हमारा स्टैंडर्ड है NABH का. इसमें हमारे 10 चैप्टर्स होते हैं. अगर आप देखेंगे इसमें एवरीथिंग इज कवर्ड. Because if you really see that जो यहाँ पे डॉक्टर्स बैठे हैं, they of course understand that all the various aspects. First 5 chapters are concerning clinicians. Next 5 chapters are concerning these, you can say, general management of the hospital. So this is the way accreditation system, accreditation standard बनाया गया है. And we try to educate our hospital management that they should work in the inverted pyramid. Inverted pyramid में क्या होता है कि जो हम कहते हैं कई बार कि डॉक्टर बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, नर्स बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, दे आर इम्पोर्टेंट, बट कई बार हम लोग भूल जाते हैं. अगर आपने देखा होगा एज ए पेशेंट जब आप हॉस्पिटल में जाते हैं तो आपको बहुत परेशानियां होती है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल सबसे बड़ी परेशानी होती है जैसे डिस्चार्ज के टाइम आपको 6 घंटे 7 घंटे वेट करना पड़ता है. कई बार आपको फीस भरनी है, उसके लिए बड़ा आपको कौन से काउंटर पे जाना है, इस काउंटर पे जाना है, उस काउंटर पे जाना है. इस तरह से अगर आप देखें जो हमने टॉप के ऊपर ये दिखाया हमने, जो लोग डे टू डे मॉनिटरिंग करते हैं, OPD एडमिशन करते हैं, डिस्चार्ज सर्टिफिकेट बनाते हैं, फी कलेक्शन करते हैं, ये लोग को हम पहले किसी जमाने में बिल्कुल इम्पोर्टेंस नहीं देते थे, बस ऑर्डिनरी लोग कोई भी बिठा देते थे. बट टुडेज टाइम इफ यू आर ए accredited हॉस्पिटल, ये लोग बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट हैं बिकॉज अल्टीमेटली दे आर इंटरेक्टिंग विद द पेशेंट्स ऑन 1-to-1 बेसिस. और इसलिए इस इन्वर्टेड पिरामिड में जो बॉस कौन है, अगर आप देखेंगे बॉस जो नीचे बैठा हुआ है सीईओ, उसको हम बॉस नहीं मानते। बॉस कौन है? पेशेंट बॉस है, क्योंकि वी आर एक्चुअली वर्किंग इन द हॉस्पिटल फॉर दीज पेशेंट्स। सो दिस इज द वे ए हॉस्पिटल फंक्शंस। दूसरा हम क्या करते हैं कि हम एक हॉस्पिटल के अंदर, अभी पहले होता था डॉक्टर की अपनी एक, तो मान लीजिए डॉक्टर यूज टू वर्क विद इन देमसेल्व्स, नर्सेज यूज टू वर्क विद इन देमसेल्व्स, पैरामेडिकल स्टाफ यूज टू वर्क विद इन देमसेल्व्स। अभी क्या है, इन द हॉस्पिटल it is a very complex situation, and that is why we try to promote the way a football team functions. फुटबॉल टीम में भी देखिए अलग अलग होते हैं, फॉरवर्ड, डिफेंडर, गोलकीपर। उसी मॉडल को हम हॉस्पिटल में प्रमोट करते हैं, so that it works like a complete team. So this is what. अब एक और चीज आई है हमारे यहाँ कि एक्रेडिटेशन की वजह से क्लिनिकल क्वालिटी बहुत इंप्रूव हुई है। आप देखिए मेडिकेशन एरर्स बहुत कम हो गई है, इन हॉस्पिटल पार्ट इन्फेक्शन बहुत फर्क पड़ गया, बहुत इन चीजों में तमाम इम्प्रूवमेंट हुआ है विद द हेल्प ऑफ एक्रेडिटेशन। बट समवेयर व्हेन वी टुक दिस सर्वे अबाउट 2 years back from the patient across the country, they gave us that service quality still needs to improve. In fact, let me tell you, ये हालांकि कहने की बात नहीं है, between south and north, मैं ईस्ट एंड वेस्ट की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ अभी, between south and north, the empathy factor कि कहाँ डॉक्टर्स और स्टाफ empathy factor अच्छा दिखाते हैं, तो साउथ के लीड ओवर द नॉर्थ। तो अभी उसके लिए हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि नॉर्थ इंडिया में भी हम कैसे इसको प्रमोट करें, क्योंकि पेशेंट्स आर कंप्लेनिंग दैट दे डू नॉट गेट दैट एम्पैथी, एंड सो दैट हमारी जो हेल्थ केयर क्वालिटी के जो 2 कंपोनेंट हैं, क्लिनिकल क्वालिटी विच हैज इम्प्रूव्ड वास्टली, but the service quality also needs equal emphasis. So this is the clinical quality which I told you, इसमें काफी सुधार आ गया है। Now, second thing is that so far our doctors used to be very much preoccupied in their own work. The accredited hospital nowadays works on a model that each specialty के अंदर जितने भी doctors हैं, they meet once in 15 days and they share the respective procedures done, so that the younger surgeon, younger physician, they learn from the experience from the senior doctors. So this is a जो हम कहते हैं बहुत important चीज है ये। Otherwise each doctor used to work in silos और वो किसी के साथ शेयर नहीं करते थे। तो accredited hospital में ये एक बहुत important फर्क पड़ गया है इसके आने से। Now ये जो कैंसर के बारे में हम बात करते हैं, अगर आप देखेंगे कि इसमें जो है सबसे ज्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट, लेट मी टेल यू वन बाय द वे, कि हमारे जो नॉन कम्युनिकेबल डिजीजेस हैं, इसमें हम हमेशा कार्डियोवैस्कुलर डिजीजेस को नंबर 1 किलर मानते थे, लेकिन अभी अनफॉर्चुनेटली या जो भी कहे आप, कैंसर हैज टेकन दी नंबर 1 पोजीशन। अब यहाँ पे इसलिए गवर्नमेंट का फोकस भी इसके ऊपर जा रहा है कि हाउ डू वी रियली इम्प्रूव। अगर आपको पता होगा कि हमारा जो आयुष्मान भारत स्कीम है सरकार की, उसमें 1.5 लाख हेल्थ एंड वेलनेस सेंटर बनाए गए हैं, जिसमें से ऑलमोस्ट आई थिंक 95,000 आर फंक्शनिंग एट दिस पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम, एंड ऑल दीज सेंटर्स आर सपोज्ड टू हैव द स्क्रीनिंग। नाउ कैंसर की स्क्रीनिंग अगर हमारी टाइम से हो जाए, I think we have today the doctors, we have the technology by which we can cure the cancer patient once for all. तो ये जो कैंसर के बारे में क्वालिटी की जो है, हालांकि I will not be talking on the treatment of the cancer here, I am not from the oncology, but आप ये देखिए कि हम इसके ऊपर आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस को हम बहुत बड़े तरीके से यूज कर रहे हैं। There are now devices हमारे पास हैं कि हम पेशेंट को अगर डायग्नोसिस करें और पास में हम 1 लाख केसेस हमारे उसमें स्टोर रहते हैं, एंड वी कैन जस्ट कंपेयर विद देम एंड ट्राई टू सी विच इज द बेस्ट ट्रीटमेंट प्लान। ऑफ कोर्स डॉक्टर विल बी द फाइनल बॉस ऑन दिस वन, बट स्टिल दैट आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के थ्रू हमारे पास इस समय बहुत सारे तरीके हो गए हैं दैट वी कैन एक्चुअली। तो जो सर्वाइवल, हम कई बार क्वालिटी को जब जानते हैं, व्हेन आई वाज टॉकिंग टू सिंगापुर, तो सिंगापुर में ये एक एक्सरसाइज हुई थी that oncology cases में survival rate was considered as one of the factors by the insurance company to compensate the reimbursement to the hospital. So these are some of the factors which actually are important when we look into the quality for the cancer care. Now future में जो है हमारी बात है, जो पेन मैनेजमेंट है, इमोशनल एंड स्पिरिचुअल सपोर्ट है, फैमिली इन्वॉल्वमेंट है एंड होलिस्टिक केयर अप्रोच. These are the 4 areas, last 4 areas on which our association now is working with the government, with our hospitals, because that is where some gap is still visible. And these gaps are not very easy to solve. But the kind of energy which I saw a while before, I think that actually tells us that our country is prepared that to take care of this emotional family involvement, pain and symptoms management. So these are the areas where I think we are working and the kind of expertise which we have generated. एक चीज सिर्फ रह गई है, we are trying to have global collaboration with the leading cancer hospital in USA, in Australia and in Germany. That initiative we have taken through our association and our leading doctors are participating in that. So I can only tell you that future is very bright and the cancer is not going to be any disease that we should be afraid of it. Only these screening that is being done through 1.5 lakh countries in the country, once that becomes active, I think we will be able to win over the battle. Thank you very much.
You know what? I don't know if you guys even realized who you were listening to. I mean, Dr. Girdhar Gyani is someone who's referred to in the healthcare industry as the father of quality. So I'm really grateful, Dr. Gyani, if you're here, to have taken out time to be with us today, because this was something really amazing. जब हम कैंसर केयर की बात करते हैं या किसी ट्रीटमेंट की बात करते हैं, we forget that quality and the standards that we need to be aware of play a very important role. So I'm so glad that he could take out time to share his perspective of what we have achieved. कई बारी हम इतने नेगेटिव हो जाते हैं हमारे हेल्थ केयर सिस्टम के बारे में that we forget कि जहां हम पहुंचे हैं, that itself is a very big achievement when we look at the global healthcare, and keeping in mind that we've got the best doctors in the world and we've got the best engineers in the world. आने वाले टाइम में जब हेल्थ टेक का जमाना है, we are poised to be the ones who will create the standards and the world is going to follow. Gone are the days when we were asked to follow the standards of what is happening across the globe. There was a time that we could proudly say that अब हमारे healthcare is equal to what the West is doing. I think now is the time when we can proudly say that, we will set up the standards and the world is going to follow. So thank you so much, Dr. Girdhar Gyani, for being here. Over to you, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Arvinderji, for sharing with us your thoughts on what exactly is happening and what more will happen and how will this workplace and the people be perceived. Thank you. We've heard people in their individual capacity share their views. Now this panel is sort of bringing them all together to talk on family and workplace dynamics, supporting loved ones through screening to survivorship, the entire process of it, the entire path, the entire journey of it, and to talk on this journey of fear to empowerment, on collaborative triumphs, patient stories, experiences, on palliative care, on addressing misconceptions, also stigmas surrounding cancer, patient actively participating in their own care decisions, and also more. To share their views, please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Harish Prasad, Director, Niti Ayog, Joining ma'am is Dr. Swati Bhatt, MD and Senior Consultant, Intervention Pain, IPSC Pain and Spine Hospital, Bengaluru. Joining them is Miss Achal Sharma, Founder, Can Heal. Joining them is Dr. Ambika Rajvanshi, CEO of Can Support. Joining them is Brajendra Brajmohan Gupta, Cancer Fighter, Partner, Horizon Institute, Ahmedabad. Miss Suman Kumari Yadav, Cancer Fighter, Joint Director, Lok Sabha, Secretariat, Parliament of India. And this one will be moderated by Dr. Aman Gupta, Uro-Oncology, Head, Urology and Transplant, Fortis Hospital, Delhi. Let's please welcome them to the stage, everybody. आपके जोरदार तालियों के साथ हालांकि गिनती के से 5 लोगों ने ताली बजाई है out of the 75. See, I'm very mean when it comes to this. I think acceptance and recognition should be given wherever it's deserved, especially people who were very, very, very senior in the domain that they work in. So over to you. ये सामने ये घड़ी लगाई है इन लोगों ने जिसका ओनस मेरे कंधों पे है, बाकी सर आपके हाथों में. Hello. Hello.
गुड इवनिंग एवरीबॉडी. एक अग्निपथ मूवी थी, उसका डायलॉग था, तू ना थमेगा कभी, तू ना थकेगा कभी, तू ना मुड़ेगा कभी, कर शपथ कर शपथ कर शपथ, अग्निपथ अग्निपथ अग्निपथ. ये एक ऐसी जर्नी है, एक एक अग्निपथ है. कैंसर एक सिर्फ एक शब्द है, लेकिन जिस दिन वो सुनने को मिलता है एक पेशेंट को, उस दिन उनकी जिंदगी बदल जाती है. आइए जानते हैं इन सबसे, यहाँ एक्सपर्ट पैनलिस्ट से, कि कैसे उन्होंने अपनी जर्नी कैसे कवर की, कैसे उन्होंने दूसरों को इंस्पायर किया और कैसे बाकियों को वो हेल्प कर रहे हैं इस जर्नी को कवर करने में. सो लेट्स स्टार्ट विद उर्वशी मैम. मैम, यू योरसेल्फ आर अ पॉलिसी मेकर. आप एक पॉलिसी मेकिंग साइड पे हैं. तो आज हम जितने लोग यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, ऑल ऑफ अस आर, आई वुड से वी आर लकी एनफ दैट वी कुड अफोर्ड द बेस्ट ऑफ द ट्रीटमेंट एंड वी हैड द बेस्ट ऑफ द फैसिलिटीज एंड सपोर्ट सिस्टम्स, राइट? सो how can, as an organization, as a public organization, we can make some changes to help patients who are not so fortunate, जिनके पास उतने मीन्स नहीं हैं, जो गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल्स में जा रहे हैं, उनकी जर्नी हम कैसे स्मूथ कर सकते हैं? क्या पॉलिसीज हम डेवलप कर सकते हैं मैम?
थैंक यू. ये बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट सवाल है. और गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल्स की खास तौर से बात करें तो जैसे हम सब जानते हैं, बहुत एनीवे उन पे काफ़ी हद तक प्रेशर है. जो डॉक्टर्स हैं वो बहुत लोगों को केटर करते हैं, तो वो एक चैलेंज रहता है. इसलिए डॉक्टर्स के साथ साथ सपोर्ट लोगों का होना, और जैसे पहले भी हमने पैनल पे सुना कि डॉक्टर्स के साथ एक पूरी टीम एक तरह से काम करनी चाहिए. सिर्फ एक ऑन्कोलॉजिस्ट हर चीज़ नहीं कर सकते. और गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल में तो और भी मुश्किल हो जाता है जब आपके पास हज़ारों पेशेंट आ रहे हैं जिनको एक वो बेयर मिनिमम भी आपको केयर प्रोवाइड करने के लिए काफ़ी जद्दोजहद हो जाती है उसमें. तो ऑफ कोर्स हमें वो सिस्टम को इम्प्रूव करना है. अपने जो स्पेशलिस्ट हैं, डॉक्टर्स हैं, वो नंबर्स बढ़ाने हैं. हर तरफ पे हमारी कोशिश है. लेकिन जो अभी भी डॉक्टर्स हैं, मुझे लगता है कि वो टीम एक होनी चाहिए. जो पेशेंट, जैसा आपने कहा कि जब किसी को ये डायग्नोसिस मिलती है तो किस तरह से उसकी ज़िंदगी इम्पैक्ट होती है, उस बहुत अलग अलग तरीक़ों से होती है. वो सिर्फ एक उसको कीमोथेरेपी या रेडिएशन देने से नहीं हो जाता है. उसके सारे पहलू देखने पड़ते हैं. चाहे आप न्यूट्रिशन देख लीजिए, चाहे आप उसका मेंटल वेलबींग देख लीजिए, चाहे उसके फैमिली में रिलेशंस कैसे अफेक्ट होते हैं, उसकी अगर कोई यंग पर्सन है, शादीशुदा है, उसकी शादीशुदा जिंदगी कैसे अफेक्ट होती है. कितनी चीजें हैं जो नेचुरली आई डोंट थिंक हम एक्सपेक्ट भी कर सकते हैं कि एक डॉक्टर, एक ऑन्कोलॉजिस्ट हर चीज एड्रेस कर पाए. सो आई थिंक हैविंग दोज काइंड ऑफ टीम्स, मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी प्रोफेशनल टीम्स बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट हैं ऑल्सो, बिकॉज आई फील कि जैसे मैंने अपनी पहली स्टोरी में कहा कि जहाँ पे फैमिली भी हो, फ्रेंड्स भी हो, वो आपको सपोर्ट भी करना चाहें, लेकिन कई बार उनके लिए खुद बहुत मुश्किल होती है, जो कि उनको खुद पता नहीं कि ये कैसी सिचुएशन है, एकदम से ऐसी सिचुएशन उनकी भी लाइफ में कई बार पहली बार आई होती है। सो उनको भी सपोर्ट चाहिए होता है एक तरह से। तो आई थिंक दैट kind of going beyond just the doctor, the oncologist, having a multidisciplinary team, वो मुझे लगता है कि उन चीज़ों पे हमें ध्यान देना, एंड स्पेशली जो मेंटल, साइकोलॉजिकल, इमोशनल वेलबींग है किसी भी पेशेंट की, और उनके जो और पहलू हैं उनके हेल्थ के, उनके वेलबींग पे, उन पे भी ध्यान देना बहुत जरूरी है।
Thank you, Ushi ma'am. Dr. Swati, this question goes for you. We are talking about teamwork. We have all, as doctors and healthcare providers, we have all evolved from a journey when we were in medical college. At that time, pain management was not a core concept. That was not on the top of the priority. Like we were struggling to give basic treatment to the patients. उनके पास pain management जैसा system उन दिनों evolve नहीं हुआ था. आज वो कैसे better हुआ है? Now you are leading a journey for pain management for many patients. That's a very important part of the journey, right? And often it is forgotten that that is one of the most important part of the treatment. How do you make their journeys better in management? How it is evolved? घर पे जब हम पेशेंट्स को पेन मैनेजमेंट के लिए बोलते हैं, तो आप कैसे उनकी हेल्प करते हैं, और उनके जो केयर गिवर्स हैं उनको कैसे आप टीच करते हैं कि वो पेन मैनेजमेंट में हेल्प कर पाए?
Okay, coming to the advancements, you have taken me from a stage when you said we were in the age of when we did our graduations, and तब पेन केयर कैसा हुआ करता था compared to what it is now. So gone are the days when about 2 decades back, when we only used to talk about pain medicine in terms of just giving relief by opioids or some pain relief medications like NSAIDs, etc., the painkillers. उनके अपने साइड इफेक्ट्स होते हैं। उन साइड इफेक्ट्स के कारण, एक टैबलेट लेने के कारण पेशेंट को और 4 साइड इफेक्ट्स होते हैं, जिसके लिए और 4 मेडिसिन लेना पड़ता है। एक कैंसर पेशेंट जो ऑलरेडी अपनी कैंसर पर से डिजीज प्रोसेस से जूझ रहा है, जिसके लिए खाना डाइजेस्ट करना या इंजेस्ट करना वैसे ही बहुत डिफिकल्ट हो चुका है, उसके लिए ओवर एंड अबव दिस दवाइयां लेना और उसके साइड इफेक्ट्स झेलना और मुश्किल हो जाता है। इट इज नॉट द कैंसर विच किल्स द पेशेंट, इट इज द इमैसिएशन, जब पेशेंट खाना ही नहीं खा पाता है, जब डाइजेस्ट ही नहीं कर पाता है, कॉन्स्टिपेशन, ये सब इश्यूज हो जाते हैं, सो नहीं पाता है, जिसकी वजह से लाइफ और क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ इतनी डिटीरियोरेट हो जाती है कि द पेशेंट डजंट वांट टू, इट्स नॉट द, देयर सो मेनी न्यूमरस स्टोरीज व्हिच वी रीड वेयर द पेशेंट्स हैव सेड इट इज not cancer which is killing me, it is the pain arising out of it which is killing me. So the latest concept of pain interventions or pain management has evolved to that stage where we are trying to, we know what the definitive end stage of this cancer is going to be, whether it is going to be days or years in terms of time period, but giving life to those days is what is paramount and which is most important. So quality of life has to be there at every step of life. Dignity till the end of life or till the last breath is what we want to achieve, and that is what should be the goal. To achieve this goal, we have made certain advancement, tremendous advancements in terms of interventions, which means आज की डेट में हमारे को दवाइयों की जरूरत, opioids की जरूरत नहीं है. Step away from them, and interventions have played a major role. So interventions, whichever there exist all over the world, are what we have now as a specialty in our own country. There are people who are trained into it, though the number may be less, but still we have a lot of intervention people who are interventionists and are giving utmost care to such patients, utmost relief to such patients. Some of the very advanced procedures and which can give tremendous relief to these patients. Patients, cancer patients, usually metastatic disease से पीड़ित होते हैं, जिनके फ्रैक्चर्स हो जाते हैं स्पाइन में, पेशेंट बेड रिडन हो जाता है, उठ नहीं सकता है. इट इज नॉट अगेन द कैंसर, बट इट इज द ओवरऑल क्वालिटी जो पेशेंट की खराब हो जाती है. सो वर्टिब्रोप्लास्टी, विच इज जस्ट अ परक्यूटेनियस प्रोसीजर, जो पेशेंट को विद इन फ्यू आवर्स फिर से अपने स्पाइन पे, अपने पैरों पे चलता हुआ बना सकता है. gives a lot of relief to the patient, adds immediate quality of life to the patient, and of course the dignity to the patient. Intrathecal placements of drug devices जो आपकी बॉडी के अंदर ही रखे जाते हैं, उनको इम्प्लांट किया जाता है आपकी स्पाइनल कॉर्ड के अंदर, so that they deliver continuous medications. These are just hardly some minuscule of the dose which we otherwise give अगर हमें orally लेना पड़ता है. With the result, tremendous pain relief आता है और side effects बिल्कुल avoid किए जाते हैं. So these are some of the procedures जो all over the world किए जाते हैं और आज हमारी country में भी हो रहे हैं. The unfortunate part is कि हमारी country में awareness काफी कम है. So I think what majorly we need to do is we need to make people aware about it. Besides the medical fraternity, I think most of the patients who come to us are those who are related to some doctor or the other. But we should go one step ahead and make these procedures and these interventions known to each and every person who's related or non-related in the medical field, so that patients, whoever, wherever they are, they can seek this help and can be pain relief. As far as coaching or teaching for the family is concerned, ये बहुत जरूरी है कि पेशेंट्स के अटेंडर्स को बताया जाए कि कैंसर से मरना या फिर पेन बर्दाश्त करना इज नॉट द अल्टीमेट. Nowadays इतने प्रोसीजर्स हैं, इतने ट्रीटमेंट्स हैं कि पेशेंट सर्वाइव कर सकता है. बट एट द सेम टाइम वी ऑल्सो हैव टू मेक देम, दिस इज अ डायनामिक प्रोसेस. इट कीप्स चेंजिंग फ्रॉम डे टू डे और मंथ ऑन मंथ. सो मे बी गेटिंग 100% पेन रिलीफ may not be a tangible goal to look at, but somewhere around 90-95% relief is totally possible, and this should be taught to everybody, and it is the right and role for every doctor to give it to the patients, as well as it is the right of every patient to receive this.
Thanks for the input, Swati. Achal, this question is for you. मैम ने दो बातें बोली कि कैंसर पेशेंट जो होता है ना, उसको पेन से दिक्कत होती है और इमैसिएशन से दिक्कत होती है, भूख. मैं एक प्राइवेट सेक्टर में काम करता हूँ, मैं पेशेंट को बोल देता हूँ अच्छा खाना खाना. कई बार हम इंसेंसिटिव हो जाते हैं, कई बार सामने वाला पेशेंट वो अच्छा खाना अफोर्ड ही नहीं कर पाता है. ठीक है, आप मील्स ऑफ हैप्पीनेस रन करती हैं, आपने भूख को बहुत करीब से देखा हुआ है. योर जर्नी हैज बिन वेरी टफ. आप कैसे एड्रेस करते हो वो भूख वाला जो पार्ट होता है, जो एक अच्छा न्यूट्रिशन वाला जो पार्ट होता है, वो कैसे हेल्प कर सकते हैं? जो आदमी 2 वक्त का खाना अफोर्ड नहीं कर सकता, उसके लिए कैसे हेल्प करें?
उसके लिए जैसा कि आपने कहा कि पिछले 2.5-3 साल से हम लोग इस पे काम कर रहे हैं और हमारे पास पिछले 2.5-3 साल में करीब-करीब हम 8 से 10,000 फैमिलीज़ को एड्रेस कर चुके हैं. सो हम क्या करते हैं कि हम लोग इट्स वेरी इम्पोर्टेंट, पहली बात तो कि जो गरीब होता है वो सिर्फ कैंसर से नहीं, वो भूख से ज़्यादा तड़पता है और मरता है. ये फैक्ट है. आई हैव मीट पीपल जो अपना सब कुछ बेच के सड़क पे रह रहे हैं और उसके बाद भी उनके पास एक टाइम का खाना नहीं है. इज ट्रू. उसके बाद हम लोग क्या करते हैं, अभी ऐसी फैमिलीज को हम लोग जाते हैं, आइडेंटिफाई करते हैं, उनका मेडिकल पूरा स्टेटस चेक करते हैं, व्हाट सिचुएशन दे आर गोइंग थ्रू, उनके पास फंड्स है या नहीं है, पूरा बैकलॉग चेक करने के बाद में देन we identify families and we help them till the time they are here in Delhi and having their treatment. We will provide them the whole month ration kit which contains all the healthy thing they need except milk, rice, flour, jaggery. हमें लगता है कि महंगी चीज़ों में ही न्यूट्रिशन वैल्यूज़ जो हैं वो बहुत ज़्यादा हैं, बट ऐसा बिल्कुल भी नहीं है. देयर आर लोकल रिसोर्सेज एंड सोर्सेज ऑल्सो देयर, जैसे गुड़ हो गया, चना हो गया, इस तरीके की चीज़ें भी बहुत वैल्यू ऐड करती हैं. तो हम ये बेसिक जो आइटम्स होते हैं उनसे एक किट बनाते हैं एंड वी आर मेक श्योर कि जब तक वो है उस भूख से एटलीस्ट वो इफेक्ट ना हो. सो दिस इज द सिंपल थिंग वी आर डूइंग.
अंबिका मैम, आप एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की हेड हैं, Cancer Support Organization की head हैं, and your role is very important in the society, especially for the palliative care, right? So palliative word जो है Latin word से derived है pallium, which means cloak. Cloak means cover कर देना patients का. जो हम कई patients को treat नहीं कर पाते हैं, उनका सिर्फ हम pain relief कर पाते हैं, उनके जो बाकी पैरामीटर्स हैं वो हम कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं, मिटिगेट कर सकते हैं. तो आपकी जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है वो कैसे हेल्प करती है? जो लोग अफोर्ड नहीं कर पाते हैं उनको आप कैसे हेल्प करते हैं ताकि उनको पैलिएटिव केयर घर पे मिल सके?
फिर आपने बड़ा अच्छा डिफाइन किया पैलियम को कि एक क्लोक है. जैसे एक क्लोक, एक अम्ब्रेला हमको मौसमी विपदाओं से बचाता है, उसी तरह पैलिएटिव केयर जो है वो हमें कैंसर या दूसरी सीरियस इलनेसेस के साथ जो सफरिंग जुड़ी हुई है उसको दूर करने में मदद करता है. यहाँ जितने भी डॉक्टर्स बैठे हैं वो उन्होंने पढ़ाई की है हैरिसन्स बुक ऑफ मेडिसिन की। उसमें हर एक बीमारी जो है वो देखी जाती है कि उनका ट्रीटमेंट कैसे हो सकता है, लेकिन उसमें एक चैप्टर मिसिंग है कि तब क्या हो जब पेशेंट का ट्रीटमेंट नहीं हो सकता, जब वो ऐसी स्टेज में पहुंच जाए जब वो पॉसिबल नहीं है, या पहली बार वो डायग्नोस ही इसी स्थिति में हुआ हो कि अब वो बियॉन्ड मेडिकल क्योर है। तो क्योंकि वो कहीं चैप्टर नहीं है, इसीलिए वो हमारी पॉलिसी में नहीं है, हमारे प्रोग्राम्स में नहीं है, हमारी मेडिकल और नर्सिंग की किताबों में पैलिएटिव केयर जो है वो नहीं है। ये एक बड़ी नई स्पेशलिटी है जो आई हुई है, ऑल्दो इसको इंडिया में आए हुए 30 साल हो गए हैं, बट इसका मेन मकसद जो है वो सफरिंग को दूर करना है। ये डायग्नोसिस के दिन से ही शुरू हो जाती है, पूरे क्यूरेटिव ट्रीटमेंट्स में चलती है, साइट में साइड इफ़ेक्ट्स दूर करने में, पेशेंट्स को प्रिपेयर करने में। लेकिन सैडली हमारी कंट्री में करीब 70%, मैं कम कह रही हूँ शायद, लेकिन इससे भी ज़्यादा पेशेंट्स लास्ट स्टेज में पहली बार डायग्नोस होते हैं। अब इन पेशेंट्स के लिए क्या किया जाए? इनको पेशेंट्स को तो घर भेज दिया जाता है, कौन देखभाल करेगा इनकी? ये जो इतनी पेन में है, सिर्फ फिजिकल पेन में नहीं है, ये फंक्शनल पेन में है, इनकी फैमिलीज पेन में है, इमोशनल पेन में है, गुस्से में है, डर है इनको, मरेंगे, भगवान ने ऐसा क्यों किया हमारे साथ? तो ये सारे क्वेश्चंस, ये सारे पेन्स, इतना फाइनेंशियल पेन जो कैंसर के साथ जुड़ा हुआ है, उस सफरिंग को दूर करने के लिए पैलिएटिव केयर बहुत मुख्य भूमिका निभाता है। तो हमारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का जो फ्लैगशिप है वो होम बेस्ड पैलिएटिव केयर है, यानी कि हमारी टीम्स जो हैं वो पेशेंट्स के घर जाके उनकी देखभाल करती हैं, क्योंकि अब उनमें इतनी शक्ति नहीं है कि वो अस्पताल आ सकें। तो जैसे कि अभी यहाँ हमारे पैनलिस्ट ने कहा कि बहुत सारे पेशेंट्स जो हैं वो इतने पुअर हैं कि वो कहीं अपने आप को दिखा नहीं सकते, बट क्वेश्चन तो ये है कि पैलिएटिव केयर कहीं प्राइवेट अस्पतालों में भी मौजूद नहीं है, कहीं है ही नहीं उसका नामो निशान। और ज़्यादातर जो ये पेशेंट्स हैं ये क्या चाहते हैं? ये चाहते हैं कि जो अब हमारी बाकी बची हुई ज़िंदगी है वो कंफर्टेबल हो, फंक्शनल हो, हम उसके कंट्रोल में रहें, हमारा सेल्फ वर्थ हो। क्योर तो अब बहुत दूर की बात है, लेकिन अब जो गोल है वो क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ है,
एब्सोल्युटली,
जो कि ले जाएगी ये क्वालिटी ऑफ डेथ में। तो ये जो मल्टी इतने मल्टी डायमेंशनल पेन्स हैं, उनको दूर करने के लिए एक मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी टीम की ज़रूरत होती है, जिसमें मुख्यतः डॉक्टर्स, नर्सेज और काउंसलर्स होते हैं। टीम का पहला मकसद जो है वो पेशेंट को और उसकी फैमिली को इंफॉर्मेशन देना है, डीमिस्टिफाई करना है कि वो कहाँ है अपनी कैंसर की जर्नी में। क्योंकि जब तक ये इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं पता, लोग एक मिरेकल क्योर की तलाश में भागते हैं। इस पहाड़ पे ये मिल जाएगा, थोड़ा सा गोमूत्र पी लें तो शायद कुछ हो जाए, चाहे वो हमारी डिग्निटी के ही खिलाफ क्यों ना हो। तो वो जानना चाहते हैं कि क्या पॉसिबिलिटीज है, चाहे वो दिनों में हो, चाहे जज्बातों में हो, चाहे रिलेशनशिप्स में हो, चाहे ट्रांसेंडल मेरे और भगवान के रिश्ते में हो, क्या पॉसिबिलिटीज हैं। तो यही डीमिस्टिफिकेशन की अब क्या हो सकता है, एम्पावर करता है पेशेंट्स को भी और फैमिलीज को भी इन्फॉर्म्ड डिसीजंस लेने के लिए कि अब इन थोड़े दिनों में क्या चीज़ है जो मुझे चाहिए। किसी को चाहिए कि मुझे बिल्कुल पेन ना हो, कोई कहता है कि मैं किसी से माफ़ी मांगना चाहता हूँ, कोई कहता है मैं 4 धाम की यात्रा करना चाहता हूँ। अब ये चीज़ें मेडिकल और नर्सिंग उसमें नहीं समझाई जाती कि जो पेशेंट चारपाई से नहीं उठ सकता वो 4 धाम की यात्रा कैसे करेगा, लेकिन वीडियो है जो उसके पास लाया जा सकता है। तो उस वक्त उसको क्या मीनिंग है, उसकी लाइफ का क्या मीनिंग है डेथ के फेस में, वो पैलिएटिव केयर सॉल्व करता है, जिसमें पेन मैनेजमेंट है, खूब सारी नर्सिंग केयर है, उनके जितने भी साइकोसोशल सवाल हैं, फाइनेंशियल कंसर्न्स हैं, उनको इस तरह से ये देखा जाता है कि जो भी अब दिन बच गए हैं वो मैनेजेबल हों, मीनिंगफुल हों और सबके लिए मेमोरेबल हों।
गुप्ता साहब, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन आपके लिए। आप एजुकेशन से जुड़े हुए हैं, आप खुद एक इस जर्नी से निकल चुके हैं और एक एजुकेशन से जुड़े हुए हैं। यंगस्टर्स जो हैं, यंगस्टर्स को भी कैंसर होता है, बच्चों को भी होता है, जब उनको पहली बार खुद उनको पता चलता है कि उनको कैंसर हुआ है, एक ऑलरेडी वो उस उम्र में होते हैं जहाँ वो हार्मोनल सर्जेस से गुजर रहे हैं, उनकी अपनी साइकोलॉजिकल चेंजेस हो रहे हैं, उसमें उनको एक झटका लगता है आके कि कैंसर हो गया है। हाउ डू यू डील विद देम? आप उनको एजुकेट कैसे करते हैं, या कभी आपके क्या पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस रहे हैं उनको हैंडल करने के, टैकल करने के?
डॉक्टर साहब, आपका क्वेश्चन बहुत अच्छा है। मैं एजुकेशन फील्ड में पिछले 16 साल से हूँ, और चूंकि मुझे ही कैंसर हुआ, 2001 में कैंसर हुआ, रेक्टल कैंसर हुआ, और मेरा इलाज एससीजी अहमदाबाद में हुआ, बहुत अच्छे से हुआ। तो वहाँ जो मैंने देखा कि एक टीम जो है किस तरीके से काम करती है, जैसे मैम ने भी कहा पैलिएटिव केयर की बात की, या फिर मैम ने बोला धूप से भी काफ़ी परेशानी होती है। क्योंकि मैं हॉस्पिटल में था तो मैंने ये सब देखा, अनुभव किया कि इस तरह के भी पेशेंट्स आते हैं जहाँ पैसे की समस्या होती है, बट वहाँ पर काफ़ी अच्छे से ट्रीटमेंट हुआ हमारा। अब ट्रीटमेंट होने के बाद मैं अभी उससे बाहर आ गया, फिर मैंने ये सोचा कि मैं कुछ कुछ ऐसा करूं जिससे कि लोगों में कॉन्फिडेंस है। पहले तो मेरी फैमिली को कॉन्फिडेंस है, मेरी वाइफ को, पेरेंट्स को। तो मैंने चार धाम यात्रा की, 22 में चार धाम यात्रा हमने की, और हमने चल करके की। हम गंगोत्री यमुनोत्री हमने चल करके गया 13 किलोमीटर। फिर उसके बाद मैंने बुलेट राइडर ग्रुप ज्वाइन किया। वो बुलेट राइडर ग्रुप कैंसर केयर पेशेंट्स के लिए भी काफ़ी काम करता है। तो पहले मैंने अपने आप को ठीक किया कि मैं खुद विक्टिम ना रहूं, मैं पहले खुद प्रेजेंट करूं। तो ये करने से ये सारी चीज़ें करता रहा। जब मुझे कैंसर था, बच्चों का एग्ज़ाम था, फरवरी में एग्ज़ाम था, मैं दिसंबर जनवरी तक मेरा वो जो लगा हुआ था। अ, तो उसके बाद मैंने उस स्थिति में इंस्टीट्यूट में जाकर के बच्चों को पढ़ाया, तो उन बच्चों को बड़ा कॉन्फिडेंस आया कि हमारे सर जो है हमारे साथ है, हमारा एग्ज़ाम है, और एग्ज़ाम में हमको पढ़ाने आ रहे हैं। मुझे थोड़ी तकलीफ होती थी, तो जब मैंने ये कॉन्फिडेंस गेन किया तो मुझे लगा मैं कर सकता हूँ। उसके बाद मैंने सारे काम करने शुरू किए। तो मेरे स्टूडेंट से मैं शेयर करता हूँ कि ये जो है जिस तरीके से कैंसर को मैं फेस करके आपको पढ़ा सकता हूँ, तो आपकी लाइफ में भी जो आपको पढ़ने से रिलेटेड जो तकलीफें आती हैं कि मैं ये नहीं कर सकता, मैं वो नहीं कर सकता, मैं उठ नहीं सकता, तो आप ये सब चीज़ें कर सकते हैं। उसके बाद मैं चूंकि एससीजी से जुड़ा हुआ हूँ अभी, वहाँ कभी भी कोई अगर कोई भी चैरिटी का काम होता है या कोई भी कार्य होता है तो मैं उसमें उनको सपोर्ट करता हूँ। मैं बच्चों के साथ इसको ये देख रहा हूँ कि आजकल जो मुझे कैंसर हुआ तो मैं अंदर तक गया कि क्यों, क्या, किस वजह से हो रहा है ये। तो मैं पहले एडवोकेट था, बाद में मैंने प्रोफेशन छोड़ा, फिर मैं सेल्स में गया। सेल्स में करीब 15-16 साल मैंने जॉब किया। फिर मैं 16 साल से एजुकेशन में हूँ। मैंने ये देखा कि मैं जब ट्रेवलिंग करता था तो उस समय मेरे को खाने की बहुत आदत पड़ गई थी। तो लाइफ स्टाइल में जो है बहुत बदलाव आ गया था। जंक फूड खाना, ये खाना, क्योंकि घर का खाना होता नहीं था, 20-22 दिन बाहर रहते थे, तो मुझे लगता है कि शायद उसकी वजह से प्रॉब्लम हुई। तो मैंने मैंने अब मुझे लगता है कि ये जो प्रॉब्लम्स हुए, तो बच्चों से आजकल मैं शेयर करता हूँ कि भाई इस प्रॉब्लम की वजह से भी शायद मुझे कैंसर हुआ हो। आई डू नॉट नो ये रीजन था या और क्या रीजन था, कि जंक फूड जो है बहुत हार्मफुल है। इंस्टीट्यूट में जो बच्चे पढ़ने आते हैं 90% बच्चे जंक फूड लेते ही हैं। तो मैं उनको समझाता हूँ कि किस तरीके से आपको हार्म कर रहा है, जंक फूड कैसे हार्म करता है, और ये लेटर ऑन, आज आपको नहीं मालूम पड़ रहा है, आज अच्छा लगता है, कल के दिन ये आपके लिए एक प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट कर सकता है। फिर दूसरा, बच्चे आजकल एक्सरसाइज नहीं करते हैं, साइकिलिंग नहीं करते हैं। आजकल माँ बाप भी जो है उनको बच्चे को घर से बाहर अगर 100 मीटर दूर भी छोड़ना है तो कार से छोड़ने आते हैं। तो मेरा यही रहता है कि आप खुद भी पैदल चलिए और बच्चों को पैदल चलाइए। तो मैंने अपने इंस्टीट्यूट में शुरू किया कि बच्चों को मैं साइकिलिंग कराता हूँ हर संडे, हर 15 दिन पे उनको साइकिलिंग लेकर के आना है, और संडे के दिन हमको साइकिलिंग करनी है।
Absolutely, you have to lead by example.
या आई लीड बाई एग्जाम्पल। फिर बुलेट राइड मैंने शुरू किया। तो ये सारी चीजें मैंने, फिर टाइम मैनेजमेंट शुरू किया कि सुबह 4 बजे से लेकर के रात को 10 तक का क्या टाइम होना, मतलब हर बच्चे का अलग अलग होता है, उसके हिसाब से टाइम मैनेजमेंट कराता हूँ। तो उससे ये हो रहा है कि बच्चे को जो खाने की जो हैबिट्स, जो जो आदत पड़ गई है वो कम की जाए। दूसरा, उनका जो उठने की हैबिट नहीं, वो टाइम से उठते नहीं, पढ़ाई नहीं करते, तो उसको कैसे किया जाए। तीसरा एक्सरसाइज एंड ये थोड़ा अपने शरीर के बारे में थोड़ा ख्याल रखें। तो अगर ये सारी चीजें की जाएं तो उनमें उनमें फर्क पड़ेगा। अभी ऐसा होने लगा है कि जब मैंने बच्चों के साथ ही किया तो बच्चों के पेरेंट्स, उनके घर में किसी को कोई कैंसर का पेशेंट हुआ तो वो मुझे एज ए साइकोलॉजिस्ट बुलाते हैं कि सर आप आओ, और मेरे पापा को हुआ, मेरी मम्मी को हुआ, वो बहुत डरते हैं अभी, आप इनको ऐसा, ये जरा थोड़ा सा इनको मोटिवेट करो। तो मैं चाहता हूँ वहां पर उनको मोटिवेट करता हूँ। तो यंग जनरेशन के लिए तो मेरा यही कहना है कि एक तो फूड हैबिट्स वो हमको चेंज करनी ही पड़ेगी, उसके लिए हमें अवेयरनेस क्रिएट करनी है। क्योंकि फूड इंडस्ट्री में मेरे काफी दोस्त काम करते हैं, वो बताते हैं कि ऐसी ऐसी चीज डाल ली जाती है जिससे खाना बहुत टेस्टी हो जाता है, लेकिन इट इज वेरी हार्मफुल।
आपने जैसे स्पोर्ट्स की बात की, सुमन मैम हैं डायरेक्टर लोकसभा से, वो भी इस जर्नी से गुजर चुकी हैं। वो एक इम्पोर्टेंट चेयर पे भी हैं और एक खुद स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन भी रह चुकी हैं। जब आपको पहली बार पता चला तो आपके मन में ऐसा सवाल आया कि वाई मी, मुझे कैसा क्यों हुआ? इसके सोशल टैबूज भी हैं। इस बीमारी का नाम जैसे ही आता है कई बार लोग आपको जज करना शुरू कर देते हैं। लोगों को मालूम नहीं होता कि पेशेंट के साथ बात कैसे करनी है। आपकी उसके बारे में क्या राय है? आप कैसे अब दूसरों को सेंसिटाइज करते हैं कि कैसे कम्युनिकेशन करें पेशेंट्स के साथ, या फिर जैसे वर्क प्लेस है उस पे लोगों को कैसे आप सेंसिटाइज करते हैं कि अपने कुलीग से कैसे उनको बात करें, किसी को कैंसर डायग्नोज हुआ उनके साथ कैसे डील करें?
थैंक यू डॉक्टर साहब। मेरा सिंपल सा मानना है, मन के हारे हार है, मन के जीते जीत। सितंबर 2020 में जब मैं कोविड का टाइम था, बैडमिंटन खेल के शाम को घर पे आई, घर पे कोई नहीं था। मैं शीशा बहुत देखती हूँ। मैंने अपने आप को निहारा, देखा, तो मैंने पाया कि कुछ चेंजेस हैं। एक दिन देखा, 2 दिन देखा, थर्ड डे मैंने अपनी डॉक्टर गीता काद्यप्रथ मैडम को कांटेक्ट किया और इमीडिएटली नेक्स्ट डे मैं गई और मेरे को सारे टेस्ट हुए। कोविड था, मेरी बायोप्सी भी उसी दिन हो गई और विद इन वीक रिजल्ट आ गया और वो डिक्लेयर हो गया कैंसर। अब सुनने में तो, जब आदमी सुनता है तो तब तक फर्क नहीं पड़ता जब तक कि अपने ऊपर नहीं होता। जैसे हम लोग देखते हैं फील्ड में किसी की डेथ हुई, हम ब्रेकफास्ट कर रहे हैं, सब कुछ कर रहे हैं, देखते जा रहे हैं, हमारे इमोशंस कुछ नहीं होते। लेकिन जब अपने ऊपर अपना कोई फैमिली मेंबर होता है तो हमारे हाथ का नवाला वहीं पर रुक जाता है। इसी तरह से जब ये कैंसर का वो हुआ, मेरे हस्बैंड पोस्टेड थे वेस्ट बंगाल में, यूनिट कमांड कर रहे थे। अब कैंसर हो गया, एक बार रोना जरूर आता है, लेकिन फिर लगता है नहीं, जिंदगी को ऐसे नहीं छोड़ना है। मेरे को पहली बार रियलाइज हुआ कि मैंने अपने लिए तो कुछ किया ही नहीं। बच्चे, पेरेंट्स, हस्बैंड, ऑफिस, मतलब मेरी पूरी लाइफ बस गाड़ी, स्कूटर, बच्चों को लेना छोड़ना, ऑफिस का काम। दैट डे आई हैव रियलाइज, हे प्रभु एक अपॉर्चुनिटी दे दे, अब जो भी करूंगी मैं सिर्फ और सिर्फ अपने लिए करूंगी। वो मेरी जिंदगी का इतना बदलाव का दिन था। पहले मैं सबके लिए सोचती थी, लेकिन जब डॉक्टर गीता मैडम से मिले, पूछा कि गीता मैं जीना चाहती हूँ, व्हाट इज द बेस्ट, शी सेड रिमूवल। तो मैंने कहा ठीक है, गो फॉर दैट। कहती नहीं भाई साहब को आने दो। मैंने कहा यार वो क्या करेंगे, ये मेरा शरीर है, मैंने डिसाइड करना है, उनका क्या रोल है। बस मैं बुला लेती हूँ उनको फील्ड से, भाई आ जाइए मेरा ऑपरेशन है। हस्बैंड को बताया, आए। लेकिन मैं एक चीज कहना चाहती हूँ, जब हम इन हालातों से गुजरते हैं तो अगर हमारा फैमिली सपोर्ट हमारे साथ है तो हम बहुत जल्दी उभर कर आते हैं। और आप एक चीज ध्यान रखिए, जब आप अपने आप से प्यार नहीं करेंगे तो दुनिया क्या खाक प्यार करेगी आपको? पहले हम अपने आप से प्यार करें, अपनी खुद की केयर करें, तभी दुनिया हमें पूछेगी, तभी घर वाले पूछेंगे। ये कहना, लोग बोलते हैं ना, सिंपैथी नहीं चाहिए, आप कर्म करते रहिए। आप बिलीव करेंगे, मेरा ऑपरेशन हुआ, मस्टेक्टमी हुई, मेजर ऑपरेशन था। 1 साल बाद कोविड के फिर गेम के टूर्नामेंट हुए बैडमिंटन के। अब टूर्नामेंट डिक्लेयर हो गए लोकसभा में और पिछले 5 साल से मैं कंटिन्यूअस सिंगल और डबल खेल रही थी। अब मेरे मन में वो हलचल हुई, हाय राम, राइट हैंड है, मैं खेल पाऊंगी या नहीं। मैंने गीता मैडम को कॉल किया, गीता मैडम टूर्नामेंट है, क्या करना है? खेलना है, गो फॉर दैट। मना किसने किया है? जस्ट थोड़ी सी प्रिकॉशंस रखनी है, स्वेलिंग ना आए, और थोड़ा हल्का हल्का वेट लिफ्टिंग करो और स्टार्ट करो। आप बिलीव करेंगे, मेरे हस्बैंड गुड़गांव से आर के पुरम आते थे मेरे कॉम्प्लेक्स में, और 1 महीना हम दोनों ने प्रैक्टिस की, और फाइनल में जब मैं खेली तो उससे भी बढ़िया खेली और तीनों ले गई, सिंगल, डबल और मिक्स। उसके बाद मेरा जो कॉन्फिडेंस है इतना बढ़ता चला गया। देखो, हालात सबके हैं, ऐसा नहीं है कि हम देखने में जितने सुंदर लगते हैं, कभी कभी हम भी बहुत कमजोर हो पड़ जाते हैं।
लेकिन हम सुंदर हैं भी।
जिस दिन मेरी एनर्जी बहुत कम होती है, मन नहीं होता ऑफिस जाने के लिए, तो मैं अपनी वार्डरोब खोलती हूँ और उसमें जो सबसे सुंदर साड़ी होती है ना, वो निकालती हूँ, और नहाने के बाद जब ड्रेसअप होती हूँ, शीशे में देखती हूँ तो अपने आप को सल्यूट करती हूँ, कहती हूँ हे प्रभु, ऐसा भी बना के रखेगा तो बहुत है। और गाड़ी उठा के जब ऑफिस पहुंच जाती हूँ तो 100% ठीक होती हूँ। तो मेरा एक छोटा सा मैसेज यही है कि जो भी बीमार होता है, अभी इस सभागार में इतने लोग बैठे हैं, डॉक्टर, स्पेशलिस्ट, यंग बच्चे, अगर मैं पूछूं कि कोई एक बंदा ऐसा हो कि जिसको कोई बीमारी हो ना हो, मुझे नहीं लगता कोई ऐसा मिलेगा। फिर कैंसर से किस लिए डरना है? वो भी एक छोटी सी चीज है। लोगों को बीपी है, शुगर है, हाइपरटेंशन है, क्या नहीं है जिंदगी में। तो हमें जो चीज मिली है उसका शुक्राना अदा करना है। रात को हम सोते हैं, सुबह लाखों लोग उठे नहीं, कम से कम इसी बात का प्रभु को शुक्राना कर दे कि मैं उठी हूं, आज मेरा जीवन स्टार्ट हुआ है। अपनी छोटी छोटी खुशियों के लिए हम बड़ी बड़ी खुशियों के लिए हम छोटी खुशियों को नौछावर कर देते हैं। मैं सबसे अनुरोध करती हूँ, हर पल को जियो, हर मोमेंट को जियो। आज ये सोचो कि आज मेरा ये आखिरी दिन है, तो मैंने क्या क्या काम कंप्लीट करके सोना है। अब मैंने सोच लिया था कि हे प्रभु, अब मैं जीऊंगी सिर्फ और सिर्फ अपने लिए। मैं ट्रैकिंग भी करती हूँ, साइकिलिंग भी करती हूँ, अपने सारे काम खुद करती हूँ, और साथ में कैंसर मेंटर का भी काम कर रही हूँ। मेरे ऑफिस में एक दिन मेरे एक इंस्पेक्टर की भाभी का ऑपरेशन हुआ 4 दिन से। उसने देखा मैडम तो 20 दिन बाद ऑफिस आ गई, कहते हैं मैडम मेरी भाभी आई हुई है, प्लीज घर चलोगे? तो बालकनाथ जी ऑनरेबल मेंबर की कोठी पास में थी, वहां पे वो ठहरी हुई थी। मैं गई, विंटर सेशन था, साड़ी कोट वगैरह पहना हुआ था। तो जब उस मुकेश से मिली तो मैंने कहा क्यों इतना मुंह लटका रखा है? हाथ ऐसे करके बैठी हुई थी, कोई मूवमेंट नहीं। मेरा बहुत बड़ा ऑपरेशन हुआ है, अलवर से आई हुई थी। तो मैंने कहा मेरा भी हुआ है। नहीं मैडम, आप झूठ बोल रहे हो। मैं उसको अंदर लेके गई रूम में, मैंने उसे दिखाया और बताया कि नहीं, तू सब कुछ कर सकती है जो मैं कर सकती हूँ। और मैंने वो जो एक्सरसाइज डॉक्टर गीता ने बताई थी, 10 एक्सरसाइज उसको बताया। 15 डेज के बाद जब वो वापस आई अपने स्टिच कटाने, तो उसके हस्बैंड इतना बड़ा गुलदस्ता, साथ में मिठाई का डब्बा, कहते हैं मैडम आपने मेरी वाइफ को जिंदगी दे दी, नहीं तो ये सोची थी कैंसर, कैंसर मीन्स मौत। क्योंकि हमारा मीडिया इस तरह से दिखाता है, हमारी पिक्चर इस तरह से दिखाता है, कोई बीमार हो गया उसके बाद उसकी डेथ। तो मीडिया वालों से भी अनुरोध है, अच्छी चीजें दिखाएं। इतने सुंदर सुंदर लोग बैठे हैं, कैंसर के बाद भी बहुत कुछ कर सकते हैं।
मैम एक लास्ट क्वेश्चन, उर्वशी मैम, दिस इज फॉर यू। हम सबके लिए सेल्फ लव सबसे जरूरी है एट द एंड ऑफ द डे। हाउ डू यू डू दैट? I heard you had a trained salsa dancer also, am I right? salsa and bachata dancer. So it's 2 steps forward, one step back. बचाता का रूल है। हाँ, so
बिल्कुल।
कैसे सेल्फ लव पे एक कुछ बताइए प्लीज।
नहीं, सेल्फ लव पे तो इन्होंने इतना बढ़िया एक्चुअली बोल दिया है ऑलरेडी, बट आई कंप्लीटली अग्री। एंड मुझे तो लगता है कि ऑल्सो इट्स नॉट जस्ट ट्रू फॉर कैंसर, आई थिंक विमेन ऑल्सो इन जनरल हैव एन इशू कि हम सब चीज को प्रायोरिटाइज कर देते हैं और फिर अपने बारे में सोचते हैं। तो वैसा किसी को नहीं करना चाहिए, रिगार्डलेस ऑफ कैंसर। एंड वन शुड also prioritize oneself, one's health, one's happiness. So yeah.
तो सामने लिखा हुआ आ रहा है टाइम्स अप। बजर एक दिन सब जरूर बजना है, हम सबका बजना है, पर्दा जरूर गिरेगा। जिंदगी लंबी नहीं, अच्छी होनी चाहिए। और ये जो सब लोग हैं, ये गुलाब के फूल की तरह हैं, कांटों से घिरे हुए हैं, फिर भी खुशबू बिखेरते जा रहे हैं। तो शायद जिंदगी इसी तरीके से जीनी चाहिए। थैंक यू सो मच।
मेरे पास कुछ है सबके लिए जो इतनी दूर से आज लोग आए हैं। एक लाइन मैंने सोचा डॉक्टर अमन ने शायरी के साथ शुरू करी थी और इतनी शायरी होगी, मैं भी कुछ बोल देती हूँ। सो ये सब आप सभी के लिए जो सामने बैठे हैं, ऑल द महारथी, एज वी एड्रेस बिफोर। लोगों ने कहा सब जल गया बचा क्या है, लोगों ने कहा सब जल गया बचा क्या है, और हमने कहा हम बच गए तो जला क्या है।
Thank you so much. We will conclude our session here with smiles and positivity from. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A picture, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Avan sir. जो आपने मतलब बजर्स के साथ शेर व शायरी की है. Thank you. So you should be doing half our job.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, with that, it's now time for the last session. It's a humble request. आप सब please यहाँ पर विराजमान हो जाए, because the last one's really interesting. We promise you that. We really want you to listen to sir. आइए. With that, to end the Oncology Summit 2024, let's move ahead with our last keynote address for the day. Now, this is an integrative treatment for cancer. Homeopathy as an alternative medicine treatment. And while they're clearing up the stage, I shall introduce the speaker as well and to share his views on the same. Let's please welcome on stage Dr. Pradeep Kumar Gupta, Chairman and Principal. Can you please give me another agenda? This one's, it doesn't have the things. I want to get this right. That's why I'll announce it again. Allow me a moment, sir. It's here. Let's please welcome Dr. Pradeep Kumar Gupta, Chairman and the Principal of Neminath Homeopathic Medical College, Hospital and Research Center, Agra. Please, everybody.
Aditya, let me take a moment to explain, share with the world who is. आप आइए sir, please. मेरे को बहुत लोगों ने पिछले 2-3 दिन के अंदर बोला कि क्या बात कर रहे हो यार, कैंसर के अंदर होम्योपैथी, एलोपैथिक डॉक्टर्स जो उनसे नाराज हो जाएंगे. But here is this one person I could not ignore. There's a reason I want you to listen to him, because cancer is one thing, but ये जो इंसान आपके सामने खड़े हैं, इनको गवर्नमेंट ने अवार्ड किया है. And do you know for what? Anybody has any idea who this person is? Any idea? बताइए सर. Sir, we are absolutely right. During COVID, जब हम सारे अपने खास लोगों को, अपने सबसे करीबी लोगों को से दूर भाग रहे थे, इस इंसान ने अपने अस्पताल को, he runs a COVID hospital, he runs a hospital which was turned into a COVID hospital, and his conviction was so strong that इन्होंने बोला कि मेरे अस्पताल में जो आएगा वो कैसे मानेगा कि मैं उनको ट्रीट कर सकता हूं. तो इन्हें कहा कि मेरे को जब अपने ऊपर भरोसा है और मैं अपने ऊपर उसको इलाज कर सकता हूं, तो दैट इज द बिगेस्ट कन्विक्शन. So any person who walked into the hospital who was diagnosed with COVID, he would go without any cover and go without any mask and go and hug that person. हम में से कितने लोगों की हिम्मत थी अपने करीबी लोगों के पास भी चले. हमने कमरे लॉक कर लिए थे, उनको बोला था आप आइसोलेट हो जाएं. And he said, I will go hug that person to show that अगर मेरे को डर नहीं लगता, मुझे अपनी मेडिसिन के ऊपर इतना भरोसा है, तो इसलिए आपको भी डरने की जरूरत नहीं है. After the 6,000 patients that were admitted in his hospital, COVID patients, there were only 6 who passed on. Rest all made it back. So with that conviction is when I said that, इन्होंने, मैं इनका इंटरव्यू कर रहा था और मुझे इन्होंने बताया कि इन्होंने लंग कैंसर के पेशेंट्स कुछ ट्रीट किए हैं. तो मेरे को नहीं पता, आई एम नॉट इवन जजिंग कि एलोपैथी वर्सेस होम्योपैथी, बट आई थॉट वी मस्ट एटलीस्ट hear him out and listen to the story of what happened with him and his patients. So that's the reason, I invited Dr. Pradeep Gupta. In fact, he's traveling overseas. He is from Agra and he came specially कि कल सुबह इनकी फ्लाइट है. उन्होंने कहा नहीं, मैं शाम को आके थोड़ी देर आपके साथ बिता के जाऊंगा. So thank you so much, Dr. Gupta, for taking out time with us. So Can we have a round of applause for him, please?
Good evening to everybody, and thanks a lot to Mr. Narula, such a wonderful introduction. लाइफ में जो सबसे बड़ी चीज है वो एलोपैथी, आयुर्वेद, होम्योपैथी वगैरह वगैरह नहीं, सबसे बड़ी चीज एम्पैथी और सिंपैथी है। और मेरा अपना मानना ये है कि अगर हम एम्पैथिकली किसी भी व्यक्ति के साथ जुड़ जाते हैं तो हम अपनी एनर्जी उसमें ट्रांसफर कर पाते हैं, और हमारी थोड़ी सी एनर्जी ट्रांसफर हो जाने से वो पेशेंट ठीक होने लगता है। और हमारी होम्योपैथी का प्रिंसिपल ये है, होम्योपैथी बताती है कि आपका जो वाइटल फोर्स है, वाइटल प्रिंसिपल, वाइटल फोर्स, तो हिंदी में बोले तो आत्मा, कुछ भी आता है तो सबसे पहले वहीं आता है, विकार हो कुछ भी हो, और ठीक होना होता है तो वहीं से होता है। अगर हमारी जीवनी शक्ति थोड़ा सा भी इम्प्रूव हो जाती है, वो मेडिसिन से हो, काउंसलिंग से हो, रेस्ट से हो, खाने से हो, हम एक बेटर फेज में चले जाते हैं, हम एक रेस्टोरेशन की फेज में चले जाते हैं और हम ठीक होने लगते हैं। तो सबसे पहले तो ये होता है कि हम ये मान लें कि हम ठीक हो सकते हैं। तो मेरा एक छोटा सा प्रेजेंटेशन है, मुझे बोला गया 10 मिनट है, तो मैं 10 मिनट में ही उसको खत्म करने वाला हूँ। ए केस ऑफ कार्सिनोमा प्रोस्टेट, ये मैंने इसलिए रखा है कि इसमें अनबिलीवेबल टाइम में अनबिलीवेबल चेंज आया। ये डायबिटीज है इनको 20 साल से, हाइपोथायराइडिज्म है 12 साल से, और इनको हाइपरटेंशन है 10 साल से, और साथ में विटिलिगो है। ये इनका रजिस्ट्रेशन था, और ये इनका पीएसए लेवल 3000 था। तो मैं लास्ट 40 ईयर से प्रैक्टिस कर रहा हूँ, 3000 पीएसए लेवल मैंने पहली बार देखा किसी में पेशेंट में। एक वेल डॉक्यूमेंटेड डायग्नोस केस था, सर्जरी कराने वाले थे, किसी ने बोला होम्योपैथी ट्राई कर लीजिए, डॉक्टर साहब के पास जाइए, तो मेरे पास आ गए। आगे क्या हुआ वो, ये इनका रिपोर्ट है किसी पैथोलॉजी का जो एनएबीएल एक्रीडेटेड है, और रिपोर्ट भी मैंने नहीं कराई थी, ये ऑलरेडी लेके आए थे डॉक्टर शेखर वाजपेयी जो कंसल्टेंट यूरोलॉजिस्ट है, उन्होंने कराया था। ये 3000 पीएसए है। ये मेरा मेडिसिन था उनके लिए। बातचीत करने के बाद, होम्योपैथी का एक सिंपल मेडिसिन है, जो भी होम्योपैथी जानते हैं सब जानते हैं, सल्फर एक मेडिसिन है। और ये फर्स्ट फॉलो अप आफ्टर फ्यू डेज, इसका वॉइस प्लीज कर देंगे क्या? जो आपको पीएसए, प्रोस्टेट स्पेसिफिक एंटीजन कितना था पहले?
3000 था, अब 154 आया, 154।
154। कितने दिन में इतना आराम आ गया आपको?
1 महीने करीब।
1 महीने में पीएसए 3000 से 154 आ गया।
जी
ठीक है। और डायबिटीज बिल्कुल ठीक है?
डायबिटीज नॉर्मल चल रही है।
और
टेस्ट
सूजन
करता हूं,
होता है?
जो 3 टैबलेट लेता था मैं, अब
जी।
1 टैबलेट लेता हूं।
ठीक,
तो इसलिए कि मतलब ज्यादा अप डाउन नहीं हो जाए।
वो भी छूट जाएगी अगर आप पूरा परहेज करेंगे तो। ठीक है। तो जैसा इन्होंने बोला, इनका पीएसए 3000 से 154 1 महीने के अंदर आ गया, और डायबिटीज भी उसी मेडिसिन से कंट्रोल हो गई। And he reduced the medication. This was my prescription. And this is the PSA report after a month, 154. Same laboratory. और यहाँ कोई नेम मेंशन नहीं है रेफरिंग फिजिशियन का, क्योंकि मैंने बता दिया था मेरा नाम बताना नहीं है, आप करा के लाइए। भैया मुझे ये बताइए कि ये जो मेडिसिन खा रहे हैं कितने दिन हो गए खाते हुए?
मेरे को हो गए 2 महीने।
2 महीने। 2 महीने पहले आपका पीएसए कितना था?
3000।
3000। प्रोस्टेट स्पेसिफिक एंटीजन 3000 था। और अभी कितना है?
29।
29। कब कराई रिपोर्ट ये?
3 तारीख।
3 तारीख को। और यहाँ पर आप आए थे 20/12 को। तो 20/12 मतलब लगभग 1.5 महीने में,
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल हाँ
1.5 महीने में 3,000 से प्रोस्टेट एंटीजन 29 आ गया। चलिए, जो लोग कहते हैं कि होम्योपैथी बहुत स्लो काम करती है, आप उनको क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
अनबिलीवेबल है सर, अनबिलीवेबल।
अच्छा,
अच्छा है। एलोपैथिक के डॉक्टर्स को भी यकीन नहीं है कि ये 29 आ गया। 29 वो भी सब चौंक रहे थे।
चौंक रहे हैं।
सब
So this PSA level from 3,000 became 29 in less than 2 months time. This was the prescription and this is the report. Same laboratory, not mentioning the name of physician. मतलब 2 हो गया। ठीक है, शुरू में कितना था? 3,000। 3,000 3,000 से 1.9 मतलब 2।
ये है सर, सारी रिपोर्ट है, सारी पीएसए की अब तक की थी।
अपना 3,000 से PSA जो है वो 2 पे आ गया। नॉर्मल, कुछ चिंता की बात नहीं। और डायबिटीज भी ठीक ही हो गई। अब आप
थायराइड भी ठीक है।
थायराइड भी ठीक है, सभी कुछ ठीक है। डायबिटीज की, थायराइड की कोई दवाई खाना मत, ठीक है ना। और
बीपी मेरा कंट्रोल में है।
बीपी भी ठीक है। कोई अब एलोपैथी दवाई आप खाओ ही मत, ठीक है ना। कोई परेशानी हो आगे मुझे बताओ। So within 3 months, their PSA level from 3,000, it became 1.9, and diabetes control, blood pressure control, and the hypothyroidism. All the comorbidities are fine now. The creatinine level was 2 only. TSH 4.01. And this is the final follow-up. कर लो। भैया बताइए कैसे हो? बिल्कुल ठीक हो? क्या क्या ठीक है?
थायराइड सही है, शुगर सही है,
थायराइड सही है, और बीपी भी सही है, शुगर भी सही है,
प्रोस्टेट जो था वो भी सही है,
प्रोस्टेट कैंसर भी सही है।
जी हाँ।
अब आप मुझे ऐसी बात बताओ कि दुनिया कहती है कि कैंसर ठीक नहीं हो सकता, आप कह रहे हो प्रोस्टेट कैंसर ठीक है आपका।
मेरा तो सही है साहब।
आपका सही है।
बिल्कुल दवाई रेगुलर ले रहा हूँ
जी,
और दवाई ले रहे तो बिल्कुल सही है। और एलोपैथिक दवाइयाँ मेरी सारी बंद है।
सारी बंद है, कोई एलोपैथी दवाई नहीं ले रहे।
कोई एलोपैथिक दवाई
अब देखिए, आपने 4 समस्याएं बताई हैं। प्रोस्टेट कैंसर, किसी को बताओ भैया, मानेगा कैंसर ठीक हो जाएगा?
तो अपने रिश्तेदारों में, अपने मिलने वालों में सबको इस बात की।
अच्छा,
मतलब हमें विश्वास जानने की चीज बोली थी कि उनकी दूसरे साल 15-20 साल पुरानी डायबिटीज गोलियां मत दीजिए।
डायबिटीज ठीक हो गई, बिल्कुल ठीक है, 100%। थायराइड भी ठीक हो गया,
थायराइड,
ब्लड
प्रेशर सारी
सब बंद है, और सारी दवाई बंद है,
सारी
टोटल एलोपैथी मेडिसिन। So within 4 months, everything all right. Prostate cancer, diabetes, hypertension, hypothyroidism. And this is the last report. Glucose fasting is 124. And the PSA is now 1.9 again in the last line. Thank you very much. आप सबसे मेरा एक ही कहना है कि हमारे जैसे देश में और कैंसर जैसी बीमारी के लिए 80% लोग उसको अफोर्ड नहीं कर सकते हैं। तो ट्रीटमेंट अफोर्डेबल होना चाहिए। उसमें होम्योपैथी एक ऐसी चीज है जो बहुत अफोर्डेबल है। बस आपको करना यह है कि अपने नजदीक के अच्छे होम्योपैथी डॉक्टर से मिलें जो एक दवाई देते हों। जैसा आपने देखा इस केस में थायराइड भी ठीक हो गया। हाइपोथायराइडिज्म भी माना जाता है कि ठीक नहीं होता है, लाइफ लॉन्ग मेडिसिन खानी है। तो इस केस के माध्यम से मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं कि हाइपोथायराइडिज्म भी 3 से 6 महीने में आराम से ठीक हो सकता है होम्योपैथी से। सेम विद द डायबिटीज। मुझे इस मंच से ये कहते हुए बड़ा गर्व हो रहा है कि मैं अब तक 36,000 से ज्यादा लोगों की डायबिटीज लगभग ठीक कर चुका हूं। और डायबिटीज को मैं कोई डिजीज नहीं मानता, एक लाइफस्टाइल डिसऑर्डर है। लाइफस्टाइल चेंज कीजिए, डायबिटीज ठीक हो जाएगी। सेम विद द कैंसर। कैंसर इज आल्सो too much related. 93% cancer are related to lifestyle disorder. Our food habits, number one. Number two, our lack of exercise. Number three, our lack of conviction to do something good. We as a society were very happy, happiest on the planet. But nowadays, I don't know what happens, that we are the very gloomy and sad society. Nobody talks to each other. So my message is simple to everybody: please talk to each other, be happy, be humble, and enjoy the free sources like sunlight, clean air, and non-bottled water. This bottled water is also itself a big contributor to the cancer. This is my personal opinion. Because the plastic, in any way we drink every day, it causes a lot of changes in our system. And my last message here, the disease comes first in the mind, then in the body. So please don't allow to your mind to become sick. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pradeep. That was very, very insightful and gives a lot of hope. I would like to close this summit here, and a big thank you to all the doctors, all the support groups, all the associations, patients, survivors, warriors, colleagues, and friends who have come forward and joined us for this summit. The summit was full of hope. There were shared stories of resilience. There were stories of courage. And there is a bigger and better sense of togetherness now. Let us continue to share knowledge, offer support, and celebrate victories, both big and small. Together, we can make a real difference, and let's do it together. Thank you so much.